To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Welcome in. Happy Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. One more time for Murph and Marcus here on this Wednesday for the next 4 hours. Looking forward to chatting with the people of the Bay Area as folks head off to wherever they may be going for this Thanksgiving holiday weekend, which Dieter Kurtenbach feels like it's already kicked off for us. Feels like about halfway through the show. We just started phoning it in yesterday. So today should just be the
I did.
There. Yeah, I did. I'll acknowledge it. I started phoning it in about 8:50 yesterday. I'll say.
Okay.
8:50.
Okay.
So
you could have fooled me, JD. Regardless, we're going to be phoning it in all day. I guess that's what you're saying.
Yeah, 808 KNBR, the number. So jump in and join us on the phone lines. Phone in and talk to us because we are going to be here. And all kidding aside, we're probably the two least likely to phone it in guys in the Bay Area, to be perfectly honest. So we kid on that front. But going to have a lot of fun here for the next 4 hours and send everybody off into the holiday weekend. It does. We were talking to young Tony during the pre-show here right before we were about to start. It is a Friday for me. I don't know if it's a Friday for you, but it is a Friday for me.
Yeah.
A little Dubs OT tonight, Warriors and Rockets. I'll be out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. But, off Thursday, off Friday, back for some Dubs and some Niners coverage over the weekend. But, I'm in a festive mood this morning, Dieter.
That's fantastic. I have two little kids, so I never get weekends. I never get breaks. Everything is just agony all the time. And honestly, these are my breaks, right? I get 4 hours where no one can bother me in my own home. I'm not even in my own home. I'm in my in-laws' house. So it's just 4 hours. No one can get me. I got to make the most of this. So these takes have to get off. We have to have some fun here today, JD. I appreciate that it's your Friday, but we're gonna maximize this opportunity because there's just not that many of them, JD. I'm telling you, the second I put this headset down, I'm back on the clock, and I stay on the clock until they call me to do something else for the leader again. Man, it's no one told me these kids would be so much hard work, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes, buddy.
You take the headphones off at 10 o'clock, and it's you're back on the clock for the next 16 years, I think. What is it, 18 years, 17 years?
3-year-old.
You got a long way to go, brother.
At the minimum. Don't worry. They'll kill me well before then.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We get things rolling here on this Wednesday. And a lot to get into. We haven't talked much Golden State Warriors here over the last couple of days, and rightfully so. The 49ers with the Brandon Ayuk saga taking the lead in terms of headlines over the weekend and into Monday. And then, of course, Monday Night Football with the 49ers and the Panthers. And the Niners got that ugly win, which we spent the better part of yesterday's show discussing. So we are going to get into some Warriors. Warriors are back in action against the Rockets tonight at Chase Center. First time those two teams are going to see each other since the Warriors knocked the Rockets out back at the end of April in a 7-game first-round playoff series. Who's in, who's out for the Warriors? We'll get into all of that, and we'll continue the conversation as it relates to the 49ers as they start to prepare already. It's the short week thing. Wednesday is upon us here, and the 49ers trying to go to Cleveland. And I think the big takeaway in kind of removing ourselves from the Niners to just start there, looking toward the game against Cleveland, Brock Purdy's got to be better. That's the big thing. Brock Purdy's got to be better. The defense did their thing, and they overcame the 3 interceptions, but Brock Purdy is going to have to be better. Forget about Super Bowl contention and all that. Just if this team's going to make the playoffs and earn the 10 or 11 wins that they're going to have to get, and they've already banked 8 of them, so we're talking, 2 or 3 more here. He's going to have to be better over these last 5 games.
And it comes down to the question that only Brock Purdy can really answer for us, which is, can he be better? Is this a physical limitation, or is this just mental rust from missing as much time as he did, and maybe a bit of a mental block on pushing that toe as hard as it needs to be pushed? Because you look at those 3 interceptions that he had on Monday, and each of them, save for maybe the last one from J.C. Horn, which is just an all-pro caliber play, coming completely across the field to jump a route. I mean, just unbelievable stuff when you watch it from the high up camera angles. But even if we take that one away, there's 2 interceptions where Brock just does not get enough heat on the fastball to get the ball where it needs to be, on time, on rhythm, in location, and he gets picked off. Like, this is not the Brock Purdy that we had come to expect going into this year. Even with the kind of debacle that was the 2024 season, it's certainly not the Brock Purdy that the 49ers expect to see when you give him a $265 million contract. It has to be the last time we see that Brock Purdy. And whatever he has to do to get himself to the position where he can deliver down the field on time and accurately, whatever he's got to do, he's got to do it. But a big issue if he can't do that, because there's not that much that separates him between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. There's not that much that separates them if Brock can't deliver the ball downfield. The difference between Brock and Mac is that Brock is one of the best deep ball throwers in the NFL, though Monday would never convince you of that. And Mac is one of the worst. So what is it that you would say you do here? You have the big contract, you have the big expectations, and yet here's your backup who played exceptionally well, maybe is better than anyone expected, and you can't seem to do anything that he doesn't do. And for a team that needs to win games, they're going to stick with Brock. They're going with Brock hell or high water. So long as he's truly healthy enough to play, they're going to go with him. But he needs to look like the old Brock Purdy again. And the challenge here is not just the Cleveland Browns defense, which is formidable to say the least, but you also get down the stretch, Jeffrey Simmons and the Titans defensive front, which is going to give you some problems. You get the Colts defense and Lou Amarillo, who's going to bring it from every direction. And then you end the season with a game who, I don't know if it's going to matter or not, but Week 18 against Seattle at home, the last thing you want to be doing is needing a big offensive performance in the final week of the season against the Seattle Seahawks, who might have something to play for in that game. So big questions. Always a referendum on Brock, but never more so than the last couple weeks here.
And if he can't drive the ball down the field and make those throws, then I think the 49ers have to be comfortable with a little bit more of and I don't say this in a disparaging way, they got to be more comfortable with the dink and dunk game. They got to be more comfortable with the shorter passing game and believe that they can win enough games down the stretch here to be able to get the job done that way. And again, no shame in attempting to get the job done that way if you're the 49ers.
Yeah.
I'm reading about a lake effect snow warning. You know me.
Told you about it yesterday.
The weather report. We
told you about that lake effect,
talked about it. The lake effect snow warning, which caught the 49ers a year ago this weekend in Buffalo. And more specifically, Orchard Park. It was not snowing in Buffalo, and I was on hand for that game and that trip, the Thanksgiving weekend. Not light flurry in Buffalo, but you head out to Orchard Park, which is like going up to a freaking ski resort, and it was like driving up to Tahoe. You progressively get closer and closer to the stadium. You're like, what is this? It's like a freaking blizzard up here.
It was dumping.
Lake effect snow. Yeah, just absolutely dumping in that game. Sunday Night Football, it got ugly for the Niners very quickly, and their season was slipping away at that point in time. Niners this year, very different position. Already have banked, 3 more wins, I think, than they had at this point last year. But, yeah, lake effect snow warning for Cleveland, but that is set to run out at some point tomorrow evening, late into the night and early morning. And so just looking at Sunday, temperatures in the 30s, the latest, and this could change about 50 different times here over the next 4 or 5 days. But, yeah, looking at it as it stands right now, rain, snow, wind, and temperatures in the 30s. some variation of that Sunday afternoon at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, as we'll all be watching it and listening to it here on these Sports Leaders. So the elements are going to be a part of the conversation for the 49ers, and as always, part of the conversation, really going back to the game 2 years ago in Cleveland. That was the first Brock Purdy in the elements, what's going on here kind of a game with the 49ers going into that one at 5-0, and he did not play well in that game. Niners still should have won the game and would have had Jake Moody made a field goal of inside of 40 yards, which he missed late. Brock did lead him down to win that game. But, not to dredge all that up again here, Dieter, but we'll be keeping an eye on the weather here over the next couple of days as the 49ers gear up to take on the Browns. So we'll get into some 49ers conversation. We've got a great show for you. Just to set the table a little bit, Dwayne Kyper's going to join us coming up at 7:30. Matt Maiocco, 7:50. Sam Amick of The Athletic will join us at 8:50. So we are going to talk a lot of dubs coming up here, and let's get into that coming up next. The Warriors sitting at 10-9, and they're back in action tonight. Some home games ahead for Golden State, 3 more of them over the next week after the road-heavy start to the season. What the heck's going on with Jonathan Kuminga? Shocker, we go there on this Wednesday to begin the Warriors conversation. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. We roll on here on this Wednesday, in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you out there. As JD just said, we got a busy show today. We got Kype at 7:30. We did not have Kruk yesterday, so we're going to circle back next week. We have Matty Maiocco at 7:50. And then, as he teased as well, Sam Amick at 8:50 to talk Jonathan Kaminga. What's going on with his injury? We will ask Sam Amick at 8:50 this morning.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. Happy Wednesday. We're with you here until 10 o'clock. 808 KNBR, in for Murph and Marcus. 415-808-5627. Good time to give out the phone number if you want to jump in and join the conversation. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open. We appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch as well here as we get you closer to the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Warriors back in action tonight. Warriors and the Rockets. Dubs are 10-9. Kind of an ugly, although it turned into a blowout win on Monday while we were all watching football. And the 49ers and the Panthers, they get the job done against the Utah Jazz. No Draymond, no Horford in that game, and no Jonathan Kuminga in that game as well. And Kaminga has not played since the Warriors were in San Antonio a couple of weeks ago, the game that started the Warriors' little 3-game winning streak after Draymond had called everybody out and Jimmy Butler and who the heck are they talking about. So the Warriors go from 6-6 2 weeks ago when Draymond calls everybody out to 9-6 to 9-9, and now they're 10-9 with the win on Monday. Dieter, I'll ask you because people get the opportunity to hear me blather on and on about the Warriors constantly here on the Leader, and will again tonight from Harmonic post Warriors Rockets. But where are you on the Dubs through these first 19 games as they sit at 10-9? And shockingly, if you look at the standings, and I know it's a little early to even do that, they're a play-in team at this particular point in time. They're a play-in team. Go figure.
Is that shocking? In what direction is that shocking, JD?
Yeah, that was sarcasm. It's not shocking at all.
I know.
It's what they've been for the last 3 years.
Yes, and I won't lie. Like, I bought in a little bit to that early season push that they made in beating Denver and just playing really good ball coming out of the gate. And Kaminga was a big part of that, as you know, with all the offseason drama that was partly him, partly his agent, partly the Warriors. They deserve some blame in that too. He did come out and he played the kind of basketball that I think the Warriors, a lot of people out there, not all people I've noticed, but a lot of people out there just wanted him to play, fit in with the team. As Steve Kerr likes to say, be more Sean Marion-like, right? And that was not in Jonathan Kuminga's DNA. It perhaps still isn't, but he bit his lip and got the job done for the first couple of games of the year, and it looked great. And the ceiling for this team looked like it had gone up a level or two from prior iterations. But then, the whole thing about being old and slow and turnover prone and short was probably not going to make sure that hung around too long. And now we're in this situation where I don't get a feeling of urgency from this basketball team at all. There is a sort of, let's just figure out a way to get through this energy that they carry through everything. And I guess that encouraged me in the game against the Jazz, going back and watching it. Steve Kerr kind of getting into their ass a little bit. during a timeout, and they go on a 21-0 run at the end. But if we're having to do fire and brimstone in November, that's not going to last. Like that message is not going to resonate. This is a team that, because its leaders have, well, say for Jimmy Butler, won everything, but have played at the pinnacle of basketball and know that that's never coming back, because this team is never going to be able to carry the jocks of the teams that existed pre-pandemic. I mean, just like we're talking about some of the greatest basketball teams of all time, and then the Warriors are out here with, Brandon Pajemski and Will Richard. Like, it's a little bit different than when Kevin Durant and Andre Iguodala were filling out your starting lineup, and Klay Thompson was in his prime. So this is a team that kind of just goes through the motions and is trying to slog through 82 on this, I think, now fanciful idea that they can just kick it into gear whenever they want, and then they can have a good time. Like, that's just not going to happen anymore. And this is how dynasties die. This is how it's been dead for a long time. I think we can all acknowledge that. 2022 was a surprise in and of itself. But, like, if it isn't injury, if it isn't money, it dies because they just don't want to do it anymore. They just don't want to push as hard as they need to push. And if we've learned anything about the NBA in 2025 and going into 2026, it's that you got to push it. It might not be the most skilled league of all time. It might not be the best basketball of all time, but it is certainly the fastest paced basketball that's been played since about the mid 80s here. So they got to push it. And that just requires cardio. That just requires the will to go fast. And this team is not built to do that. I don't think it has the will to do that. And so we're just going to have to, embrace mediocrity for as long as they can maybe hold that up. But man, it is a tough watch these days. I have found myself legitimately gravitating towards the Sharks on most game nights, because at least I know the Sharks won it. I don't get the sense that the Warriors won it. And that permeates through the screen. It permeates through the radio. It's just a brutal watch right now. And without Jonathan Kaminga, as weird as this is to say, it's even more brutal, because at least there isn't the wild card. Every good reality show needs a villain, needs a character that keeps things spicy.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kaminga is that guy for the Warriors.
He is, because he is polarizing, to be sure, and it is interesting. And you're right. I mean, as far as the Sharks go, they are. It's just different franchises at different points of their evolution, and in the Warriors' case, decline, I guess, compared to the championship level days. Although they're still trying to capture some of that. I think the one thing that works in the Warriors' favor, as I do again look at the standings, the West is not nearly as good or deep. And deep is probably the better way to say it, because OKC and Denver and Houston are all really good, and the Lakers are off to a 13-4 start, despite the fact LeBron James has hardly played, and they beat the Clippers last night. But it's not – I mean, the Warriors currently, and I think we're going to play this game probably between now and April, they're only 2 out in the loss column of being the 6th seed. And the Phoenix Suns are remarkably a team that's sitting at 11-7, and I think a lot of people, myself included, would have put them in the bottom 5 of the Western Conference going into the season. But there are just so many. I mean, the 10 seed right now is 6-12. I mean, that is the 10. The 10 seed,
dysfunctional, everything's broken Memphis Grizzlies at 6-12 are a play-in
on pace to win 28 games, on pace to win 27 games. I mean, that 6-12 is legitimately a 27 win pace, 27-28 win pace. And they are currently the play-in. So you've got, Utah and the Kings and the Clippers and the Mavs and the Pelicans, all worse right now than the 6-12 of the Grizzlies, who currently sit in 10th. So, I mean, the Warriors, while it has been a slog, and they are, one Steph Curry injury, tweak.
Don't even put it out there.
2 weeks, 3 weeks. They're one of those away from maybe being in the Memphis conversation, at least for the short term, with that other group. So you want to win enough to be able to avoid that. But the thing that does work in the Warriors' favor is if they can have a 10-2 type of a stretch at some point, it will probably vault them right into the conversation where they're probably not going to be top 4, and we'll see what happens with the Lakers if they come back to the pack a little bit, but they can still be top 6 because the teams that you're fighting with right now are San Antonio, Victor Wembanyama's status. We'll see if he's able to come back after the tremendous start to the year. But it's San Antonio, Phoenix, Minnesota. Minnesota's been underwhelming. They just blew double-digit leads in the final minutes to the Kings and the Suns over their last 2 games to lose. And so it's right there for the Warriors to make their move and get into that top 6. The problem is, I feel like with the Warriors, if you give them the option of waiting to move, they're just going to take it. And it's only going to lead to more of this slog that we've seen here through the last month because, to your point, they were into it at the beginning, and it lasted about 5 games. And since then they were not into it for about 3 weeks. And then it started to slip away, and Draymond called everybody out. And then guess what? They were into it for about 3 games. And then they had to rest guys and load manage and injuries. And then all of a sudden they're right back. It just that it's not even a roller coaster because at least a roller coaster, you get a little of that in the pit of your stomach that feels invigorating, right? It's like there's
manic depressive.
It's the roller coaster.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's the roller coaster ride without any of the bump that comes with it. So
stop and go
I don't
traffic
know.
over here.
Exactly. So that all leads us to the question that I think was the question, and we'll get into it coming up next year, Dieter. It's is there a move that can be made? What can be done for the Warriors to infuse a little bit of life into the next couple of months to where the last month doesn't feel like the next 3? Because I think that's the unfortunate path that we're heading down. And how does Jonathan Kuminga and his status relate to that? Because he hasn't played here in 2 weeks, and people are starting to wonder and ask the question, like, what's going on here? This knee soreness thing turns into a 2-week injury. Is there more afoot? And so we'll get into that coming up here in just a second.
Yeah, I am fascinated to hear what you have to say about this thing because I'm feeling kind of nihilistic about the Warriors right now as I laid out there. And this Kaminga thing only adding to it. I got some numbers on the Kaminga thing that prior to the 2 weeks where he's been out, it was starting to look like old Jonathan Kaminga again, as you well know, JD. We'll get into it on the other side.
Yeah, all right, so he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll hear from Steve Kerr as well coming up on Jonathan Kuminga's status, that from Warriors practice yesterday. It's all straight ahead as we move forward here on this Wednesday. JD and Dieter in for Murph and Marcus right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, back here on a Wednesday, John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. Happy Thanksgiving week to all. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Warriors and the Rockets tonight from Chase Center. And we'll be all over that with Dubs OT immediately following the game. I'll be out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City as we do after each and every Dubs home game. We're talking some Dubs here as the Warriors sit at 10-9. And anytime you talk Warriors, Dieter, you got to get into Jonathan Kuminga. And you mentioned it, that he got off to a really nice start. I think going back to even training camp where you could visibly see he was trying to do the things that the coaching staff, after the long contract stalemate, and he winds up coming back, he was doing the things that the coaching staff has long wanted him to do in terms of rebounding and attempting to defend and just fitting his game in a more of a role player type box that can attempt to be a winning player around Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. Really more Steph and Jimmy than anybody. And so he was doing it, and he was playing a lot, and the Warriors were winning. And it was at that point, Dieter, at least starting to change the conversation a little bit. And I always hate this, and it's been Jonathan Kuminga's existence with the Warriors, a clunky fit overall. But anytime he has those 4 or 5 game stretches, and it has happened pretty frequently, it seems like 4 or 5 games where you start to say, wait a minute, maybe it can work long term. And the reality is more, it should just be, can it work long enough to where you can make a trade? He doesn't want the role. I mean, that's the other thing, and we're getting off in a lot of different ways here.
No.
He doesn't.
This is everything.
I give him credit for attempting to attack the role in a manner that he had never been willing to do so before. So I give him credit for that. But the reality is the 5 games, and it was more like 7, I guess, at the beginning of the year where he was attempting to do the things the Warriors wanted, it's not – the shift should not become – well, now can it work long term? The shift should have become, can it work until January when the Warriors can evaluate how they can move him in an attempt to get a player that more consistently can fit their needs as they try to become a championship level team. But it just feels like we're on this same Jonathan Kuminga ride over and over. And when he has played well, unfortunately for him and for the Warriors, he has wound up injured quite frequently in the aftermath of these stretches. And I know there's been some question just as the timing of the injury, Dieter, as to, what's going on here. He gets taken out of the starting lineup after Kerr had, for the, 20th time, declared him a permanent or semi-permanent starter moving forward, to be accurate to Steve. And then 5 or 6 games after that, he winds up back on the bench, and then he hasn't played since the game in which Steve Kerr made that move going back 2 weeks ago in San Antonio. So where are you at on all of that, Dieter? And I know you had some numbers as well you wanted to share as far as things starting to go awry for Kaminga pre-injury.
Well, it was you say that it's how can we get to January 15th, but if Jonathan Kaminga wanted to play that role the way that he played it for the first 5 games of this season, you don't need to trade him. Like that is the keystone. That's the magic button that takes the Warriors to another level. And it's never going to be at OKC's level or Denver's level or maybe even Houston's level with Kevin Durant in tow now. But it was certainly enough to imagine a world where, they're hosting a first-round playoff series, right? They were playing really good basketball, objectively good basketball, because they had a power wing who could attack on defense, who would move the ball on offense, who could give you a little something, but was not looking to put the ball on the floor and make his own offense, which is the Jonathan Kuminga conundrum. Steve Kerr and the Warriors staff have always talked about 0.5 basketball players. You got to make a decision within half a second, 0.5. And whether that's to shoot, pass or move the ball. You got to make a damn decision. And Jonathan Kaminga was like a 2.5 basketball player, right? He would stand there, he'd think about it. Everyone would stop moving because naturally the locomotion of the offense had stopped. And then Kaminga would be like, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to dribble it like 3 or 4 times, pull up for a 17-footer, and we'll see what happens there. Because that's what Kobe Bryant would have done. Or I don't know what his logic is, but it was always completely ridiculous. And so I looked in. The NBA has all these great granular pieces of data now, and a lot of them can be misleading, I think. But in the first 6 games of the season, Jonathan Kaminga was averaging fewer than 3 seconds per touch and just above 2 dribbles per touch. And you might go, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, last year, classic Kaminga, he was at 3.24 seconds per touch and almost 2.5 dribbles per touch. So you might go, oh, that's really nothing. What's the difference of half a dribble? Well, it's massive because the games that followed those first 6, Kaminga was holding on to the ball longer per touch than he did last season, and he was dribbling even more than he did last season. And last season was unquestionably sort of the bad Jonathan Kaminga, right? There was not that many points of last season where you can say, man, Kaminga's really figured it out. No, it was Kaminga kind of doing his thing, being in his bag. And it kind of all stems back to me from when Jimmy Butler tweaked his back and the Warriors, the roles had to change a little bit, right? Because you didn't have Jimmy Butler in the full bore that you need Jimmy Butler. And when that happened, Jonathan Kaminga said, to hell with this role player thing. I'm going back to being Jonathan Kaminga. I'm the man. And I have a 3-year-old, JD. Let me tell you, you give them an inch, they take a mile. And perhaps that will last until she's, 23 years old, like Jonathan Kaminga. But that's just their temperament. They're stubborn. They're hard-headed, and they want to do it the way they want to do it. And again, I don't know what gene I might have passed down to my child to make her that way. It's 100% my fault. I get it. But, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And Jonathan Kaminga came into the season, I thought, a little bit humbled. I thought, that process of the summer had chastised him a little bit. He bought into what the Warriors had been selling, even if it was all fake, even if he was just pandering to Steve Kerr and the coaching staff. It was working. And then they say, okay, well, we don't have Jimmy, so we're going to need a little bit more from Jonathan. And he said, what if I give you the full Jonathan Kaminga experience? And they're like, please stop. We can't do this anymore. He gets out of the starting lineup. And then he's going to Anthony Slater of ESPN and saying, oh, well, I feel like I'm the scapegoat for why the Warriors are not playing good basketball now. And then it's bilateral knee tendonitis. And then it's Steve Kerr saying, I don't actually know what to say. I don't talk to him. I don't know the status of his injury, and meaning it, not being coy, meaning it. And then Nick Friedel of The Athletic going into the open locker room before the game on Monday and saying, hey, Steve told us that we have to talk to you about where the knee is. And he's like, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. Now, it does seem like he's practicing again and played 3-on-3 yesterday, but it's so much drama for such an unimportant player in the grand scope of basketball, but such a vital player for the Warriors if they want to do anything of real interest this year. And it's just toxic. The whole thing just reads as toxic to me, JD.
The thing that I go back to, and you mentioned if Kuminga's going to play the way that he played the first 5 to 7 games of the season, then he's exactly the guy the Warriors need. I actually disagree with that. And I think too often we go down that path. I think that player can help the Warriors. That player is functional compared to what we've seen from Jonathan Kaminga since and what we've seen from Jonathan Kaminga in the past in terms of him fitting in. There's also a component to the Warriors' veteran players that I do want to include in being part of the problem here as to why things may have turned before Kaminga wound up with this knee issue that's kept him out the last couple of games. But to the first part of it, to me, the Jonathan Kaminga that the Warriors were getting in the first 5 to 7 games, that is workable, and he is a usable player, an effective player in that role. But to me, that Jonathan Kaminga was not ever going to be consistent enough to where you'd ride it out and say that makes the Warriors a contender and you want to keep that. So to me, and this is the unfair part of it, and the part why I do think it's so toxic, he's essentially a human trade exception at this
Yes.
point. Like and he knows it, and the Warriors try to downplay it. And we all know Joe Lacob loves him, and I think would love to have him have the ability to be a franchise player moving forward. But the reality is, the player that he was in those 5 to 7 games on the positive side was not a means to keep him long term. It should be a means to bump his value to a point where you can look to add a player to the mix when you have the ability to trade him that can fit with the Warriors group of Steph and Draymond and Jimmy better. And I go back to last year. To me, it's they still need a 3-and-D wing. He's never going to be a 3-and-D wing. He can be a rim pressure wing, and they do need that to a certain extent. And a playmaker, they need that to a certain extent. But what they really need is a 3-and-D wing. Which he is not. What they really need is a combo guard that can get his own shot on the nights that Steph Curry either doesn't have it or isn't playing, or Jimmy Butler's not into it, or Draymond's half into it, right? Draymond's into it when they're playing Denver and San Antonio, and he'll probably be into it tonight against the Rockets because of some of the back and forth between those. But you need somebody that can help you get through the regular season and score and create for others in a more efficient way, honestly, than Jonathan Kuminga does it when Jonathan Kuminga has the ball in his hands. The best Jonathan Kuminga offensive games for the Warriors are the games where he's basically operating off of all of the other action that the Warriors run. It's dunker spot. He gets the ball kicked to him, and it's an easy line drive to the rim where he gets fouled or he puts it in. It's transition
Simple
opportunities off of. It's his best games are when he's 8 for 10 and has a bunch of free throws and ends up scoring 20 points that way. And you're like, oh my God, it feels like he barely had the ball and he had 20 points.
Right.
Like those are the true Jonathan Kuminga games. I give the Warriors veterans part of the blame in the shift, and because I think it goes back to the whole slog of these guys not being motivated enough or capable of being motivated enough because they're on the older side to maintain the level of play that is required for this team to be a top 6 seed in the Western Conference. I think the veterans started deferring to him. I think the Warriors spent the entirety of training camp trying to get Jonathan Kuminga into this role that was working for him to be effective and them to find a way to get through these first 3 months of the season before he was trade eligible on January 15th. And then the Warriors veterans hit a wall. And what inevitably has happened is the veterans, when they hit the wall, they dump it to Kaminga because they know Kaminga would prefer to try and be more ball dominant and score and do those things. And I think Kaminga, and I'm saying this in defense of Kaminga here, and you
fair.
know, and the people that have listened to me know that I have not defended Jonathan Kaminga, but I think I've been very, for the most part, but I think I've been very fair in my assessment of Kaminga, good and bad. And I think the veterans get some of the blame here for, JK, you want to be that guy? We're tired, man. We don't have it. Go get it. And I think Kaminga in those games where things turned was almost, well, wait a minute. You guys want me to do this, but I don't want to. I'm not supposed to do this. This is not what the coaching staff wants me to do. And so he was a step, like he was almost noodling through in real time. Do I want to try to be the guy that I really want to be? Steph and Jimmy and Draymond are encouraging it because of where I'm getting the ball, but Steve and the coaching staff doesn't really want it. And so I think that led to
from me. Yeah, that is exactly
I think that led to, and then he doesn't play as well. The Warriors don't play as well. He gets taken out of the starting lineup, and then it becomes the whole scapegoat thing. And honestly, they played better without him in San Antonio. And here's the other just point blank bottom line they are better without him. They are better without it. Like that's just reality. And that's they have played their best basketball. They looked like the Warriors from last year. They looked like the 23-8 post Jimmy Butler trade Warriors for those 3 games They got beat in Orlando. They got beat by Portland. You throw the Miami. They're basically 4-2 in the games in which he's missed. Take out the Miami game. And they've looked in a lot of those games more like the Warriors from last year when they were 23-8, Dieter. I say all that to say he wasn't a part of the 23-8, aside from 1 or 2 games a year ago. And so that's where I lead it back to, where do the Warriors go from here? If he wasn't a part of the 23-8, then it becomes a situation where you can trade him for a role player. Like, we always do the star thing, and I get it. Like, you want to save him as an asset if you can and build him up as an asset to where he can be in this trade for some other star. The reality is the reality is they need to become comfortable enough and keep his value high enough to where they can trade him for the role player that can help them get over the top to where they are assuredly a top 4 to 6 seed in the Western Conference and don't have to grind as hard as they've had to grind just to avoid the play-in tournament the last couple of years, because it looks right now, unfortunately, Dieter, like they're heading down the same freaking path that they've been on, even with Jimmy Butler for a full season, which is, we're going to get to the end of January or mid-February, and they're going to be saying, man, we got to get on a run to get out of this 8 seed, and that's just a place where they're doomed from the beginning in terms of being a contender.
Without question, yeah. This team doesn't have the kind of juice to not just give you that, but then to follow it up with something interesting in the playoffs. As we saw last year, they ran out of gas going into the first round, and it took everything in their power to beat the Houston Rockets in a 7-game series. And then you can say, well, was Steph's injury tied to that? It's hard to say it wasn't. And then once Steph was out, it was done. It was over. And that series against Minnesota was eminently winnable for a team that had its legs under it, that was playing basketball the right way. But that was never going to happen. And then you lose Steph Curry, and it all goes to hell. I'm with you on all of this. And honestly, the way you lay it out, and I think very accurately lay it out, I do kind of feel for Jonathan Kuminga a little bit. I do get where he's coming from, where it's like, what the hell did I do, man? I bought in. Y'all told me now, okay, now take a little bit more. It's very challenging. It's very challenging to be a young player on an old team and to figure out what your role is if the role is going to constantly be changing and you're getting different messaging. But welcome to the NBA. That's what the money's for. And Jonathan Kuminga did just sign a new contract for a lot more money. And yeah, if he wants out, I get it. I understand why. But help you help the Warriors, right? Like, help this team out in getting you out of town. Because as much as we say that the first 5 games were about helping everyone was on the same page and we're building up trade value, 5 games doesn't make trade value. Like, maybe it might for Sacramento, right? Like, where they don't care about actual performance. It's all about the hypothetical for Sacramento or the past. But for teams that might have an asset that they're trying to move that can help the Warriors, and teams that are thinking about winning at some point in their future as well, and think that maybe Jonathan Kaminga can be part of that because he is very talented as a basketball player, even if it's not the correct channeling of his talent most of the time. Like, 5 games at the beginning of the season is not a resume. It's not. Yeah. And you have a lot of time. You have a lot of basketball that you got to play in a positive way to make up for a lot of negative basketball that he's played. And again, to give him some deference under very strange, at the very minimum, circumstances, being a young player on an old team. So I don't know how this ends well for anybody, right? It feels like the Warriors want to have this win-win situation where Jonathan Kuminga goes to a new spot and gets his new start and is the man, or number 2 somewhere else. And the Warriors get this key role player that can help them elevate their game to NBA, deep NBA playoff contention and such. It feels like it's going to be a lose-lose. And at some point, the Warriors have to just bite the bullet and say, yep, we gave it a try. It failed. We got to move on, because if they keep holding on to this hypothetical, they'll hold on all the way until everything around it is dead.
Well, and then the value isn't what they want, and then you don't make the trade because of the value, despite the fact that you've reset the clock because you have him on this deal for this year and team control for next season as well. And so they've almost set the clock back in a good way for them to where they were 2 years ago, where they still have an opportunity to trade him based on potential. But how this whole thing functions is definitely something that other teams are going to be watching. So we'll continue the conversation there. We'll also hear from Steve Kerr on Kaminga's status. Dieter, you alluded to that as well. And then texts and comments from the YouTube chat. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, back here, hour number 2. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. We're with you until 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday. In for Murph and Marcus. As it is, KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, talking Jonathan Kaminga, Warriors and the Rockets tonight, as the Warriors will try to make it 2 in a row as their homestand continues. They've got the Rockets tonight, the Pelicans on Saturday, a couple of off days in between those 2 games, and then 2 more off days. The Warriors do get off days and practice days, Dieter. I know it's been a highly discussed subject that they don't, and back-to-backs, and the league's out to get them, which I don't believe
you
at all.
Don't think that they play 82 games like everybody else?
No, but they have not had many of those opportunities with 2 days off. And I believe they're 4-0 now, and I may have not updated this through the trip, although I don't think they had multiple days off before any game on the trip. I think they're 4-0 when they have 2 or more days off before their game.
Sounds like an old basketball team to me.
Yeah, not the case tonight, but will be the case Saturday when they play the Pelicans. Shocker, a game they probably will win, and the Pelicans are 2-13. And then the true test will be OKC with 2 days off when they come calling after destroying the Warriors a couple of weeks ago. So 808 KNBR 415. 808-5627. Dieter, we're talking Jonathan Kuminga, and what do the Warriors do? Let's play the Steve Kerr clip, and you mentioned this.
Sure.
This was from yesterday after Warriors practice, because Kuminga's status has become something that's now in question. He's been out with this bilateral knee tendonitis thing for the last 2 weeks. A little curious as to the timing, which has led to, I think, a lot of speculation as to, is there something more going on here as it relates to Kuminga's injury? It seemed like it was going to be a short-term thing, but here's Steve on Kuminga and where things stand after practice on Tuesday.
Yeah, he did 3-on-3 before practice, and that went well, and then he took part in all of practice. Tomorrow he will scrimmage. He won't play in the game tomorrow, but he will take part in a 5-on-5 scrimmage tomorrow evening before our game, and that'll give us a good gauge for where he is.
I was going to say, what's the next scrimmage? Obviously, is the step that into playing. How much do you need to see of that before everybody feels comfortable?
Yeah, Rick will determine that, watching the scrimmage tomorrow, and he'll talk to JK and see how he feels, and the two of them will make that decision.
All right, so I would say Saturday might be on the table, maybe more likely Tuesday. But here's the thing. Here's why the injury thing, and you can comment on what Steve had to say there any way you'd like. But the reason the injury thing, just to set it up, has become a talking point, and I'm not going to sit here and question whether somebody's going doctor shutdown or not on a team. But coincidentally, and this is in the Warriors' sphere, this has been a topic here as the injury has dragged on, and he's missed essentially the entire road trip plus the first 2 games back. So that's 7 games now, six full games plus. He went out in the game in which he was moved to the bench. So Kerr moved him to the bench in San Antonio 2 weeks ago today. It was the second game of the 6-game road trip. He didn't come out for the second half of that game, played 12 minutes in that game, and has not played since. So in the Warriors sphere, it's being widely speculated upon. Again, I'm not going to play that game. If he says he's injured, he's injured. But there are some that believe he, hey, I'm the scapegoat. Then maybe I just don't need to play. I'm gonna take care of my body, take care of my knees.
I mean, yeah, I guess that still speaks to an injury, though. What his threshold for re-entry is. The Warriors don't exactly have a great track record here. I mean, and this isn't to take anything away from Rick Celebrini. Somehow the Celebrinis became the two most important men in Bay Area sports kind of overnight. But
Rick has been for a number of years, and now Macklin's vaulting himself into that conversation very quickly.
Holding up a lot of careers right now. But it is, if he's injured, he's injured. It doesn't behoove anybody for Jonathan Kaminga not to play. I think that's what I come back to, and why maybe some of the conspiratorial tilt of the conversation, which you're not pushing, but is certainly being pushed by others in the less scrupulous amongst us. How does Jonathan Kaminga not playing help Jonathan Kaminga? Forget the Warriors aspect of it. How does it help Jonathan Kaminga? Because going back to the point I made before the break, like, what did the 5 games where he played well for the Warriors do for Jonathan Kaminga? It probably only sowed further seeds of doubt in anyone who was going to trade for him, right? He was fitting in with the Warriors, but now it's like, wow, you have to really motivate this guy. I mean, think about the drastic measures the Warriors had to take to get 5 flipping basketball games of role play from Jonathan Kaminga. They had to torpedo an entire summer and keep Al Horford at arm's length an entire summer and not be able to do not an ounce of their offseason until the day media day was. They couldn't do any of this stuff. That's what they needed to get 5 role-playing games out of Jonathan Kaminga. If I'm a team who's interested in a Jonathan Kaminga in like a serious way, thinking, hey, this might be somebody as a rebuilding team or a team that's sort of in the middle, I want to have on my roster and somewhat build around, though no one would ever make him the centerpiece of something like that. Like, that would sow further seeds of doubt. That would make me wonder if this is the kind of guy I want to bring in to a nascent operation that's trying to build into something. It almost reads as more toxic than anything else. And to be clear about this, I think Jonathan Kaminga is a fine young man. Like, I got no problems with Jonathan Kaminga as the person, but when Jonathan Kaminga shows up to work, it is always something. It's always something. And it's exhausting. And JD, I just think back to all the shows you and I have done together. What have we talked about more than anything? We've talked about Jonathan Kaminga and we've talked about Brandon Ayuk. And we're now years into these fill-in shows, and we're still talking about Jonathan Kaminga and Brandon Ayuk, and it's like, at least the Niners are doing something about it. And if the Warriors would just give up this idea that this can be saved, this can be salvaged, this can be maximized, if they can just read the writing that's been on the wall that you've been able to read for years, that I sometimes am able to squint and make out every now and again. If they're in the belly of the beast, they're the ones having to live this thing. Just move on. And how can you get the best return on that? I don't know. I have no earthly idea, because this thing is 2 years overdue now. They keep holding out this concept that, oh, it will all click. He's only 23. And next year it'll be only he's 24. And then, somehow they'll extend the timeline again. Oh, well, he's only 28. Like, he'll figure it out. At a certain point, the people show you who they are. Jonathan Kaminga is not an immature young man, right? We're not dealing with like a LaMelo Ball situation where you're like, man, I don't know. This guy's a kid. Like, no, he's been a full-grown adult man since he was 14 years old. He's had to be that because of the circumstances he came up in. And it's, again, not to say that he doesn't get some benefit of the doubt and some deference for being young, but the idea that he doesn't know what he's doing, The idea that he's somebody who's just floating through life is ridiculous. And the Warriors know that better than anybody. They're the ones floating. They're the ones who are incapable of handling the reality. So I thought that your point earlier about how the Warriors veterans deserve a lot of blame in this, because they just, they don't want to go as hard as they need to for this team to be at its best. Understandably so, given their age and the wear and tear and what's an 82-game regular season to 4-time champions. But on top of that, how about the Warriors getting some gruff for dragging this thing out longer than it needs to, by a number of years at this point, at the very maximum, and certainly by a number of months at the very minimum, when they let Jonathan Kaminga go and talk to other teams and have those other teams whisper sweet nothings into his ear and say how great he is. It was done. It was over. I don't know about you, JD. I live a pretty boring personal life. I mean, I got stuff going on with kids and stuff, but like, I've never been in a situation where we've had an open relationship. But just, kind of hearing from friends and people who might be more open-minded to that thing doesn't usually work out. Doesn't usually work out when you're allowed to, we're on a break. We're going and seeing other people. No, doesn't work out. Brandon Ayuk, Jonathan Kuminga, they got to go and, they had a couple hall passes over their summers. And get this, when other people are out there saying, oh, you're so great, and they're trying to woo you, having to come back to reality and, the wear and tear and the grit and grind, sorry for the Memphis pun, of, an actual relationship where, you have responsibilities and they're not always going to tell you what you want to hear. Yeah, it rings like the outside might be a better situation. The grass certainly looks greener if you've been able to go and look at other people's grass for a while. So just they got to figure out a way to end it. And I guess the real question is, what can they get for them that would help the Warriors in the here and now? And how many minutes after January 15th strikes on the clock, 12:01, does it take for them to trade him? Because I have to imagine, I have to give the Warriors some benefit of the doubt here, that they're like, this is done. We've reached the end of our line. And Jonathan Kaminga certainly wants an exit, and we're going to give it to him this time around. Like, how fast can they move on from this guy so that they at least have a nice window of time afterwards to figure out what the hell it is and what the hell it is they need to do?
I think they know the jig is up. I think that's the bottom line is I do think they know that the jig is up in terms of, and maybe this needed to happen again because they were, I don't know, talking themselves into a change in tune off of those first 5 games. To me, it's never been about, and we'll continue the conversation here, but it's never been about how can you make him, work him into a role to where you keep him. Especially given the way the summer went. I think the way that it really goes back to the final 31 games last year and him not being a part of it for me. But given the way the summer went, I agree with you wholeheartedly. That ended it. But the specifics on the contract dictated that you needed to keep it going at least until this January 15 through February 5th 3-week window to be able to trade him before the deadline. But I think everybody knows the jig is up. To me, it's just more about the role. And this is where I do want to take the conversation next. I do think, and I'll tell you why, I think those 5 games at the beginning of the year, 7 games at the beginning of the year did benefit Jonathan Kuminga. But again, I feel like this is where the Warriors internally deserve a little bit of the blame because they're the ones that constantly see a little bit of the hope. Right. That he's going to be, and then they don't want to give it up. And the reality is finding that role for him is exactly what you need to keep his trade value up, be a functional team between then and now and January, and then move him, for crying out loud. Move him, and everybody's going to be better for it, Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors alike. So let's continue it there. 808 KNBR. Kype's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll get into some Niners a little bit later, and then Sam Amick of The Athletic in the 8 o'clock hour as we head towards 9. It's JD and Dieter continuing the Kaminga conversation. We'll get into the YouTube chat. We'll get some text messages as well right here on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Quick segment here. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus as Dwayne Kyper is going to join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. So always fun to talk to Kype. We're talking Jonathan Kuminga saga. I don't really think it's a saga, though, Dieter,
no.
at this point. Although it does tend to get, I think, a little blown out of proportion. I want to go back, and we'll get to some texts and some folks in the YouTube chat. I do think we were kind of going through the first 5 to 7 games when Kaminga was playing well. I do think those games benefited Kaminga. I know you had kind of made the point you didn't think that they did. I think, to me, it's all about, and the goal, and I get it, you can't say this outwardly, but the goal, based on the circumstances of Kaminga's contract in the offseason and the fact that the Warriors really couldn't, in the offseason, sign and trade him for any player that would have brought enough value to make it worth it for them. And so with him being a restricted free agent, it just made sense for them to bring him back, but bring him back with the intent to trade him, not bring him back with the intent to keep him. And again, I know you're not going to broadcast that as your stated goal, to the masses, but the reality is you wanted to, at that point, try to be able to work with Jonathan Kuminga on finding a role in which he can be a productive member of this team with Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and everybody else who does project to be a part of it post-trade deadline and in the playoffs this year. Because the other thing on Kuminga, like, he's never been a playoff contributor in any meaningful way. I know he had the games against Minnesota when Steph was out, but the series was over.
Those went.
So that doesn't count, even though people are probably going to scream, what do you mean that doesn't count? It doesn't count. He's never, when the Warriors at 23, 24. You could make the case the most meaningful basketball he played for the Warriors in any playoff was when Steve would just throw him in as an energy shift in like the Memphis series in the 22 playoffs where he had a small impact in some of those. Like, I think that's probably his most significant playoff impact, not to go back 3 and now almost 4 years on that. But I do think those first 5 games benefited Kuminga, and the reason why is because the goal, in my mind, should have been figure out a way for Kuminga to function on this team with the intent on having everything be harmonious, and while fully understanding behind the scenes that you're going to trade him. The goal is to trade him, and he knows it, and you know it, and everybody knows it, and you can be nice to him in press conferences and sing his praises and all of those things. I mean, he earned it the way he played those first 7 games, so it wasn't like it would be some kind of a stretch. But I think those games did benefit him because he showed he could help this team in the short term win games. And I think him, any team that's going to be interested in him to want to make him more of a focal point believes in what Jonathan Kuminga can do on that front and doesn't necessarily need to see him do it on the Warriors to be able to think that they're getting somebody that has those types of skill set. So I think that's where those games benefit is you want everybody to think that everything between the Warriors and Kuminga is harmonious, and that's the biggest detriment, I feel like, to the way things have shifted here in the last 2 weeks, because now it has become about, is he being scapegoated? What's the deal with this injury? Those are the kinds of things that go the opposite direction, where teams are going to look at the situation with the Warriors and say, well, we're not going to give up anything of consequence for this guy now. It's almost in some ways back to where it was in the summer. Like, you're saying you want this guy and you're going to keep him, but at the same time, you really don't want him, and so the value goes down. But I think those first 5 games benefited him, and getting back to that over a month and a half in the lead up to when he can be traded, I think that would be a very good thing for the Warriors.
Do you think it's possible? I mean, I guess it's possible. Do you think it's likely that happens? Or is this thing so beyond its expiration date that, and now we have this new environment, and scapegoat is the term being used. Like, it's hard for me to imagine that things can get harmonious again. Like, they were harmonious because the Warriors spent a summer chastising Jonathan Kaminga in so many ways to buy in, fit in or fit out. And they bring him back. He buys in. That lasted 5-6 games. And now, as you said, wonderfully, we're back to where we were. Like, how do they get back at some point between now and when they can trade him in January, which is not that far away, and with this knee injury only complicating matters? Like, how do they get back to the point where it feels like, actually, we don't have to trade him? Because I hear exactly what you're saying. It's a distressed asset now, and every team around the NBA that might want to trade for him is like, well, we don't have to give up that much because the Warriors are just trying to offload him. How could the Warriors possibly, in the time frame allowed, after it took years for them to get 5 good games out of him, how could they possibly, in the course of 5 weeks, get back to a point where the rest of the NBA can't see through this charade?
Well, one, he's got to be healthy. 2, you got to wipe out any semblance of negative talk or connotation, and I think that and you just have to bring him in and get him to buy into, hey, those first 5 to 7 games it was working. Now we need you to do it off the bench, and if you do it, you're going to help us win games, and then we're going to get you the heck out of here. Like you almost like it you have to dangle that carrot. I feel like in front of him. We will work to find a place to send you. And the interesting thing about that too is that the notion that he would wanted to feel wanted by the Warriors. And I think again, some in the organization do have that long-term desire to potentially keep him and have him be a franchise player. Everybody's got to get out of that mode. Like, everybody has to, I think, get on the same page and understand, and I think most in the organization do, but understand that this is kind of a short-term type of a thing. So let's pause it there. We'll come back to this. We're going to get Kype. We're going to get Matt Maiocco. We'll switch gears and talk a little baseball. We'll talk a little 49ers, and then come back to the Kaminga conversation as we get into the 8 o'clock hour. But Kype is going to join us next. JD and Dieter in for Murph and Marcus here in the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. No answer from Kype at this point. We'll try to connect with him and talk a little baseball. Got a couple questions for Kype here. Even on Thanksgiving Eve, spent the first 90 minutes talking Jonathan Kaminga. We'll do more of that. Maybe here, maybe not. Maybe at 8:15. We'll see. We're all kind of at the mercy of Kype at this point, Dieter.
Well, that's a good place to be. He's a judicious and benevolent ruler. So we'll take what we can get from Dwayne Kyper. And you kind of made a joke about how there's just even in November there's stuff to talk about with the Giants. There's a lot to talk about with the Giants. I'm usually the one trying to steer away from the Giants conversation and not get too much in the minutia. But when that other team wins the World Series and you have a new manager who's ruffling some feathers in baseball for the Giants now, and putting together a full staff, and you need to elevate this entire organization's game, you're going to need some new players. And there's a lot of good options out there, and it looks like they're doing some stuff behind the scenes that maybe give you some contingency plans if some of those free agent pursuits like we've seen in the past don't necessarily work out. There's a lot going on with the Giants right now, and excited to get into it with Kype if we get the chance in the not-too-distant future.
Where are you at as far as just their ability to compete and get back to playoff level competition based on without making a bunch of moves, right? Like they need pitching, they need starters, they need relievers. I think they need a couple position players. Like where are you at? Like the manager decision is the manager decision, and we'll see how that plays out. It's unconventional, but we've seen unconventional managerial hires work throughout baseball. So I don't think that can't work. But where are you? To me, it's more of let's not think that the managerial hire is just going to change everything. Right. To me, it's more you got to go get some players, and I feel like they need to go get more players that aren't currently within the system or on the roster than maybe meets the eye.
I think that's fair. I do think that there's probably the environment's right for a bit of a shakeup, right? And the sort of final touches of the Buster Posey of it all, right? Because Buster comes in last year, and he brings in first off, he gets the deal with Matt Chapman done. He brings in Willy Adames. He brings in Justin Verlander. That's not enough. You need to now, with his feet wet and him understanding what it is that this job entails, and understanding the organizational structure that he has around him and the strengths and weaknesses of his support team. Now that you have a manager who's your guy, right? And it's not to say that Bob Melvin's a difficult guy to work with, but you have you had to hire somebody. I'd imagine that you were looking for ideological alignment in that managerial hiring process. This is the time where you got to make some hay. And I don't necessarily think that means going out and splashing a bunch of cash, though I would have no problem if they did that. It does require probably a higher number than I think most Giants fans think of just sharp, deft moves. And I kind of like what I'm seeing so far in that regard with Joey Weimer and Justin Dean, guys who, if they're the starting center fielder or if they're, on the roster opening day, like, is that ideal? No, but it's a nice backup plan to have guys who can really flash the leather in center field where, now you move Jung-Hoo Lee to right field. And I do want to get into this with Kype. I'm kind of giving away the game here, but there's having some actual depth to where you're not doing what the Giants had to do last year, which, what was the best move they made all year was bringing in Dom Smith. They brought in Dom Smith off the street mid-season. And we talk about this a lot with like the 49ers and all of their depth issues that they've had this year. It's not great when you're starting dudes you signed off the street. It's not great when you don't have the infrastructure of your own minor league system, in the Niners case, like a practice squad or the draft. But in the Giants case, they're having to find guys on the waiver wire bring them in, and in the not, pretty short order, start them and play them consistently. It's a team that just needs better depth, and it needs the top end too. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. If you want to compete with the Dodgers, you need the top end, and I'm not even sure if you can get to their level anytime soon. But you need to have just more viable, just a strict larger quantity of major league ready players so that you are not scrambling mid-season. And I know that Farhan Zaidi had no problem living that life, but it was exhausting as a fan. It was exhausting as a member of the media. And you can't get away with it. You just can't keep rolling the dice as often as Farhan did and as Buster had to a little bit last year, and think that you can continue to put out a product that is going to be at least above average. And that's all I'm looking for from the San Francisco Giants. Above average means 90 wins, to me at least. And that's all you need. We're not going for 100. We're not looking for some massive breakout season and a juggernaut being formed. This is going to be, they're still kind of in a rebuild in a weird way. They're just trying to go from bleh to above average, consistently, reliably above average. And once we get there, maybe we can take it to the next level beyond. But Buster's going to have to make a lot of moves to do that, and it looks like he, one, understands that, and two, is already starting to make them as the hot stove starts to see the flame get a little higher and higher and higher.
Let's get to Kype. We got him connected here.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kype on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, always a pleasure to talk to Dwayne Kyper, JD, and Dieter Kurtenbach here on this Wednesday. Kype, I got to ask you just to start. The Niners are going to Cleveland this weekend and playing on Sunday morning. What the hell are they getting themselves into with this lake effect, snow and rain and whatever the heck it is? I know you didn't spend a lot of time probably in the winter in Cleveland, but you probably had some Aprils that felt like the winter.
No, I in the wintertime, I never went anywhere. I stayed because I was really married to that town, and I really did enjoy it. And I certainly had a huge amount of affection for the Browns. I mean, one of my best friends, even though he was an older guy, was Sam Amick.
Oh.
And I used to actually go to I didn't go to the games with him because he had to be there obviously really early, but there were times when he needed a ride home. So I remember one time he got in the car. I think they lost to the Broncos in, the last 2 minutes. And he got in the car and he said, "Look, Dwayne, I don't want to talk at all on the way home." And I said, "All right." So anyway, I got him home. But anyway, the whole point is huge Browns fan. And then when I got traded and I came here and moved here, I spent 3 or 4 or 5 years with a group called the Browns Backers, where you would go to a bar or a restaurant and there would all be Browns fans, and then they would get the game. Remember, you couldn't get games then unless you had a satellite.
Right.
And these places would have all the games on, and those were the Bernie Kosar days where they were good. And then once I got situated here with kids, and I was involved in a group where, you share rides to school, and Brent Jones was part of the group. Our kids were the same age as his. And it wasn't soon after that I instantly became a 49er fan. And now when the Niners are playing the Packers or the Browns or any of those teams that I was associated with, I act like I had nothing to do with either of those teams. And it really hacks off my family in Wisconsin. It really does. So anyway, that's a long-winded answer to what's going on. But you're right, the lake effect, Cleveland's kind of split down the middle. There's the east side and the west side. And the west side could get no snow, and the east side could get 15 inches. And that's why they perfectly put the airport on the west side. So, yeah, where the stadium is located right downtown, that's right in the middle of the border of the east side and west side, so you just don't know what you're going to get.
What do you think we're going to get from the Niners this week?
They're going to win. I mean, this one's going to be a blowout. And I know Dieter's especially tough on Brock Purdy. I got to tell you.
Me? I'm the Brock defender compared to most these days.
Well, these days it's been a little rough. But I mean, I'm watching the game the other
Three
night.
interceptions will do that, Kype. Three in the first half will make it a little rough.
How about the first 16 passes? He threw 3 to the other team.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, well, wait a minute. All right, he didn't have any rust on him coming back last week.
Right.
But sometimes it's the next week where you have the rust, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's the story I'm going with.
Guess.
So he's a little rusty, and he's going to be fine. So anyway.
I can't believe it that I'm now the Brock hater. Listen, I understand my tone in general comes across as hating, so I won't disagree with that.
I don't look. I was raised in the days here in town with Lowell Cohn,
right?
And Lowell was tough.
Yeah. And
the other guy escapes me, and he shouldn't, because he was a writer and a columnist here for a long time. And his name will come to me. And those guys were tough. I mean, some of the coaches now, might feel like they're getting hit with really tough questions. I don't know. Back in those days, I mean, I remember when I can't remember the writer's name who wrote a long story on Joe Montana was a better quarterback when he wasn't married.
Yeah,
wow.
We're not diving into those waters these days for sure.
I mean, that's a little rough, don't you?
Good luck with that one today.
Yeah,
I mean, we had a starter in Cleveland by the name of Rick Waits, and he was a good little left-handed pitcher, and he had a great first half, and then he got married during the All-Star break, and he couldn't get a win after that. And writers were going, "You're killing me. You got to get divorced and maybe remarry." in the off season. So the writers are you guys might ask the tough questions and be a little tough, but back in the day, they took the gloves off, man. They really did.
I mean, I don't want to point out anything, Kite, but I do think that Brock might have actually been better before he got married. I'm not putting that out there.
I start, right?
No, I'm just running the timeline here, and I'm thinking he got married after the 23 season, and I'm kind of wondering what happened. Now, as a happily married man, let me tell you, it's the best thing that you can do in life. So I would never
a farm girl.
push that. Yeah,
right.
Like. Yeah. He's out here on the bye weeks. He's got a week 14 bye. When is that? Does that line up with Harvest out in Iowa? Like, this is it's very good for me. He's got a beautiful kid, and we root for the family life of Brock Purdy and all 49ers players and anyone listening to the show. But I am rooting for that toe to look a hell of a lot better against Cleveland, and that defense has me a little bit concerned. I got the tape going right now underneath all of this, and those boys in Cleveland are fast. If Brock thinks he has time. Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Myles Garrett? He's the tough one.
Oh, he's unbelievable. He is unbelievable.
But anyway, so yeah, I think they'll be fine Sunday. So
okay. From your lips,
all right, what do you got?
Were you thinking? Yeah, well, I'll give you a baseball question. Before that, though, were you thinking Glenn Dickey? Was Glenn Dickey the guy you were thinking, or Ira Miller?
No, I mean Ira, was strictly football.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Dickey was strictly everything, and I mean those guys were tough. I remember Glenn Dickey walking into the clubhouse, and everybody, you think that guys are going to yell at writers, and for the most part, it happened every once in a while. But I remember Dickey wrote an article in '87, and Don Zimmer was the third base coach, and he must have dropped 55 of the swear words I never heard of, following Glenn Dickey around. And Glenn Dickey couldn't get away from him. And little Popeye was right on his tail for a good 20 minutes. And everybody in the clubhouse just sat back and watched it. It was entertaining as hell, I got to tell you.
Now
but that didn't stop Glenn Dickey. I mean, for Glenn Dickey, for him, it was just another story.
Right.
So, but anyway, I know Lowell is still alive and well, living in the East Bay. I think Glenn is still alive. But I wish those guys, nothing but a lot of love because they were all part of growing up. That's for sure.
Well, Kype, I'll give you a baseball question. I saw Tatsuya Imai, the Japanese pitcher that everybody's trying to figure out a way to sign. He was doing a podcast with Daisuke Matsusaka, the old Red Sox pitcher, and so he said he was asked about, do you want to play with Ohtani, Yamamoto, Sasaki, that team that just won a couple of weeks ago, which can go nameless, and he said, quote, if anything, I'd rather take them down. The Giants have got to sign this guy, right, Kype? I mean, just on that alone, right? He said he'd rather take him down.
Well, what about it if you look at another angle as to now the Dodgers have a challenge? And maybe he wants to go there all along, and he's just making a negotiating ploy. And,
could be.
So I gotta know if he's telling the truth or not. And if he is telling the truth, yeah, you make a run at him, absolutely. But I can't imagine that he wouldn't want to play with the Dodgers. I can't.
I mean,
look,
you go on the Daisuke. You go on the Daisuke Matsusaka.
The Dodgers already have that country is a one country rooting section. They do.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it would be the place, to go to if you're a Japanese player and you want a lot of exposure. And so anyway, yeah, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, I think you got to make a run at them no matter what.
Well, the Giants certainly need a couple more starting pitchers. I've actually kind of liked, Buster's obviously working up and the hot stove's heating up and there's a lot of other moves to be made. But I kind of like these moves that Buster and Maiocco have made with Joey Weimer and Justin Dean and bringing in some gloves to play center field. Do you think that Jung-Hoo Lee might be destined for right field now?
Well, if that's the case, then they got to sit down with him and have a long talk because, I think that when he signed the contract to come here, he came here as a center fielder. So now you got to have a pretty good talk to, look, the more you know him, he's never going to be a disgruntled guy. He's not.
No.
He's a perfect gentleman, and, Justin, his interpreter. I mean, they really now are part of the fabric of this team. So I think that if you had a nice talk with him and you wanted him to make the move to right, I think he would do it, and he would do it with a smile on his face, and he would do as good a job as he could. But the other thing about center field is you can't just get a guy that can catch the ball. He's got to be able to do other stuff.
Of course.
So now, you look at the history of the two center fielders that they're going to bring into camp, and one's got a little bit more history hitting than the other, but they got to hit a little bit. Otherwise, you put them in for defense, in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. So you're rolling the dice to see if these guys can swing it a little bit, and if they can, now you got the player that you want that plays defense and can hit a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Kype, we really appreciate it. You want to give an official prediction? You said blowout, but do you want to give an official Niner prediction before we let you go?
I think they're going to win like 24-10.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah, the Browns can't score. Like, the Browns cannot score, so you should be able to win it with your defense if you have to.
Right.
But the Browns' defense has been really good.
You really, really have to tip your cap to this defense, given the fact that they've lost these great future Hall of Fame players. So you got to tip your cap. And then I like the kid that took corner's spot at middle linebacker.
Oh, yeah, Bethune?
Yeah, and then he gets hurt.
And he gets hurt.
It's brutal.
So I decided that every guy that I like, you got to be careful with.
Yeah, don't tell us who you like on this team currently.
I hate McCaffrey. I really do.
Thanks, Kai.
George Kittle.
Appreciate you. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
All right, guys. Be well. Enjoy your families tomorrow. And baseball's, it's coming up. At least winter meetings, and then all of a sudden you got playoffs, football playoffs. Then you got Super Bowl, and then here you go. You got spring training. So keep it on the highway and have a good holiday.
Keep it on
Appreciate
the
it. You
Love
do
that.
the same.
You too.
Yeah, Dwayne Kyper joining us here on The Sports Leader. We appreciate Kype. Great to connect with him and in a jovial, fun-loving holiday mood, Dieter. That's what we like. That's what we like, brother.
I did not realize I was going so hard in on Brock. I'll take his word for it. I mean, you don't lie on a show where JD and Dieter, if you come on, you got to tell the truth to JD and Dieter and the Daisuke Matsuzaka podcast. Like, these are the two places of truth that remain in the media landscape worldwide. So if Kype is saying that I was being too hard on Brock, I'll have to go back and check the tape and listen to what I said. I'm a little bit concerned about that toe, though. But Dwayne isn't. So I'll take his word for it.
No.
I'll take his word for it.
All good. So we talked some Niners with Kype. Maybe we'll talk some Giants with Matt Maiocco. He's a big Giants guy.
That's a play.
We'll
I
just
like
flip it.
What's he
we'll
think
just
about
flip it all
Justin
around
Dean?
here.
It's Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Let's get weird.
Yeah, JD and Dieter here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
That was fun. Kype's the man. Rockets are in town tonight to face the Warriors at 7 o'clock. A little NBA Cup action with those beautiful courts. And we want you to tune in to Dubs OT with our guy JD. Or you can stop by Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City right after the game. Grab a beer, and as JD says, put it on my tab. Just put it on JD's tab. You can hear it all on The Sports Leader.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, time now to be joined by Matt Maiocco, who joins us here on The Sports Leader, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, and joins us on camera as well. Maiocco,
fancy,
sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com, and also Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
Hey, Matt.
I'm doing great. Yeah, just getting ready to head down to Santa Clara for another day of practice as they turn the page and start to get ready for the Cleveland Browns and what should be, looks like an inclement weather kind of day in Cleveland.
Nothing
says
temperatures
California
in the 30s
more
than us complaining about weather.
Yeah.
I think this is legit, though. No, I think this is legit.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying that
okay.
Probably of all the games and the scenarios for Brock Purdy to bounce back from, this doesn't set up well at all because it's against a very good defense with the best pass rusher in football, a pass rusher that has, 4 more sacks than the entire 49ers team for the entire season.
And he's 5 away from the all-time record, Matt. He's going to break the all-time record in all likelihood here in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then you factor in the wind and the cold and the rain and everything else. So I think this is going to be one of those games where, for Brock Purdy, a third down throwaway and trot Thomas Morstead out there will be just fine. Don't give that offense any short fields and just don't give away any points in this game.
Well, you touched on it a little bit here, and temperatures in the 30s expected for Cleveland. There could be some lake effect, snow. We all remember last year when the Niners went to Buffalo this same weekend, and they wound up playing in the snow against the Bills in that Sunday night football game. But yeah, this is an interesting. I mean, the Niners have I think handled business against teams with poorer records this year, and especially since the Fred Warner injury. But this is a unique, weird. I know they haven't played there a lot, but they haven't won there since '84. They even lost the game 2 years ago there when it was a little damp and wet, and there was some wind coming off the lake that afternoon in Cleveland. This is given the short week, the early start, the Browns defense. This is a sneaky tough game for the Niners, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a game they should win, no doubt about it. But it doesn't take a stretch of the imagination to see them really struggling in this game. I mean, it is very similar to what it was a couple years ago, that was in 2023. But that 49ers team was a lot better. That 49ers team fewer issues. That 49ers team was undefeated going in there, and that was it was a game where. A couple things that stand out from that game. Brock Purdy had a streak of 248 consecutive pass attempts without an interception. That snapped that day.
Right.
And then that was also Moody's rookie season. I think he was perfect, at least in the regular season, up to that point, and he misses the clutch kick at the end. So those are the things that kind of stand out about this game. But, yeah, for me, I mean, all eyeballs are going to be on Brock Purdy and how does he bounce back? How does he look? How does he throw the ball? How's his decision-making? Everything really in this game is about Purdy. And, of course, they're going to get the ball into the hands of Christian McCaffrey 25 to 32 times, and he's going to put up 115 to 20 yards of yards from scrimmage. And if the 49ers defense plays anywhere near what it did against Bryce Young and the Panthers, 49ers walk out of there with a victory.
Well, Matt, to your point earlier, I mean, it looks like it's going to be tough. The line is already gone from 7 to 4.5. I mean, that's saying something.
Yes.
I don't think that's just the weather.
That is.
I'll ask you this. We're talking a lot about Brock because 3 interceptions is big and gets everybody's attention. The defense, I'm not thinking very highly of what Carolina did, but it's impossible to take anything away from what the defense did on Monday Night Football. And in particular, Jair Brown getting those 2 interceptions in the game. I was a bit surprised that they went back to Jair Brown roughly around the Buccaneers game as sort of the starting safety. Malik Mustafa comes back into the fold. He's looked a lot better these last 2 weeks coming off that ACL surgery. What have you made of the safety tandem for the 49ers and why Robert Saleh likes those 2 guys together?
Well, they played well, especially this game. And, Mustafa, let's not undersell what he did on Monday night either. I mean, he made a couple of critical stops, including one at the goal line on Bryce Young that set up that interception on the next play, and then another one that forced the Panthers for a field goal. But I was kind of with you a little bit. It certainly seemed like, and everybody kept telling me, oh, no, we like Jair. While I was being told that he hadn't fallen out of favor, the actions showed that he had fallen out of favor. I mean, how else do you explain that a guy who had been a starter had an interception in the Super Bowl as a rookie, and then he gets beat out first week of the regular season by a rookie, Marquise Siegel, who hadn't taken part in the offseason program, and granted did have a very good training camp, but you kind of looked at that and you said, wow, Siegel's a starter, Jason Pinnock is a starter, and Jair Brown is kind of, on the outside looking in. And then it sounded to me like behind the scenes, Brown was doing all the right things. He didn't go sit in a corner and pout. He was determined to prove that he was a starter in the NFL. And so he worked hard. He did a great job on the scout team. He in the meeting room and everything else, and slowly he worked his way back in. They gave him a handful of snaps here, a handful of snaps there, and did well when he got in there. I think primarily initially it was big nickel situations, and then it got to the point where Siegel kind of plateaued and was going through some rookie struggles, and they got Jair Brown back in there. And at that point, I thought, man, we're going to see a lot of different rotations here. We're going to see maybe a different starting safety tandem every week. But Brown got in there and proved to the coaching staff that he was on point and he was ready to stick in there. And then, Mustafa all along was the guy that 49ers considered their best safety. It was going to be, whenever he was healthy, it was going to be Mustafa and somebody else. Well, now that somebody else is quite clearly Jair Brown.
Yeah, without a question. Along those lines, safeties are so important, but we're talking about Myles Garrett and how he can set the sack record. Usually when we have a Browns-Niners game, it's Bosa versus Garrett. Well, there's no Bosa. And he can't really do the Bryce Huff, Myles Garrett thing. Those are 2 different things, even though I think Huff's been playing great. I'm a little bit concerned going into this game, Matt, about just the lack of defensive ends for the Niners with Sam O picking up an injury on Monday. Like, where do things stand? And could they bring somebody in off the street to fill a role for this team in Cleveland?
Yeah, I wouldn't see that. I mean, maybe, bump up somebody from the practice squad, but I don't think they're bringing in, basically not basically, let's face it, all the good players are taken, whether it's a 53-man roster or injured reserve or the 16-player practice squads. There are a lot of NFL players who are employed right now, so I don't see them going to get somebody off the unemployment line to plug in there. I'm going to kind of twist it in a different direction, though. I was just looking at where Myles Garrett lines up. 85% of the snaps, he's on the defense's right side, which is the offense's left side. So how about that matchup on Sunday? Trent Williams against Myles Garrett. And is Myles Garrett so good that the 49ers give Trent Williams a little help? Do they put Luke Farrell over there? Do they have, Kyle Juszczyk or a back chipping coming out of the backfield? Or do they just say, Trent, you're our guy. You handle the best player, the best defensive player in football right now, and let's make this a 10-on-10 game. I don't know. That'll be interesting. But yeah, going back to your point, Myles Garrett does have more sacks than the 49ers, and I just don't know, other than Huff, and he hasn't had a sack in a month and a half. I just don't know how they generate a steady pass rush. With a rookie quarterback, they're going to mix it up. They can't just blitz all the time. That makes it a little bit too easy. All he has to do is hit the hot receiver. But, make him play quarterback, throw a 4-man rush, even a 3-man rush, play coverage, try to bait him into some mistakes. So that's how the 49ers are going to probably their plan of attack to get at Shedeur Sanders is for the guys on the back end to tighten up those zones, play tight coverage, and make him hold the ball.
Matt, is this the kind of game that the 49ers should be able to win with their defense if they have to? And how incredible is it to even be asking that question considering all of the players that they have lost? But we just saw them do it against, I would say, an offensively challenged Carolina team, but a team that's got some more talent and put up greater numbers than anybody on that side of the ball we've seen from Cleveland this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, I did think going into the game Monday night that because of what the defense did statistically against the Cardinals, they didn't give up all that many points. They did generate the 3 takeaways against the Cardinals, but, giving up 47 pass completions and 452 yards passing to Jacoby Brissett wasn't exactly a momentum builder for the pass defense. So I did think that we would get an indication of what this defense was all about against Carolina, because it was kind of like, show some pride here. What is this defense about? What's it made of? Does it have that ability to tighten up and go win a game like the defense did earlier in the season when they had all their pieces on the field? And so I thought that was a very encouraging sign for Robert Saleh, that the defense basically won the day. It bailed the 49ers offense out. And against, as you mentioned, a quarterback who came into that game hot, coming off a franchise record number of passing yards for the Panthers, Bryce Young, with a hot running back, as hot a running back as there is in the game, as hot of a receiver as there was this side of Jackson Smith and Jigba. But the Prairie defense really did a good job in all those areas. And now this is a game where they're expected to do that, because the challenge isn't as daunting. They just have to do their thing. The one nugget from this game, there was only one play where it looked like the Panthers kind of caught the 49ers unsure of what to do defensively. They were on the same page. They weren't, there weren't guys running wide open with guys turning to each other, with their shoulders shrugged. There was just that one play, the touchdown pass, where Mustafa, I think he read the eyes of Young and started moving to his left while the play was going behind him, the 29-yard touchdown. So more than anything, they just can't afford any mental breakdowns, any miscommunications. They have to be on point. I think in a lot of ways they'll keep it simple and just make the Browns go down the field and beat them, because I'm not sure the Browns are capable of doing that unless, of course, they get short fields and the 49ers help them out in that regard.
Matt, this might be putting the cart before the horse here, given the challenge of this week and the fact that the Niners don't have 10 or 11 wins in the bank already. But you look around the NFC right now, hell, even throw the AFC into the picture. Outside of the Rams, who I think that we should still hold out some skepticism about, seeing as I saw the Niners beat them this year. Like, it doesn't feel like maybe the Rams, but otherwise certainly no juggernauts seem to have separated themselves. It doesn't feel like what we're looking at in the Western Conference of the NBA, where it's Denver and Oklahoma City and everybody else is playing for third. How do you see the landscape of the NFC right now, and what does that mean for the Niners if they are capable of getting in to the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and you go, well, which teams behind the 49ers scare you as far as being able to get into the playoffs? I think it'd be clearly the Detroit Lions. The thing that helps the 49ers is that they have a really good conference record, and also two teams in front of them and aren't in front of them by much are the Bears, who have a really challenging schedule heading in. I mean, the Bears are, I mean, they got the Lions, they got the Packers, oh my, on their schedule. And they also have the 49ers, and the Packers have a tougher schedule as well. So it does set up well, especially, this is a game the 49ers don't need it, but it would sure do them a lot of favors if they could pull this one off, because then they have the bye week and then they have the Titans. I mean, they could darn near, or come very close to wrapping up a playoff spot with victories in their next two games to get to 10-4, and then only really one win in the last 3 weeks would virtually assure themselves. There's only been one team in the NFL since the NFL's gone to the 17-game schedule that's won 10 games and didn't get into the playoffs, and that was Seattle last year. So 10 wins is a pretty good barometer of what it would take. So, I mean, it really sets them up. But the issue with the 49ers, and we still don't really know who they are, because it's been this one up, one down, one up, one down. And in a lot of ways, I almost felt like the Monday night game, at least from an offensive standpoint, was their down game, and they still won that. So that's what it takes to win. You have to beat the teams you're better than. You have to find a way to win some games when you're not anywhere near your A game. That's what they did Monday night. And then once they get in, and maybe they can find this consistency, but right now, I don't think they're capable of running the table in the postseason, because they're just not consistent. They haven't been able to string together two good games in a row. And once you get to the postseason, you have to be playing really tight football and be able to just, get better as the games go on. So we'll see. They have plenty of time. They have some games here, 5 games left in the regular season. So they do have a little bit of time to clean things up offensively, make sure that defensively they're consistent. And then, as you mentioned, Dieter, who knows? Once you get into the postseason, heck, the Rams, that team, they could look completely different in 5 weeks than they look right now, because of all the stuff that we've come to expect in the NFL as far as rosters changing with injuries and whatnot.
Matty, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day today down at the 49ers. Absolutely. And have a happy Thanksgiving as well.
All right. Same to you guys. Thanks so much. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, All right, Matt. Appreciate it. Matt Maiocco and NBC Sports Bay Area joining us here on the Sports Leader. We'll continue the 49ers conversation ahead here. JD and Dieter in for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy early Thanksgiving to everybody. Rockets are in town to face the Warriors tonight at 7. Tune in to Dubs OT with our guy JD, or you can stop by Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City right after the game, and you can grab a beer and put it on JD's tab. Shout out my guy Kyle Har as well, running the ship, captaining the boat, if you will. You can hear it all on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Big thanks to Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area, for joining us here on The Sports Leader. Also, we've got Sam Amick coming up at 8:50. We'll get back into the Warriors conversation, coming up with the cooler of content in about 10 minutes. But right now, Dieter, I want to tell everybody about the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. This is all going to get started coming up on Tuesday. So December the 2nd, 8 a.m. This is next Tuesday. It's going to close Wednesday, a week from today, 7 p.m. Pacific. And you can go to 49ers.com/give to bid on both December 2nd and 3rd. Again, the Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, coming next week, December 2nd and 3rd. A lot of great packages, Dieter. The 49ers locker room tour among them. And
hell yeah,
I know your favorite, the KNBR radio booth tour.
Ooh, I mean,
and takeover. Not just tour. They might put you on the freaking air.
Well, that's how I got my start. So many knobs, so many buttons. You can really mess some stuff up on that tour. So that's the one to bid on. You can really sabotage the station if you wanted to there.
Absolutely. You can get Ed Sheeran floor seats at Levi Stadium, AC/DC floor seats, and much, much more. All proceeds raised to benefit the 49ers Foundation. Its mission to educate and empower Bay Area youth and beyond. Again, Tuesday, December 2nd, 8 a.m. through Wednesday, December 3rd, a week from tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific. 49ers.com/give to bid on the packages, and the goal to raise north of $190,000, and we need your help to accomplish said goal. So 49ers.com/give, the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. So good stuff there, Dieter. Pouring over that Browns film, you are.
I am.
What beyond Myles Garrett stands out when you watch Browns film? I haven't made it to that point in my week yet. Probably Friday afternoon.
Well, God bless you, because it's a tough watch when you got the offense going. I watched the offense of the Browns last night, and it is truly incredible that Shadur Sanders gets talked about at all, because I don't mean to cast large blanketing dispersions, but the Raiders
first career touchdown pass Sunday against the Raiders. I know it was a screen pass, but still.
Come
on.
Wow. It's just it honestly makes me feel bad as somebody who kind of liked his film coming out of Colorado and saw something where I'm like, oh, you could make that work, and thought that he was kind of a fringe first-round quarterback. I was so wrong. And yes, it's one game, but against the Raiders, you should look like you are operating at the highest levels, because every other quarterback that's faced the Raiders this year feels that way. And he looks like he has never been on a football field before. It is, if the 49ers make Shedeur Sanders look competent on Sunday, it's a wrap for the season, baby, because there's no coming back from that. You thought Bryce Young put in a bad performance on Monday night, and he absolutely did. And the 49ers win that game because they dominate Bryce Young. This is somehow easier than doing that. So that's one side of the ball. The other side of the ball, the 49ers, I don't think have at any point this season maybe reached what they thought their peak could be because of the Bosa injury and because the first couple weeks you're figuring stuff out. And then Bosa immediately gets injured, and now you're sort of playing from behind the entire campaign. And it's not, again, to say that they haven't put in good defensive performances and that Saleh isn't coaching his ass off. And there's a lot of positives, and we should harp on the positives of what's going on with the Niners defense, again, considering the circumstances. When I watch this Browns defense, and I watch the games against Minnesota and Green Bay because of the schematic similarities to the 49ers, though I will point out some differences later on in the show. My goodness, does this Browns defense fly to the ball. And it's very reminiscent of, and this might come across as blasphemous, it's very reminiscent of the 2019 Niners defense, which is one of the better defenses we've seen in recent NFL history. The 2019 Niners defense played faster than any offense they played against. And you had just sideline to sideline dominance. You had sticky, aggressive, physical coverage, a lot of zone, and a defensive line that could rush for and get home every single damn time. And you watch this Browns defense, and that's what you see in multiple games. It wasn't just one good matchup, one good circumstance. This is their standard. It is malpractice. From just removing myself from 49ers Browns, just getting into the Browns film now, it is absolute malpractice that a defense this good is not winning football games in the NFL because the offense is that bad. Like this is a crime against the sport. This defense is unbelievable. Schwedinger, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, the kid out of UCLA, the linebacker, the rookie, he's special. He's really good. That defensive line is dominant. And that secondary with Delpit, oh my goodness. I am in awe of this Browns defense and how they fly around and cover everything and knock you out of your game and break your offensive rules. This is as good a challenge as the Niners have faced from their offense towards a defense all year. Add in the weather, add in the circumstances of Brock coming off a 3-interception game, and whether it's turf toe, rust, or none of the above, having something to prove in this one. Do not underestimate this Cleveland defense, because they are unbelievable. What a joy they are to watch, and what a pain in the ass they're going to be to play on Sunday.
All that being said, for me, and I'll keep it short and sweet, zero excuses if you're the Niners. You got to go in there and you got to figure out a way to get the job done. And look, it is. Yep. This is a game. I mean, there are a number of different things, from the weather to the short week to the Browns defense being legit, and I don't disagree with anything you've had to say as it relates to that. They're 3-8, and it may mean you need to go in there and win it 10-7 or 12-10.
Right.
Whatever. Again, it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to say you need to go in there and win the game 45-6. But you need to figure out a way to get the job done and see. And this is where I think, the bye week coming for the 49ers, it should benefit them in the sense that they can see the end, and not see the end in terms of limp to the finish line, but run through the tape and continue to work and grind through this week in terms of preparation, and know that if you can get that win, even if it's ugly, and I would project it probably will be ugly, even if the Niners find a way to get their first win in Cleveland in 41 years, then you get the bye, and then you're feeling really good about having that 9th win banked. and a 10th win potentially on the way coming up 2 weeks to follow before the schedule gets really tough here to end the 2025 season with the games against the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks from there.
Yeah, they I don't think they're at a point where they're playing with house money. Having 8 wins, given the circumstances of this season, is an incredible accomplishment. And obviously, it's not one that you just put in the bank and say, great season, we'll take the rest of the year off from here. I'm with you, though. They have to empty the clip in this game. They got to bring their absolute best and bring a level of physicality to match this Cleveland defenses. And I'm fascinated to see what Kyle Shanahan and Chris Forrester, the offensive line coach, do to get Christian McCaffrey opportunities to run the ball. I would guess that they're going to use a lot of the gap scheme that we saw so heavily against Atlanta a couple of weeks back, because this defense is very similar to that in terms of its aggression and its wide nine. And this is, the defense that, when I say it reminds me of 2019, like, it's a cover 3 defense that rushes 4 and drops into zone. Like, when have we heard that before around these parts? But it's optimized. It's playing at a very high level. And let's not forget, Kyle Shanahan hired Robert Saleh the first go around because he hated going up against the kind of defenses that Robert Saleh, as an assistant, his Seattle defense was playing before, and Gus Bradley and all those. He hated playing against cover 3. That's why the 49ers were a cover 3 team for as long as they were. There's obviously been evolutions in the sport since then, but this is a defense that has all of those hallmarks of what Kyle Shanahan hates to go against. So it's going to be on Kyle Shanahan, not the Browns defense, on Kyle Shanahan and Chris Forrester and Brian Fleury and Leonard Hankerson, the entire 49ers offensive coaching staff, Mick Lombardi, to figure out ways to confuse. Is that the right word? To mix things up so that these Browns can't just tee off, because they are built to specifically tee off on what the 49ers want to do in their most basic form. The Niners got to be complicated. The Niners got to be dynamic. The Niners have to be tricky. I want to see a trick play or two in this game if they're going to get some points up on the board against this Browns defense. And then, the defense on the Niners side has to hold their water for another week. They can't be feeling themselves after kicking Bryce Young's ass. They need to go out there and double down and get people really talking about this 49ers defense as a force and not a liability, as we were saying after that Arizona Cardinals game a couple weeks ago.
It's not a literal must-win, Dieter, but it is a game that you can't mess around with, because you may find yourself in a position where the final 3 weeks of the season, considering where things stand, you could play well conceivably and lose any or all of those final 3 games. So you truly have to pay it forward here if you're the 49ers. Get that 9th win Sunday, get that 10th win against Tennessee, and then who knows? You may not have to win another game to get into the playoffs, although the one, especially if it's the Bears game, would probably guarantee it at that point. So, all right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Sam Amick joins us at 8:50. We'll get our cooler of content and back into some Dubs conversation coming up next right here. In for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. Cooler of content time, and it'll be a relatively small cooler here. More of a fanny pack of cooler,
lunchbox
style cooler. Yeah, lunchbox, thermos, maybe a thermos of content here on the Sports Leader, JD and Kurtenbach. And it is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians and surgeons, clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer to you, closer than you think. As we get back into some Warriors conversation, Sam Amick at 8:50. Let's go ahead and hear the cut of the day, because everybody's wondering what the heck's going on with Jonathan Kuminga. He has not played in 2 weeks. He will not play tonight for the Warriors as they will take on the Houston Rockets. No Kevin Durant in that game either for Houston, as he is dealing with a personal issue. So he will not play for the Rockets against the Warriors. First meeting for those two since the playoffs back in April when the Warriors won in 7 in the first round of that series. But, what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga? He's had the bilateral knee tendonitis here, and it's kept him out since the second half of the second game of the Warriors road trip. So you look at that, that's 6 full games now, basically 6.5 games, and no Jonathan Kuminga. What has he been able to do? Steve Kerr was asked about that, and we'll hear a follow-up here from our buddy Nick Friedel as well.
Yeah, he did 3-on-3 before practice, and that went well, and then he took part in all of practice. Tomorrow he will scrimmage. He won't play in the game tomorrow, but he will take part in a 5-on-5 scrimmage tomorrow evening before our game, and that'll give us a good gauge for where he is.
I was going to say, what's the next scrimmage? Obviously is the step that into playing. How much do you need to see of that before everybody feels comfortable?
Yeah, Rick will determine that, watching the scrimmage tomorrow, and he'll talk to JK and see how he feels, and the two of them will make that decision.
All right, so Jonathan Kuminga's return forthcoming here at some point, potentially maybe Saturday. Not going to play tonight. You are forever a cynic. It's one of the things I respect about you, Dieter, honestly.
Yes.
But
you're not telling any tales out of school.
Where are you on the whole notion of, Jonathan Kuminga's feeling scapegoated, and maybe that has led to this injury taking a little longer for him to return from than was potentially originally anticipated?
It would have held up better, that theory, which I don't subscribe to. It would have held up better if he wasn't scrimmaging and stuff, if he wasn't trying to get back. I think a lot of that theory that kind of got a little bit more leg than it should have gotten on the internet, as most things do these days, just came from the lack of information, right? And Steve Kerr going, I don't know, you'll have to ask him. And then Jonathan Kuminga being asked and being like, I ain't telling you, I'll come back soon, I guess. But everyone being rather coy or straight up ignorant about the situation didn't lend itself to nipping rumors in the bud. So now that there is some action on the Jonathan Kuminga side, kind of hard to say that he's not trying to get out there. And we'll see. We'll see if this drags on even further and we get back into that strange, undefined area that we were existing in prior, then maybe we can have the conversation in a more earnest way. But knee tendonitis, not something that you want to mess around with when you're in the NBA, to be sure, particularly if you're a player who, and a team, we should note, that has their eyes on Jonathan Kuminga playing for another team, if not this year, then in the not too distant future. So you want to make sure that he's 100% healthy. They do need, as ironic as this is, they do need Jonathan Kuminga, whatever the hell he is at this point, because they need bodies and they need athleticism and they need someone who could put the ball in the damn basket. They need his rebounding, which is a sentence that I don't think has ever been spoken before on the radio or any platform. They need Jonathan Kuminga's rebounding on a night in, night out basis. They need Kaminga. And so I don't question his heart and him doing, like a quiet quit or anything like that. But that is entirely contingent on him continuing to work towards getting back on the court. If this thing gets shut down again and we go back into, well, I don't know what the problem is, this and that, like that only invites controversy, only invites rumor, only invites conspiracy theories, frankly, and it'll be harder and harder to hold them off.
And I don't subscribe to that theory that there's anything afoot here in terms of him being demoted to the bench and thus basically saying, all right, well then I'm just going to shut it down for a while. Like I'm not subscribing to that theory either. And look, it's beneficial for Jonathan Kaminga to be on the court. It's beneficial for all sides, Warriors as well, for him to be on the court and playing and trying to get back to, I think, in a bench role, Kuminga being able to do the things that he was doing in those first 5 to 7 games, because I think that in and of itself is enough to enhance his value to a point where the Warriors, when they have the ability to trade him come January 15th, can move him for someone who would be a better fit on this roster moving forward with Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. But again, it doesn't benefit Jonathan Kuminga to not be playing unless, and this is where I think it also plays into the legitimate injury part of this. I think you could make the case that Kuminga was starting to look a little bit physically less like himself, and that also maybe contributed to the fact that he was not playing as effectively as he was the first 5 to 7 games of the season. And we've seen that from him in the past, where he is the type of player that needs to be, I don't want to say at 100 because nobody ever truly is once a season starts, but needs to be in the 90s in terms of how he feels, in terms of being in tune with his body to be at his most effective. We all know there are some players that can play at 70 and still be at 90 to 100% of themselves. Kuminga has not, to this point of his career, been that type of guy. He needs to be feeling good, feeling healthy, have his explosiveness, have confidence in his explosiveness to be able to be his most effective. And so I think that's where maybe you look at, this thing's gone on a little bit longer than everybody would have anticipated. Part of that, I think, is making sure that it gets calmed down to a point where Kuminga feels good enough about where he's at physically to get out there and have a legitimate chance to be the guy that he was the first 5 to 7 games of the year.
But doesn't that say everything about where Jonathan Kuminga's game is now in his 4th, 5th year in the NBA, that it's still entirely reliant upon his athleticism? And that in the way that he handles injury, it's inherent. It's inherent that he has to be at 100% with his athleticism. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to. He doesn't feel he can go out there and positively affect the game. You talk about the guys who can play at 70%. Those are guys who feel the game, who understand the game, who can get by with brains and not brawn. And Jonathan Kuminga, at this point in his career, still is only getting by with brawn. I think that speaks volumes to how this experiment has still kind of gone totally wrong and never really gotten on track, because it's still all about athleticism for Jonathan Kuminga. And frankly, it's still all about athleticism for the Golden State Warriors. They can't quit him because they can't give up the potential of whatever the hell that athleticism is going to be, as if athleticism is the only thing that matters in the sport of basketball.
No doubt, and we'll see how it all ultimately shakes out. I think it's athleticism on Kuminga's side, and also the willingness to attempt to try and be more of the player that the coaching staff has wanted him to be. I think he's done that at a level in the early part of this season prior to the injury that he had not at any point in his career. So he does get credit for that. But now things kind of fall down a little bit, and that's been the issue too, is that every time he has played well, there's been this cycle of it declines, and then there's some kind of an injury, and then he almost has to start completely over in terms of earning that trust back from the coaching staff and the other veteran players up and down the roster. So we'll see as Kaminga gets closer to a potential return, but it's not going to be tonight when the Warriors take on the Rockets. All right, coming up next, we'll get Sam Amick of The Athletic. What's the market for Jonathan Kuminga? And we'll get his take on just where the Warriors are overall at 10-9 here, 19 games into the season. It's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Pushing through here on a Wednesday, holiday week, short week. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Warriors taking on the Rockets tonight at Chase Center. We'll be all over that. Dubs OT tonight from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. Make sure you stop by, say hi. I'll have that for you after the ball game. It's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. Let's get to our next guest, and it's always a pleasure to be joined by one of the regulars now, Sam Amick of The Athletic,
yes,
joining us here on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Sammy?
Hi, Sam.
What's going on, gentlemen? Just barreling down the freeway to a good old Rockets shoot-around. I'll be joining you all this evening, but good to be with you.
The Rockets
good
do
to be with you as well,
now,
Sam. Huh? The Rockets didn't do shoot-arounds in the D'Antoni era, right? They're doing more of them now. Is that right?
Yeah, Ime Udoka is not trying to give you free Thanksgiving time off. He's a little bit cut from a different cloth than Mike D was.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because the Warriors don't do a lot of them. They haven't lately. They did a few earlier in the season, but yeah, the Rockets. Going back. 7, 8 years ago now, I guess almost. They were kind of at the forefront of let's knock those out. Nobody needs those. Are shoot-arounds making a comeback, Sam, in league circles?
They're still around. As you know, JD, they are an absolute essential part of the media program. So selfishly, that's where you get the best time with these guys. And honestly, the Warriors might be top of the class in that regard. Like a road Warriors shoot-around,
yes,
when they do it, is as good as it gets, because it means, and not to bore people with the details, but some teams will be very controlling and they'll put you in the corner and say, we'll bring one or two players over and they'll speak to you. The Warriors and a handful of other teams let us be human beings and walk around and talk to players and coaches somewhat casually as they do their thing, and it's always productive. But, they aren't as prevalent as they used to be.
All right,
Sam, let's get to the nuts and bolts, and you're right. No, let's get to just kind of where the Warriors are at here, 10-9. We'll start with them. It feels like a different version of the same over the last 3 years for them. They are 10-9. They got off to the good start. Then it was kind of slipping away. Then they pushed for a few games. How do the Warriors get out of that malaise where it feels like they're playing hard only because they haven't played well, and then once they play well, they kind of stop playing hard for a while again?
Yeah, it's honestly been a little surprising for me. I was in that camp that believed in what they did, after they got Jimmy last season, to the degree that I thought, and actually I heard some of the commentary yesterday on the station with people saying that, the idea was that you get Jimmy with a full training camp, you get time to really game plan and talk in the off season about tweaking what was already a pretty good product with that new trio with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and the rest of the characters. And it just hasn't worked out that way. You've had the role players continue to be an issue where it's just absolutely hit and miss from a handful of different guys. Obviously the Kaminga stuff is front and center right now, not only health wise, but the dynamics that I think, the Warriors had hoped would magically disappear and then clearly have not. So, and then with that, the inconsistent effort, the inconsistent even identity. I think it's even more puzzling because in a vacuum, Steph and Jimmy have played pretty well, and even Draymond. It's like the guys you needed have mostly done their thing, and it just hasn't produced the record they're looking for at this point.
Let's lean into the Kaminga thing a little bit here. Obviously, he's not playing against the Rockets. We don't know when he'll play next. It was a good start to the season for Kuminga. Looked like he was fitting in, not fitting out, to steal LeBron James's line. And then it kind of went sideways again. And now he's injured, and there's a lot of time between now and January 15th when they can first trade him. But with the contract that he signed and the situation as it stands, what are you hearing? What are you feeling about Jonathan Kaminga's long-term future, if there is one, with the Golden State Warriors?
Well, I mean, it's going to have to evolve in terms of market, obviously, and seeing who's truly interested. It's been reported, and I think accurately, that the Kings would likely revisit the situation. You know, they not only had interest back in the summer, but they invested a lot of time and effort into Jonathan. They met with him in Florida. They got to know, Scott Terry, their GM, got to know Jonathan a little bit. And so I think that is not dead by any means. But I think that one of the driving forces that does have me thinking that if I'm handicapping it at this point, they end up finding something in a Kaminga deal, is just that the discomfort between him and the Warriors, it's back. You know what I mean? And even I heard you guys' conversation about the mystery with the knee injury. It doesn't really matter if there's actual mystery there. What matters is that, like, the distrust that they project because of the relationship dynamics, that's the issue. And I don't blame Steve at all. I mean, Steve was honest the other day when he was a little frustrated by having to say day to day, day after day. And I get it all, but I think I was even guilty early on this season of glossing over, like, hey, look, Jonathan's playing great, and thought that it had gone into a better space. Quick story for you, because it's been on my mind. I don't know Jonathan well. I said hello to him when they were in Sacramento early in the season, and pregame, Steve had said a bunch of very complimentary things about Jonathan in his press conference. And I said hello to Jonathan in the hallway, and I had just actually relayed that Steve said these things. And I'll be honest, what struck me was, like, I was expecting him to be like, oh, that's great. And he, like, I kind of got this look of like, okay, sure. Just that.
Oh, man.
Like, yeah. And I walked away going, damn, okay, like, we're still there, I don't think that part.
It's high school. It's high school,
yeah.
Sam.
For sure.
And to extend the conversation on that note, Sam, it's just, I mean, is there an understanding from what that this thing has to end? Because I look at it under the vein of, I understand completely why the Warriors didn't make do a sign and trade with him. It wasn't beneficial. The value wasn't there at that point. But to me, it was always bring him back with the intent on trading him, right? Bring him back with the intent on try to make it work because you have to. And then the first 5-6 games, and even the Moses Moody injury in training camp opened the door for Kaminga to start. So Kaminga earns that starting spot, and I think Steve, in some ways, trying to reward him for doing things the right way there during training camp, which he clearly did. But still, with the intent on trading, do you think internally that shifted, or was that just the perception of you and I, given how well he was playing and thinking, hey, maybe it can work, because there are still at least one person in the organization that wouldn't mind seeing it somehow miraculously work where he's around long term. Like, how do you reconcile all of those things? Because I think I'll put my name on it. My take on it is that they're foolish to believe that anything long term was going to change, despite the fact that he was playing well. That should have been more, hey, it helps the team, but it helps everybody ultimately get what they want, which is Kuminga elsewhere, and the Warriors getting a player that they can trust as part of their playoff rotation, for a potential run into the fold here come the end of January.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on all that. I think it felt like it had changed, but I think that, again, the thing that I and a lot of people glossed over is that, the damage relationship-wise appears to have been done. Like, where it's, I'm not trying to, skip over the fact of how much money these guys make, because I know fans sometimes they're just like, get over it. You're getting $25 million now. Just enjoy the money. It's just not how it works. Like, and I'm not trying to pretend this is analogous, but if somebody told me that The Athletic was done with me and was waiting for me to get traded to some other media company, my effort level would probably not be what it was before. You know what I mean? Like, I would be pissed at the company, and I would be offended because I think, I should be valued. That's just human nature. that appears to be the thing with Kaminga, where, you know, he has every right to want to be somewhere where they have the sort of vision for his career that he has, because his confidence is obviously at a really high level. And so to your point about the early part of the year, I said this on the air back then, like, yeah, the Warriors were signaling like, okay, there's not many people in the league that we would trade Jonathan for. And we keep going back to the same names, Trey Murphy III, you know, and then like the dream scenario where he's in some big Giannis deal. Like, but now, you know, now it's like, okay, if him getting put back into a reserve role instantly, you know, call it hurts his feelings or hurts his ego or just gets him sideways with his coworkers, like that's the dynamic that is so damaging. Like Steve should be able to make these decisions and not have everything be personal, but it's very personal between Jonathan and the Warriors.
Sam, the Warriors went out and spent the big free agency block that they had on Al Horford. And it's hard to say at this juncture that that's worked out. Horford's been on effectively a minutes restriction the entire season, not playing in back-to-backs, of which the Warriors have already had 5. And now he's out with the sciatic nerve issue, which is apparently the injury du jour of the season, particularly for men of a certain age. What are we hearing about the Horford scenario and how the Warriors are feeling about that now a couple months into the campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten an updated sense from them. I don't think it's, no, you don't have to have the telepathy skills to know that, you know, they're not as excited as they were. I think it was a much older guy, you know, like you said, having LeBron and Al with the same sciatica injury is a reflection of their age. And I mean, the other day, this stat kind of jumped out at me as I heard that Al just hit his first free throw of the year, which is kind of remarkable. So yeah, you combine the age and the load management requirements with the toughest schedule in the NBA coming out of the gate. And, you know, I guess if you want to try to spin it positive, you could say that you get Al Horford for the playoffs, and you get, you know, this is why they wanted to keep his minutes down. So it's by no means is it, okay, the Al Horford project was a failure. It's just not off to a great start. And again, you know, if they can get him to a productive place when it matters most, now the premise there is obviously tricky. You've got to win enough games to make the playoffs and be an actual contender. And right now they're flirting with, you know, both sides of that. But yeah, I mean, it just hasn't been what they wanted it to be. And that's what happens when a guy's in his late 30s.
Sam, do you get a sense in looking at the Western Conference, and there are a bunch of teams at the beginning here of the season that are a mess. It's not necessarily the West that you would have believed it to be, but do you get the sense with Memphis where they are, and Utah and Sacramento, Dallas, the Pelicans specifically? I'll leave the Clippers out, although I think that the Clippers are probably going to try to look to add. You know, to salvage what they have at 5-13. I mean, my God. I mean, 5-13. That's amazing to see. But the question for you, Sam, is do you think, you know, those teams that I mentioned, because they're so bad, do you think that will open the door toward more movement once we start to get toward trade season with teams either looking to tear it down or make drastic moves? I know you kind of had a report about, you know, you had your interview with the Kings GM and, you know, kind of being open for business. Do you think there's going to be some other teams that are open for business here as the time progresses through the holidays?
Yeah, I do. And I think, you know, it's interesting whether it's, you know, the Kings or any other team. I think a lot of bad teams are going to be tempted by big name players who might be available or at least worth inquiring about, because, you know, you're talking about Trae Young's situation in Atlanta being a little crunchy. You know, John Morant in Memphis, LaMelo Ball in Charlotte, you know, despite him kind of denying the recent report about his discontent, you know, some of the intel there is that, you know, you probably should call about LaMelo and have a conversation. Anthony Davis and the Mavs are a mess, with all the drama out there. And even, Kyrie Irving's on the shelf, but, a guy that you might call about. So you got all the big names. The thing that I think is also going to come into play is that OKC, to me, is so dominant that it's a little bit like when the Warriors were in their heyday, when I think we're reaching the point if you're team building and you want to say, hey, let's take the long road and just duck out of competition for a couple of years here, maybe you should do it, because OKC is just destroying all comers. They still haven't had Jalen Williams, and they've got one loss. I mean, they have been incredible. And so the gap between all those teams you mentioned and the reigning champions is so wide that, you can't mess around with the middle of the road moves if you're actually trying to contend. And if I was a GM, I mean, that would be a big part of my calculus too.
Along those lines, Sam, I mean, the OKC 17-1. They haven't had Jalen Williams. I know that no team is shooting for 74 wins because they saw what happened to the Warriors in 2016 and use that as a cautionary tale. Could they set the NBA wins record by accident?
Yes, I think they could. And part of it is, it's funny, I think there's a media component here, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Like, they could be 36-2, and the national media is still, it's not that we're barely going to pay attention. It's just like the Warriors were so much fun, and JD, you and I lived this together, like, so accessible that you jumped on for the ride from a media standpoint because they were very interested in everybody. And it's hard to get there. And so the hype train would not be anything close to what it was back in the Warriors' day when they went 73-9. And I think that is what could lead to them doing it, in a kind of under the radar type of way. And on top of that, just the way they compete. SGA is a metronome of a player, just absolutely consistent every single night. I mean, these 30-plus points in fewer than 30-minute performances are very reminiscent of Steph back in the day when he would sit all those fourth quarters. There's a lot of comparisons between the way these two teams, those Warriors and these Thunder get it done. And right now, I mean, I could see it. I really am starting to wonder if they pushed for that record.
Sam, final question from me here. We've got a lot of people asking about the Warriors, and this is in the weeds, but the back end of the roster and this Seth Curry signing that was supposedly going to happen as soon as the Warriors had the ability to do so in terms of the cap, which they are now at a point where his veteran minimum contract could fit under the cap. Not that he's going to make a huge difference for this team. I think, maybe fans think he could make more of a difference at this point than he actually can. But what's your sense of why there would be a wait as to, bringing somebody like Seth Curry back and filling that last roster spot potentially before you absolutely have to?
So I don't have clarity. I'm kind of glad you asked the question, because I think it's time for us to ask the Warriors that question. And honestly, I'd be curious to hear even what number 30 has to say, about playing with his brother. And I would assume that, listen, when you're 10-9 and your bench has been an issue, that at least part of the delay is just looking at it with sober eyes and saying, okay, we can't, if there's any part of this move that is just kind of a, keep it in the family type thing, like, we got to get the right player here. And I don't know if that's coming into play, but it's tenuous with everybody outside of their big three right now. And you've got to get the right guy. I don't know if that's the delay or if there's something else coming into play. But, yeah, as you guys know, they had really transparently a couple months ago laid out the initial plan, and it hasn't come to fruition. So I am curious to see where that goes.
Yeah, it's interesting because they didn't have maybe they don't have the team they thought they had to be able to carry that. Like, and they, hey, everything goes as planned, then we'll bring him in, and now you're maybe wondering that. So it is interesting. We get a lot of questions about that. So one I would definitely want to throw at you. Well, Sam, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Anything? I always like to ask you anything you're working on. You want to tease? I know, and you can obviously decline. I know sometimes you want to make sure you get that. Whatever the interview you're working on is, you want to get it done before you write it, obviously. But anything coming up here you want to tease as far as the NBA landscape you're working through?
No, I appreciate it. I'm in kind of fact-finding mode right now. Not only early trade season stuff, but these past couple of days, I don't know what the story will look like, but I hadn't been around the Rockets much this season. Although, admittedly, the initial plan blew up in my face. I was supposed to be on the Kevin Durant reunion tour this week. I went with the Rockets to Phoenix to go cover that game, and as you guys know, KD wasn't there, and KD will not be there tonight. But even outside of Kevin, just trying to learn about this current Rockets group and get a sense of, if I think they're real contenders, and I'll write something about them at some point. I had a good conversation the other day with Alperen Şengün, who I've always found fascinating, and Ime Udoka. So, one of those teams in the West that the Warriors and everybody else are going to have to contend with. But, we'll see how tonight goes. And appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family as well. We'll talk to you again here soon.
Good stuff.
All right, Sam Amick joining us here on The Sports Leader. Let's come back. We'll react to Sam coming up. A lot of good stuff there on the Thunder. I'm with you on the Thunder. I mean, my goodness, they probably. I mean, 70 at this point feels like a lock for them. We'll see if they can get to the mid 70s at some point. And you're right, nobody's really talking about it, which is kind of part of their deal as a defending champion. Maybe the most disrespected defending champion since the 73-9 Warriors.
Are the 17-1 Thunder the most underrated team in the NBA? We'll talk about it next on the Leader.
Yeah, no, we'll get back into the Warriors conversation as well as it relates to Kaminga and just some overall general thoughts. And we spent the good part of the middle of the show and the early part of the show talking about the Kaminga saga, but let's get some more overarching thoughts on the Warriors just through 19 games here as they set to continue this homestand against the Durantless Rockets tonight at Chase Center. JD and Dieter, big thanks to Sam. More straight ahead right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And don't forget, right after the Warrior game, a little friendly reminder, Dubs OT with our guy JD is going to be going. Or you can also stop by Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City right after the game, and you can grab a beer and put it on JD's tab. A little free beverage for you. And shout out to Kyle Haar for flying the plane, if you will, back here in the studio. You can hear it all on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
JD and Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on this holiday Wednesday, heading toward Thanksgiving tomorrow. And the Warriors going to be taking on the Houston Rockets tonight at Chase Center. Again, Dubs OT tonight from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City with yours truly. So stop by and say hi tonight if you're coming to the ball game. Also, want to let everybody know before we continue the Dubs conversation about the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, which is presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Dieter, I know you are ready to go to 49ers.com/give to bid coming up next Tuesday and Wednesday, December 2nd and 3rd.
I'm already there. I'm already on 49ers.com/give. You know where I'm at. I'm there.
Again, sponsored by Dignity Health. It's coming up. All proceeds raised benefit the 49ers Foundation. Its mission to educate and empower Bay Area youth and beyond. Again, next Tuesday, 8 a.m., December 2nd, runs through Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Bunch of things you'll have an opportunity to bid on. Incredible, one-of-a-kind experiences, including the 49ers locker room tour. That's pretty cool. You can get Ed Sheeran floor seats at Levi's Stadium, AC/DC floor tickets at Levi's Stadium, and the Dieter Kurtenbach favorite, the KNBR radio booth takeover. As if there are not already enough people in the KNBR radio booth, you can step in and just see how it all works.
And who's to say who's to say who could drop in to the KNBR radio booth? Always just a star-studded gala at the KNBR radio booth. You might get some Adam Copeland. You might get some John Dickinson. You're going to get some Tim Ryan, maybe. Who's to say? I don't know what could happen. Anything could happen. That's why you have to bid.
Stragglers and hangers-on be damned. We're taking your bids on the KNBR radio booth takeover. That's right. You take it over. You walk in there. You tell them what's going on.
This is mine now.
Here, exactly. The 49er.com/give. That's where you want to go to bid on the packages. And the goal here to raise over $190,000. And we need your help to accomplish this goal. So the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation, 49ers.com/give for that. All right. Let's get back into the Warriors discussion here and tie this thing off as we get toward 10. Biggest takeaway from Sam Amick. Dieter, always connected and well-versed in what's going on in NBA circles is Sam. What stood out to you?
That little Jonathan Kaminga story he dropped on us. And it's always these little things. You and I both know, being around teams, and there's sort of the public perception and the press conference, and you turn it on a little bit, right? Like, you and I are not that terribly different, and in fact might not have enough difference between our on-air personalities and our normal personalities. I think we wear it on the sleeve here a little bit. But when you're somebody who lives in the limelight, when you're somebody, a professional athlete, a coach, somebody who has to put on the show, not just on the court, but in press conferences, on the side, all that stuff, you have a lot of media responsibilities that come along with the stage you are at in life. It is always those moments when the guard is down that I find to be most telling. And when you get, if you're doing an interview or having a conversation, the best stuff, the most honest stuff, because it's not the show. They're not thinking about what the right thing to say is or what would come across best. It's just honest. And Jonathan Kaminga responding to Sam Amick, relaying Steve Kerr's very nice public comments about how Jonathan's bought in and he's a starter from here on out and he's earned that right. And we're so proud of him. For him to sort of roll his eyes and go, oh yeah, sure. When Sam Amick relays that, that's pretty telling to me, JD. I don't know about you, but not great. Not great if you're looking for this Jonathan Kuminga, Steve Kerr Warriors thing to work out. If you're part of that very small subsection that might be well-funded, but small nevertheless, of folks who want Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors to work out, doesn't seem like Jonathan Kuminga's on the same page with you.
I was really surprised that Steve Kerr did that when he did, and I'd have to go back and look exactly when it was. Was it in Portland? Was it when they came home? I think it was maybe when they came home off of the losing to Portland in their third game of the year, and they took on Memphis and beat Memphis and the Clippers. It might have been right in that range, but I was really surprised given the history with Jonathan Kuminga, the up and down nature of him wanting a different role and the Warriors trying to struggle through getting him to do things that help this team win, all of the things that have basically been an issue for the entirety of Kuminga's career, maybe with the exception of his rookie season. I was surprised. And at the time even kind of chastised Steve for it, like saying, why would you do that? Like knowing that the history would dictate that probably within 10 games he would not be in the starting lineup again. I think it came from a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it came from a good place. But I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to look for a way to get him into the starting lineup because Moses Moody was hurt, and I think that was the other part of it. If Moses Moody's not hurt, I think they start the year with the same lineup that they finished last year with: Steph, Podziemski, Moody, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and maybe they take Podziemski out here and there to put Quentin Post in and slide Draymond down to the 4 as they had done anyway. But I was just stunned, and I think it was a mistake. I'll stand on that.
Unquestionable.
And I think it's proven to have been a mistake, given the way this thing has played out, that Steve would just anoint him in that way as a starter, knowing full well how much it means to Jonathan Kuminga to be a starter and knowing full well how Kuminga would probably take it if there came a time, which I'll be honest, felt inevitable, that he is taken out of the starting lineup.
It was before that game against the Clippers where they played so well. I think they held the Clippers to like 78 points, though apparently that wasn't as hard to do as we thought it was in the moment. The Clippers officially suck right now. So, again, not maybe a quality win. I mean, come on, they have 5 wins and 12 losses. They suck. They're awful. And you watch them, and you think the Warriors are old, slow, and not going for it. Have I got a team for you? The oldest team in the NBA is the Los Angeles Clippers, ladies and gentlemen. And luckily, they don't have any nonsense going on behind the scenes either. But that was, of course, sarcasm. He said before that Clippers game, he'll start tonight and he'll be our starter going forward. He's been fantastic. And then, to go blah, blah, blah. You've hardly seen any of those mid-shot clock 17-foot pull-ups. 5 games of no 17-foot mid-shot clock pull-ups, and now he's our starter going forward, and he's been fantastic. And we're going to put him on James Harden, and we put him on Ja Morant on purpose. And, man, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of embarrassing looking back on it now. You were correct in the moment. I was drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit, to be honest, and it's totally embarrassing to look back on how we got bamboozled again, how we got fooled into it. And it's not just Jonathan Kaminga lulling us into this false sense of security that he had figured it out. It was that he fooled the Warriors into it. They're the ones who should know best. They're the ones who understand what this dude is really about. It's easy for fans and media to buy in because it's a great story if he bought in. And it fills us with hope and possibility for the future if he's bought in and continues to play that way. And maybe this speaks to where the Warriors are at in this strange period of time they exist in the late stages of certainly Draymond Green's and most likely Steph Curry's career here with the Warriors, is they're looking for that hope and that optimism. And they got suckered in to the Jonathan Kuminga 5-game start just as much as everybody else who has nothing on the line, to be frank, and is just looking for something good to talk about. They got suckered in just as much as the rest of us schlubs, but not John Dickinson, ladies and gentlemen. He was all over it from the jump. He called it out in the moment, and he's calling it out now. We were all fools to fall for the trap.
It just didn't make sense. Again, knowing the history, and I don't think it does. We were talking earlier about things that benefit Jonathan Kaminga. Telling Jonathan Kaminga that didn't benefit Jonathan Kaminga. No. Like even in the moment, like just keep it rolling as is. And
right.
It wasn't.
Don't
it
rock
wasn't
the boat.
too long after. Before the Clippers game, it ended up, I mean, it was really, to me, it turned in the Indiana game that they lost
Correct.
on the road while everybody was watching the Dodgers come back and win Game 7 of the World Series. So it's an easily forgettable game.
Yes.
I was in New York at that point. The Niners were getting ready to play the Giants the next day. And we did a Dubs OT stream only, and I'm thinking, man, Kuminga, he's not playing well tonight, and defensively missing some assignments, and that was the first time, but he's going to be the starter. So it's unreal. It didn't make a lot of sense.
It's funny too. I used to have this belief of winning basketball players were the guys who were willing to shoot 3/4 full court at the end of a quarter or something, because they weren't concerned about the stat. Now, obviously, the NBA has just changed the rules so that everyone can do that.
So Steph Curry.
Right. And Andre Iguodala, I actually had a long conversation with Andre Iguodala about this. And we were both of the mindset of, like, anyone who doesn't do that, you can't buy into. Like, you can't buy in to anybody who's not willing to shoot 3/4 court or do that, hold on to it for an extra second, and then it will be after the thing. Like, that's loser mentality, I believe, was what we ultimately came to. And this was several years ago. Now,
impressive.
It was good stuff. I enjoyed that conversation immensely. I enjoyed my conversations with Andre Iguodala immensely. I'd like to have one soon. Andre, if you're listening, call me up.
I'm going to admit this. I would have thought Iguodala would have been a guy that did that, to be honest.
He did.
And nothing against – because Iguodala was a winner in every sense, but I would have thought Iguodala was a guy that wouldn't want his percentage messed up because of that.
No, and I'm sure that somebody can go back and find a time when he did it, and that was the negative, the devil on the shoulder creeping in, if you will. But I mean, I brought it up mainly because Steph would always take it, and the joke was, well, Steph doesn't have to worry about his percentage because he's unbelievable and he's Steph Curry and all that. But it got into a larger conversation about guys who don't do that are clearly thinking about themselves over the team. And what's the downside for the team if you miss that shot? None, but the upside's immense of 3 extra points for free. That's huge in the course of a game. But if your shooting percentage is most important, then are you really all the way in? And it's these little things that tell you a big story. It's also things like, I want to be a starter, that kind of tell you the story. Now, maybe not to the most extreme version like the shooting percentage and chucking shots thing, but guys who are so concerned about starting are always kind of putting up red flags for me, because I can appreciate that you want the status that comes along with that, but you're getting your minutes. You're going to get – Jonathan Kuminga, whether he's starting or on the bench, is going to get minutes because he's a good enough player to get that. But having that sort of external respect, I know that we all want it. We all want to be appreciated and loved and valued, of course, but that's what minutes are for. And closing games are for that. Starting games is vanity. And it's more concerned about yourself and your ego than it is about what's best for the team. And it doesn't matter if Jonathan Kuminga starts or is coming off the bench. Whatever's best for the team at that time, based on the way he's playing, should be what the Warriors are prioritizing. And instead, they're playing politics. And instead, they're having to massage his ego and do all these things and make these public comments, which now look like egg on the face about, well, he's our starter and he's our starter moving forward. Who cares who starts? And think about this. When Steph Curry came back, I think it was in Portland, forgive me, there were so many victorious playoff series that they all sort of run together pre-pandemic. There might have been something else that happened between now and then.
I'm back. The I'm back.
Right. Well, I mean, not just that.
16.
He comes back and he comes off the bench in the playoffs. Stephen Wardell Curry comes off the bench because it was what was best for the team at that time. Draymond Green, who's obviously not Steph Curry, comes back from injuries, and he's like, yeah, I can come off the bench. That's fine. Because it's closing games is what matters, and you earn closing of games. You earn those final minutes on the court with your play on the court during that game over the course of the season. Guys who are concerned about if they start or not are more concerned about themselves than the team. It was a red flag then. It's always been a red flag. I've always had that up, and it's frankly, again, kind of to spin it back from the point that you made in the 6 o'clock hour, which was so apt. The Warrior stars need to wear some of this Kuminga failure, which is what it's looking like right now, because they're deferring to him because they don't want to put in the Ullman's work of 1 out of 82 on a night in, night out basis. And they know Jonathan will carry the load for him. They'll hand it off to the intern,
or at least try and then do it in ways that the coaching staff doesn't want, which negatively impacts his ability to contribute on a nightly basis.
Right. And then Kuminga's stuck between stations, not knowing who he's supposed to be appeasing. Should I appease Steph Curry, the greatest basketball player in the history of the Warriors and one of the 5 greatest of all time? Or should I listen to Steve Kerr? And, well, Steve isn't selling me something I want to hear right now. So let's go with the Curry side. So now he's stuck between stations, and I feel for him in that regard. But again, it's like, what do you really care about? And I can't get over the idea that this summer he had a bunch of people, and the Sacramento Kings were chief among them, but the Phoenix Suns were in this ball game too, telling him everything he wanted to hear about Jonathan Kaminga. And the Warriors now have to either play that game or suffer the consequences. I mean, evidently, because they're out here playing the games. Oh, he's a starter permanently moving forward. They're having to play politics and massage the ego of Jonathan Kaminga. And again, to another great point you made, what has he ever done to affect winning? What is the defining moment of Jonathan Kaminga's career as a winner? And we're going back probably to the 2022 playoffs when he's a rookie and doesn't know anything and is coming off a G League Ignite season where he didn't play because of the pandemic and stuff. He is as green as the dollar bill in your wallet right now. And they're throwing him in there because who knows what would happen. Agent of chaos. Let's have some fun. Let's see if this can shake things up a little bit. That might be his most winning portion of basketball in his entire career. And yet they're placating to him. It's ridiculous. And it's not just Kuminga. It's embarrassing for the Warriors that they're still playing this game.
He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR. We'll continue the conversation. We'll get to some texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I also will say just real quick, I do think the first 5 games of this year he contributed to winning. I think there's been other stretches.
5 games at the beginning of the season.
Not so much last year. Not so much last year before he got hurt and then the Jimmy Butler trade. There was a lot of him contributing, but not to winning. More in the Minnesota playoff series. Type of a vein. But there have been smaller stretches where he's been in the dunker spot and he's had those 8 for 10 kind of games where he scores 18 points very efficiently and has helped. But they have been extremely few and far between, and he can do it to that point. So we'll keep it moving there as we head toward the finish line here on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Dieter Kurtenbach's all fired up. It only took you 3 days, Dieter, for crying out loud, to get fired up. Now that we're at the end of our run here in 17 minutes.
Got to keep you wanting, JD.
Well, and we'll probably get a shot to do some shows together around the Christmas holiday as well. So always a pleasure, my man, the last 3 days to be working with you. It's always a fun, quality conversation. By the way, before we get back into the Warriors conversation, and Jonathan Kaminga will get to some texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It is a battle of NFL Players of the Week on Sunday in Cleveland. Each Wednesday, the league releases these. Myles Garrett, shockingly, Myles Garrett with his 4 tackles for loss, including 3 sacks and 2 forced fumbles against the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday. He is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, in addition to the man that's going to break the all-time single-season sacks record at some point here between now and the end of the season. And the NFC Defensive Player of the Week is the 49ers' Jair Brown, and friend of this program. Jair Brown, 5 tackles, 2 picks, the one in the end zone. Jair Brown was named the NFC Player of the Week for, week 12 in helping the Niners beat the Panthers on Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium. So good stuff there from Jair Brown and Myles Garrett. He could freaking win that every week, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not called the Myles Garrett AFC Defensive Player of the Week award. But what I'm hearing from you right now, JD, is that it's even Stevens. That the Browns have Myles Garrett and the Niners have Jair Brown, and we're just going to cancel it out and we're going to move forward from here. And I like that formula. We're going to go with that.
It's a good problem to have if you could cancel Myles Garrett out. That'd be a good problem for the Niners.
But they have Trent Williams, and we're still like, I don't know.
Well, it's funny. I think it was on the post game Monday. I might have been on with Krug on one of his many streams. Anyway, it was basically there hasn't been a lot of complaining about the 49ers offensive line the last few weeks.
No, there has not.
And I think it feels like that's about to change. Feels like we're overdue.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett's
I will say they're playing better.
Change that.
Yeah.
No, they are.
Yeah.
No, credit to them. It was more a statement to those complaining than the actual play on the field.
Yeah.
But we haven't had a lot of that the last couple weeks. And, again, Myles Garrett single-handedly, even with Trent Williams out there on the left side, and he works to the defense's right and the offense's left predominantly. So it's going to be a big time task for 71. But you know what? Future Hall of Famer. It's the future Hall of Famer versus future Hall of Famer battle on Sunday.
I'm excited to see it, and perhaps only because I'm more or less a neutral party in this. I'm excited to see it. I love football played at its highest level. We could get it in that matchup. But it does. I think I have to agree with you. As bullish as I was on the Niners offensive line coming into the season, obviously had to pull back from that take a little bit just to save face. But the last month or so, since that Atlanta game when they started using a lot more gap stuff in the run game, they've looked a hell of a lot better. Pooney's looked healthier. There's a lot of really positive things to be gleaned from the 49ers offensive line play over the last month or so. And I think it's a big reason why the offense, at least at its high end, has looked really, really good. But there might be some saved drafts in the old Twitter machine that might be coming out come Sunday afternoon from some folks who have had to kind of sit on their hands for the last couple of weeks. I'm with you on that one.
All right, couple of text messages and some YouTube chats from earlier in the show. We spent the bulk of the day talking about Jonathan Kaminga and just where the Warriors sit with him. YouTube chat, Kaminga doesn't have a winning attitude. He's meant to play for the Wizards. Wow.
I think I said that in the text message chain last night. That was me. I sent that message.
Tough crowd. You did say that in the text thread last night. Another one, Ernie Chavez. Kaminga is like Ayuk. That's been another topic that's come up a couple of different times. Ebe here, at Ebe here on YouTube, one of the regulars, a Dubs OT regular, so appreciate you watching the program. Kaminga to the Kings for Sabonis and Monk. I don't think Sabonis is hurt. The Warriors don't really like Sabonis or Monk. And I don't. No. And Sabonis is making a lot of money. Like that's.
Yep.
I don't see that. I don't see Sabonis or Monk, and I don't see a Warriors trading the Jonathan Kuminga to the Kings. I think it's going to be elsewhere.
I think they'd like that. I'm not sure that there's going to be that many suitors for one Jonathan Kuminga, to be frank. And then adding into that, I agree that what they would get back from the Kings in a one team deal is not what they're looking for. They would have made that deal in the summer. There were plenty of deals from the Kings available in the summer. They would have worked it out and figured something out there. They weren't liking what the Kings were offering. And as we see with the Sacramento Kings, the Warriors were correct on that front. But it would have to be, and maybe this is part of the calculus for the Warriors right now, it might have to be a 4 or 5 team deal to rid yourself of Jonathan Kaminga and get back something that can help you in the here and now. You might need between now and January 15th to get the framework of that deal done.
I mean, Malik Monk 18-7 this year, 20.1 next year. He's got a player option for 27-28 that'll have him make 21.5, so that's getting picked up. And then Sabonis makes 42.3 this year, 45.4, and 48.6. So there's a lot of money that would need to be going the other way in a deal like that to make it happen. I don't feel like that's feasible on the surface. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap things up. JD and Dieter, final segment straight ahead here. What did young Tony learn? We'll find out next right here, The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. Final segment. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. It's been a pleasure to be with you the last 3 days here. I hope everybody enjoys the holiday weekend. Murph and Marcus back on Monday. Enjoy some football, some family, some food. Go high carb. High carb, Dieter.
High carb.
A lot of carbs.
We learned
Get your
nothing.
stuffing, mashed potatoes, rolls, mac and cheese, all of that. And then mix in some yams on top of it and some pie. Like just carb it all out to get into the Thanksgiving spirit. All right, before we get out of here, let's find out what young Tony learned.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, Tony, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What did you learn, or what did Curly teach you?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess is what this segment has become this week.
So we were talking Rockets legends this morning, obviously with the Rockets in town, and we were talking about Akeem Olajuwon, as Greg Papa just told me how to pronounce his name. We were talking about some of his just legendary moments, the Dream Shake, which is another thing that I learned on this show. And then Curly brought this up. He had an old commercial, which I want to queue up on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter if you're watching. Kind of a funny little Snickers bit, and the taxi driver riffs on the garden. Here it is.
Take me to the garden. Say, you're Akeem Olajuwon, aren't you? Right. You really did a number on us 2 years ago. Where we going? The garden. What's another toy? Shortcut.
Not going anywhere for a while? Grab a Snickers, because nothing will hold you over like peanuts, caramel, and milk chocolate.
Well, here we are. The garden.
Hungry? Why wait?
There you go.
Gonna be even longer than you thought? Grab another Snickers.
Why? Hakeem.
Hungry?
Taxi!
Why wait?
The joke is, of course, that they drop him off at the Bronx Botanical Gardens, not Madison Square Garden.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly. So
for
he
those
would
who
not
are
be
listening
playing against the Knicks there. For those listening,
Yeah.
exactly. And if you're watching, you got to see it on YouTube. But, yeah. Akeem Olajuwon, my favorite NBA player as a kid. Little known fact.
Wow.
I love
That's a
the
good
Dream. And when I was a kid at peak, like I loved him taking out Shaq. I loved him taking out Dennis Rodman. Or I'm sorry, David Robinson and Dennis Rodman.
Yeah,
both on the Spurs back then. But yeah, I loved Hakeem and Akeem, and then he became Hakeem, but really Akeem. And so yeah, love the Dream Shake. Love those Rockets teams as a kid that won the back-to-back titles. My goodness, 30 years ago now. I sound like Murph. 30 years ago.
I don't want to think too hard about that. And he's still out here giving big men the tips. I think that Victor Wembanyama spent some time with him. If you're a big man looking to get your footwork right, you go and you see the Dream. I think he's just doing private coaching down in Houston, and I bet he could still give some dudes the business at this point. You see the footwork. He's 60-something at this point, and he's still got the shake, man. Hakeem Olajuwon, clean living will take you a long way, is what we found out from him, albeit with a couple Snickers bars along the way.
No doubt. So Warriors and Rockets tonight. We'll be talking about it. Dubs OT coming your way immediately following that. We'll have a brew out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, and Murph and Marcus will be back with you on Monday. So looking forward to that. I'll be back with Adam Copeland, 49ers pre- and post-game on Sunday morning as well here. That's a 7 o'clock start for us with the 10 o'clock Pacific time kickoff, 1 Eastern. Papa and Silver coming up next. Carlos Ramirez is in for Greg Silver. Greg Silver is in on the afternoon show with Todd Husak, filling in for Adam Copeland and Derek Papa from 2 to 6. It's all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. Dieter, thanks to you. Thanks to young Tony.
Yes,
thanks
sir.
to John Curley. as you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there. A lot to be grateful for, and we're grateful for the faithful.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Purdy takes the snap. Another toss play to McCaffrey. Gets to the edge on the left side. Black from Juszczyk. Gets to the 5. Still on his feet. Into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
What a beautiful play. And that was vintage San Francisco clinic blocking.
They go to Simpson out of the backfield. He's got 2 tight ends blocking on the outside. He's got room. He bursts inside Raiders territory. 1 man to beat. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Simpson. 66 yards. 1 rookie to another. It is the first touchdown pass in Shedeur Sanders' career.
Young looking over the middle, throws, and it's picked off by Brown! At the 23-yard line, the second of the game for Jair.
Best game of the year for Jair Brown.
Smith is back to throw. Miles got him again.
Ball's out.
Ball's out. Browns football. Strip sack. Myles Garrett, the 10th Browns sack of the day. And there is your Vegas goodbye.
All right, it is Thanksgiving Wednesday. Good morning, Bay Area. Happy Thanksgiving. This is Papa and Silver. I am Carlos Ramirez. We're playing musical chairs today on KNBR. It is a Thanksgiving Wednesday. Before we start this show, or to begin the show, I should say, happy Thanksgiving. Today's one of those days, I think, where in radio sports we get to, before breakdown matchups, Pop, be thankful for everything, for what we have, for the work, for the job, for the career, for the fans, for the teams, the food. And I imagine that for you, my dear brother, this is a very special Thanksgiving. And before you hit us off, I want to be thankful for my family, my friends, my health, my career, NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR, the 49ers, everything. The fact that I get to do this will never, ever cease to make me feel thankful. And I'm really thankful that I'm sitting here next to you, even though you're home and I'm in the studio here at Daly City, because where we were as a crew and a team and a media community, heartbroken for you, and where we stand today, I am thankful, I am blessed, and I thank God and the doctors and everyone who are taking such good care of you, because thank God you're here. You're not going anywhere. You're just getting stronger and better. Thank you for your trust, for your friendship, for what you do, for being a role model for me and so many others in this industry. I love you, and the fact that I get to do Thanksgiving Wednesday with you legitimately makes me want to cry, because you know how much I love you. And when I got here 7 years ago from San Diego, I told you this 7 years ago. My goal was to work with you. I admire you. You are my Bill Walsh. That's what you are to me. And so happy Thanksgiving, and thank you, brother. What's up?
Brother, we got 4 hours to do. 4 minutes in, you're going to make me go all dick for meal?
I know. Sorry.
I love you, too, and you were one of the first to reach out to me, and you've been there every single day. You are more than just somebody that I was on the air with for a long, long time, and even more than a friend. You become a brother and a family member, and you mean that much to me. So, wow, what a way to start. I don't want to get all there. We'll have fun. Today is Blackout Wednesday, the greatest drinking day in the history of mankind. So we're not going to be, I wish I could be out there drinking with you all, maybe next year at this time. So what am I grateful for this year? Wow. I would need the next 3 hours and 55 minutes to articulate it all, and you know I could, but I won't.
It's your show.
Just
you
that
can do whatever you want.
That I'm doing better. There was a time not too long ago I thought I was going to die. And I thank all the people that have pulled me out of it, from UCSF and Dr. Aaron Logan and my hematologist, all the staff, all the people that have got me through this ordeal. But mainly it's been the love and support of everybody. I've reconnected with people, and we are going to have the great Andrew Siciliano.
Mm-hmm.
Ball out! He's the voice of the Cleveland Browns. You can't steal T-Rock's line, and we don't want to hear that from Myles Garrett in this game, recovered by Malik Collins, but that could be the situation. Their front is ferocious. We will talk football. But the Syracuse community, going into the Syracuse Hall of Fame with Andrew, we went in together. We were supposed to be there side by side as Orange Brothers, and on the first day of November, right after Halloween. Couldn't make it, but I did appear there by Zoom, and we'll go back in a year's time when I'm able. But I'm thankful that I'm still with you. I'm able to do what I love. There was a long time this wasn't even a consideration. I just wanted to stay alive, and I'm here to report to you. I had like my 12th lumbar punctures yesterday, which is basically a spinal tap where they found leukemia in my spinal column fluid. It got into my brain, and that's the whole issue I have to have with a bone marrow transplant. So they go in there every fortnight. When Dick Enberg said fortnight and he was talking about Wimbledon, it was so majestic. And now, that's not the fortnight I want. Every 2 weeks you stab me with one of those. Anyway, MRD negative. No leukemia found at all, in complete remission. And I have been since late August, and we hopefully will stay there. But I got to get this transplant done, certainly in the next couple of months. But we'll get through it all.
It'll happen.
I am going to survive, without a doubt. I mean, there's some markers and things I got to pass on. But anyway, just thank you for being someone that's been there, throughout. And I can't wait for the day when I'm not going to be the boy in the bubble, and we're going to ring the bell. And we're going to treat every damn day like it's Blackout Wednesday, and we'll have so much to be thankful for on the eve of Thanksgiving. And we'll get into it all. We're thankful for Steph Curry and the Warriors.
Yes.
Wow. See him tonight, and Kevin Durant won't be here, but I was thankful of the two best years I've ever seen as far as basketball playing. He was here. The third year got a little sideways. If he didn't get hurt and all the Draymond, they would have won again. But also, this is a challenging week, and we think football. And tomorrow, we'll get into the slate of games. I can't recall, every year you'd always wake up early in the morning and like the Detroit Lions on Thanksgiving.
That's horrible.
They're really going to hijack my Thanksgiving again with that bad football. Barry could go for 2 1/4. They're still going to lose. He's going to go for 2 1/4 forward and maybe 100 yards backwards and, get to 125. He was a dancer, great player. But anyway, now that Green Bay-Detroit game is so good, we'll probably have the highest rated NFL game in regular season history when you have Kermit the Frog and the Kansas City Chiefs and their dynastic run post-Tom Brady up against whatever they want to call themselves. The Dallas Cowboys do have eyeballs on this country and internationally. And then the Sunday night game won't be a great one, but the tryptophan will kick in and we'll fall asleep. But we do have Joe Burrow back, one of the great quarterbacks of this modern era. Just hasn't been able to stay healthy against Baltimore, who's all of a sudden back atop their division. So, but, it's all just the appetizers. It's just to get you ready. And then, or maybe that's the feast, and then we have the pumpkin pie on Thursday morning in Cleveland. And this is installation day. So for a football team, it's a hard week. If I was working, this would be a challenging week. You got a Monday night game at home. You wake up Tuesday kind of groggy from the game, and you're like, damn, it's Tuesday. I got to go to Cleveland on Friday. Who the hell wants to go there? Well, we have to. And who are they, and what are they? And Myles Garrett, he could retire right now and be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is that good of a football player. So today on installation day, we'll hear from Kyle. And I think, most weeks or many, many weeks when Mac Jones was quarterback in Car-Ram, we got into what's your pass pro plan? How do you keep Mac Jones upright? He's got to get hit. He's got to eat bananas. He's got to get pummeled. He's got to get up and drag his ass back in the huddle or to the sideline and rehab and come back and play. There was a long time here where the other team's pass rush, just like Carolina's, wasn't as formidable. Arizona got a couple of hits on Brock. But 3 of the last 4 games, they are pass protecting much better. This challenge, whoa. How many hands do you want to put on number 95, Myles Garrett? Now, the line is you've got to put 4 hands on that guy. That means you double him.
Well, not the Raiders.
Has 2 hands.
Raiders didn't think that.
They did. No, the Raiders put 6.
They tried. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I watched the whole game back. I watched it live. I watched it back this morning. They triple-teamed him.
Yeah.
They put a tight end over him. Their left tackle did as best as he could, and they also slid protection. It's hard to put 3 guys on one on the front. Malik Collins has 6.5 sacks this year. Remember him, the former 49er?
And Mason Graham had
in the middle.
Mason Graham opened an IHOP in the middle of the Raiders' offensive line.
I personally think he is dramatically overrated. When I got ready for the draft and watched that guy play, I think Braden Fisk from the LA Rams is a better player. I'm not saying he's not an NFL starting D tackle, but I'm not picking him. What did he go, 5 or 6 overall? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
But they do put him with Garrett and then, Malik Collins and Mason Graham. And, as a player, as the rookie linebacker from UCLA with the flowing blonde hair, Carson Schwessinger. And then they've got, very quietly, Denzel Ward is one of the best corners in all of football. And J.C. Horn blew his horn on Monday night. And we're going to have Mike Pawlowski, our friend from Cal, who was on with Larry Beal after the game. I know Ram was there, but the ratings were all on Carlos Ramirez and his show. But Larry Beal, right after the game on ABC 7, does attract a few people. And Pawlowski will break down the 3 picks with Brock and what he needs to do and get into it all. But Brock, the other part of this is their defense, and it's tough to run. Usually if a team rushes the quarterback like this, you can run on them. Jim Schwartz's defense, you can't run on them. You can't hide on them. And then you got to get your back foot. And Brock, if we call a 7-step drop from under center with a play action, get the damn ball out. I would think limit 7-step drops and roll away from 95. He'll move around, Garrett. He'll also line up right over Jake Brendel's head. I saw him do it a few times against the Raiders on Sunday. They move him around, but mainly he's going to be over Trent Williams' side. What a matchup that'll be. Now, Chris Verster will go in and say, hey, big boy, you want help? You want Kittle to come and sift motion your way to help on 95 before he goes out, or we bring Juice over? What do you want to do? I think initially, knowing Trent, I'll say I'll handle him myself. Good luck. And Trent got hurt. Last time we were there a couple of years ago, Trent got hurt right away in the game. McCaffrey got hurt right away in the game. Debo got hurt in the very first play of the game with a shoulder. Then later on the 8th play, he wound up, walking off and never came back in. And Brock had a hard time with the weather. So it's Garrett, it's the front, it's all of them. It's Denzel Ward. And then the weather. Is Brock going to wear a glove on the right hand? How's he going to handle this? He did it in the playoff game against Green Bay, took it off, doesn't like it. It's going to be worse than snow. And it's going to be freezing rain on the shores of Lake Dreary right there in downtown Cleveland. So it is what it is. And then we haven't even gotten into the headline of the game, which will be the rookie quarterback who has a very well-known father who played decent football with the 49ers the one year he was here and led him to a Super Bowl and was the defensive player of the year, and he played for a few other teams as well, including the San Francisco Giants. What an athlete Deion Sanders was. And his son is not nearly as athletic, plays a completely different game, obviously quarterback, but he's just so poised and calm. He wants to get out to his right. He wants to throw deep down the field. They got a lot of good tight ends, and their offense is not great, but with this defense and the weather we think it's going to be, I don't know if either team is going to get into the 20s in this game. First team to hit 20 will probably win. So we'll talk a lot. We'll have a lot of fun today. We'll cry. We'll tell you what we're all thankful for and get your best meals on Thanksgiving. I'm just hopeful I'll be able to eat tomorrow. My appetite is just not the same lately, but we'll get through it. But Ram, great to have you with you, brother. You've been there from the beginning, and you probably reach out to me more than any non-family member. Just constant streams and how you doing? When can I see you? And there'll be a day we get together and we ring that bell. And
we will.
It's a blackout Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every day. But we'll have fun today on Wednesday.
We will, brother. By the way, I just checked the weather in Cleveland for Sunday. It says this Sunday, the low will be 0 after 11 p.m. The high will
Celsius, probably.
Yeah, Celsius.
That's not Fahrenheit.
Yeah, Celsius. All right. 4 Celsius.
We're not in Canada. We're in Cleveland, Ohio, the United States of America.
But
no, Tacion. That's 32.
It says
32
that it won't rain. It will snow.
When? At night, but not for the game. It's not.
Yes.
It's going to be warmer for the game. Right?
Yes.
We're not playing at midnight. We're playing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
But there's an 80% chance of snow on Sunday.
During the game?
Yes.
I'd rather have it snow than
at
rain.
this point. Again, this you know how
Really?
weather
When
is.
did this
You know how
change?
weather is. What?
Especially in Northeast Ohio. I mean, it's the same. Cleveland is Buffalo. It's the same damn city with, Terminal Tower. And can't you guys sandblast City Hall? Well, why do they all look so dark and dingy? Clean up City Hall, would you? A little bit. They're the same city. Buffalo gets heavy snow to the south of the city, not right downtown. Cleveland, it's more to the west of the city. They don't get it a lot downtown. The difference is Buffalonians put their football stadium right in the snow belt. The hell are you doing that for? And the people in Cleveland put theirs right downtown, whether it was a mistake on the lake or this one that they've been in since the new franchise came. So I got to check the weather. So you're saying it's going to snow?
I'm telling you what the weather channel is saying is right now is Sunday the low will be 32 after 11 p.m. and the high will be 39 between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. The temperature range will feel like 17 to 20. Wind will make it feel colder, and there's an 80% chance of snow in the morning.
All right, and I'm looking at the weather, and it's going to rain there Thursday and Friday. The Niners travel there on Friday, Saturday for the walkthrough. It's going to be clear but cold. And then Sunday, little raindrops that we saw on the weather app have turned to snowflakes.
Yep.
So last year on this week, we flew to my hometown of Buffalo, New York, and had Thanksgiving there. And then we had a major snowstorm. And you remember that game on December the 1st in Orchard Park? And
I do.
It did not go well. McCaffrey got Taylor wrapped and hurt the knee, and really essentially the season was over for him and the 49ers. But everywhere else in Buffalo, where I was in downtown, not a flake of snow. You go to the southern tier, and it's 6 feet. Well, not 6 feet, a couple of feet, but a lot of snow. I would rather, for the 49ers' functionality of the offense, and in particular Brock Purdy, I would rather have it be a snow game than a rain game.
I agree.
Rain games are difficult. The wind will be a factor, but you're right. The weather has changed. There's an 80% chance of precipitation, and right now they're saying snow, but the high will be 39.
Yep.
So it could be what they call there a wintry mix. I love a wintry mix. Pack your rubbers for this road trip, Tim Ryan. That's what I say.
Quick break here on the show. When we come back, we'll talk about Brock Purdy. We got Shanahan Presser today, also Robert Saleh. We got Mike Pawlowski, also Andrew Siciliano, and is a new Japanese phenom landing on the Bay to fight Ohtani and the other Japanese phenoms in the Dodgers roster. We'll break it all down. This is Papa and Silver. I'm Carlos Ramirez. We'll be right back.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After the 49ers come out victorious on Monday Night Football against the Carolina Panthers, they have another tall task in traveling to Cleveland, Ohio to take on the Cleveland Browns. They haven't won there since 1984. I wasn't alive the last time that they won in Cleveland, and Myles Garrett is in their way, who himself has more sacks than the entire 49ers defense. How are you feeling, Faithful? Let us know on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First and 10 for the 49ers from the 8-yard line. Purdy to air it out over the middle of the field, and it's picked off at the 30-yard line. Coming back the other way, spinning around to try and get some extra yards inside the 20 and down near the 18.
That is an error by Brock Purdy. You cannot throw it late over the middle. He had a lot of time to throw.
Yeah, that's the big storyline for this segment here on Papa and Silver. Carlos Ramirez here with Greg Papa. Can Brock Purdy bounce back? That's the question we're all asking ourselves. We saw what happened Monday night, the 3 picks in the first half. Uncharacteristic for Brock Purdy. All on 20-plus yard passes downfield. Coach Shanahan said there were 3 throws he'd love to have back. The decisions were sound, said Shanahan, but Brock was a hair late and threw behind his guys, and all 3 defenders made him pay. Then Purdy owned it, Pop. He admitted he didn't drive the ball enough on those throws. And to squash any doubt, it wasn't due to his toe. That's what he said earlier. He said the toe is fine. He insisted that it just came down to timing and execution. We saw a different Brock Purdy in the second half. He protected the ball, stuck to quick, the safe throws, leaned on the run game. We saw the breakdown from Dan Orlovsky yesterday on ESPN. He says that he has seen Brock Purdy lose his anticipatory skills, but he can get them back. What are you seeing from Brock?
Well, we broke it down yesterday in the playbook, and we're going to bring in a good friend, Mike Pawlowski, I work Cal football with on TV for a long time. And Mike was on after the game on KGO with our friend Larry Beal, and he broke down. And so we're going to get his expert analysis of this, and Mike grew up in the West Coast system. I concentrated a lot on the playbook yesterday on his footwork, and like the first one that J.C. Horn undercut Jawan was a 22-yard dig, which is a deep route. It was the staple of the greatest show on turf in the St. Louis Rams passing game. They threw so many deep digs, just Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce, and Warner was so good at it, and just bang, they just dig you to death. You don't see a lot of those in the Niner offense. There's more, like the Debo dig was shorter. This Ayuk slant, Kittle over the middle on a seam. But anyway, the first one was from the 8-yard line, 7-step drop into the end zone, and alpha play action. And when you do that, and Carolina does not have a ferocious pass rush like Cleveland, you cannot do that against this team. I don't even know if you can do a 7-step drop all day, let alone a 7-step drop off play action where he hitches once, twice, 3 times. Not good. It's got to be out when you hit your back foot and you're a yard or 2 deep in the end zone of the 7-step drop, ball out. And that's why he was late, and J.C. Horn could undercut that route. I concentrated so much on his feet because that was obvious. He was late with his footwork. He was late with his footwork on the one to Ricky when Derek Brown, got around Ben Barch, forced him to climb the pocket. Did he climb the pocket too much? I don't know. We'll have Mike Pawlowski break that down. He did climb a ways, but that big man is bearing down on you, and then he let the ball sail. He didn't throw it deep enough in the end zone. The throw wasn't executed. And I kind of, took Brock off the hook, and I want to change my opinion. The last one was also his mistake. Even though J.C. Horn intercepted that ball coming across the entire width of the field because he was not occupied. The Niners went to a motion, had 3 receivers on one side. Ricky was dropped in a zone. Ricky was wide open for a long time, and Brock just did not get the ball out. He gave J.C. Horn enough time to read his eyes and cross the entire width of the field, and at the very end, he went from the width of the logo to the other side of the logo, and that damn 49er logo at midfield is wide. It was just, the ball's got to be out quicker. So I concentrated on his footwork, and I want Mike to give his expert opinion, and we'll break it down at 10:50 with Pawlowski. But the ball did not come, like the first one on the deep dig to Jennings. Watch the ball in the air. When we break it down with the video on the playbook, we'll do it again. It just hangs in the air. It's just, is that ball ever going to get there? Well, what did you think? J.C. Horn fell down on the route, and Jawan's completely by himself, and it just hung there, which leads to the elements and what he may be facing on Sunday. The first time that I'm not going to say I had doubts about Brock Purdy, but the first time he could not grip it and rip it, as we say. And he couldn't grip it because his hands are small, his 6 feet 5/8 of an inch. And I remember that morning in Cleveland. I grew up there. I grew up on Lake Erie. I know what the weather's like. When it starts blowing sideways, it is not good. And then 1 minute you get a flash of sun, and then it's dark, and it's swirling, and you don't know what the hell it's going to do. That's why Jake Moody missed the 41-yard field goal at the end. The conditions changed from all throughout the day to the very end when the ball got pushed to the right. But in that game, Brock just could not control the ball. I remember there was one where it was obvious on the pullback, the ball just slipped out of his hand.
Right.
And it's like, whoa. So then you're thinking, small hand, small quarterback, but he just could not control the ball. I mean, there was a playoff game in Cincinnati. The great Dan Fouts, one of the greatest throwers of all time, goes into that ice bowl there, and he cannot check the ball down to the back. The wind just took it. Now, that was extreme. It was not like that day, and I don't know what it's going to be like on Sunday. But if Brock cannot grip it and rip it sufficiently enough, which I don't have any idea why he could not, in a game on Sunday, night games are different at Levi's. I don't know what the wind was doing, but they're typically a little more windy, and you got to play all that. But it's not like going to Cleveland to play in a wintry mix, whether it's snowing or raining, and it's damn near freezing. The balls get hard. You can't grip them. And so there was a concern level on that first one to Jennings on the deep dig that why didn't he just rip that ball? Why didn't he grip it and rip it? He didn't. Now, how is he going to be able to do it when he's got weather in his face and he's got Myles Garrett in his face and a few of his friends like Graham and Collins and Schlesinger blitzing? And, they don't need to bring a lot of pressure from Jim Schwartz, Carlos. They can just go with their four-man. And one of them is like for three men because you got a triple-team Myles Garrett. That guy, we've watched him throughout the years. His GTFO, as Cassera calls it, get the F off. He just comes off the ball, and he's so big. He's just a monster. He looks like a D tackle playing D end, and he's got all the moves, and they are lining him up right over the head of the center, and you better not bust, or this guy will, bust your players. So we'll get into it with Mike and break down each one. The one in particular, the deep dig to Jennings on the first pick, he just did not drive that football in good weather. What do we expect him to be able to do on Sunday in the wintry mix? And would he ever wear a glove on that right hand?
Especially if it's snowing, which we expected to, since we just saw the change in the weather. Some messages on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line here. 4174 says, Carlos, Greg, and Walter have a great show. Great day. Happy Thanksgiving. That is CHP Joe. Touchdown Papa.
Chips?
Yes.
Chips?
Yeah,
Wow.
I guess so. Touchdown Papa. Hell yes. Great positive news on your health update you just gave a couple of minutes ago. 4012 says on the text line. This is Ron from Alamo. I'm grateful for Papa. He's one of a kind and irreplaceable. Again, today we're encouraging you to tell us what or why you're thankful for. It is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, so we're very thankful for a lot of things. And we kicked it off with being thankful for having our guy here back on the show and being healthy. Big point in the game is our kicker, Moody, says 82-57. Our kicker, comma. Moody missed that big one a few years ago. Now we have the brand new kicker, and the weather on the road might be a difficult proposition. Also on the text line, 8994 says, we have to talk about Kyle's record against Jim Schwartz. I'm worried about this game this weekend. Also on the text line.
1-8.
Yeah.
He's 1-8 against him.
Yeah. 4670 says, footwork or no footwork for Brock Purdy. He is an average quarterback, says. He's just a little better than Jimmy G. There are so many times he's so much open real estate in front of him, and then he just freaking forces the ball, says. He's not happy about Brock Purdy. 1460, did Brock tell someone his hands are too small? Let's have a little faith, man, he says. And then
they measured him. They measured him at the combine. They measure every single body part. He didn't say, hi, I'm small hands. No, he didn't say that.
And then on YouTube, Pine Needle says, bro, don't need a bounce back game when you get the win. You laugh off 3 bad throws and you let the media just act like fools. They were milliseconds off. No big deal. Penny, I'm going to disagree with you respectfully. Disagree with you because that to me is a minimalist and simplistic approach to what happened on Monday. If the Panthers were a better outfit, and they're a good football team, but if there were a better, more experienced and better perhaps coached team, they would have beaten the 49ers. They gave them every chance to take that game from them, and they didn't. Brock Purdy is a perfectionist. So is Kyle Shanahan. You better believe they were happy with the win, but upset in the manner that the offense produced, as much as they were happy in the way the defense came out and balled on Monday. So, yes, it's a win. You don't brush off 3 picks. I'm sorry. And guess what, Pin Needles? In the NFL, milliseconds is the difference between being an elite quarterback and being a backup. And Brock Purdy has shown that those milliseconds, Pop, are the things that make him an elite quarterback. So it's not something you just brush off. I disagree. What do you think?
They were not milliseconds. And what is that? 1/1000th of a second?
Yeah.
1/1000. They were full seconds. We will break it down with Mike Pulaski, and Kyle said a hair. They were not a hair off. On a 7-step drop from under center of play action, the ball's got to be out when you hit its back foot. We'll time it. He had 3 hitches after that. You could not do 3 hitches in that kind of time. So in any event, they'll coach him up. He'll get better. There's going to be more of a challenge, though, with this pass rush and these weather elements. And CHP, Joe, we love you, which reminds me, last year on Thanksgiving, we flew commercial, changed planes in Chicago. I had an event with Gold Bar Whiskey and couldn't fly with the team, and I wanted to get to Buffalo earlier. Anyway, we stopped at the airport in Chicago to change planes to Buffalo. And guess who was at a Subway ordering a turkey sandwich on Thanksgiving Eve?
What?
The original CHP, Eric Estrada.
Wow.
Was there. We hung with the original. I'm like, I thought my Thanksgiving was going to suck today on an airplane. You're having like a turkey club from Subway, and you're Eric Estrada? Damn.
Good-looking man, huh?
He is a good-looking man.
Good-looking
and he's aged well as well. He is a good-looking man and a very nice man.
All right, we got some audio for you on the other side. Quick break here on Papa and Silver. Carlos Ramirez in with you today with Pop. Quick break. We'll be right back.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're back on the show, 10:41 a.m. Papa and Carlos Ramirez. Papa and C-Ram with you. Today we have a musical chairs switching of the gears, if you would. Greg Silver will be on from 2 to 6 today. I'm filling in for him. He's moving up or down, depending on how you see the schedule. Before we move up to Week 13 in the Browns, let's go back in time. This is the audio recap of what Week 12 left us on a Monday Night Football game.
Purdy with some time, throws the slant to Jennings. Jennings breaks the contact at the 5 and walks into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers.
Fourth touchdown of the year for Juwan Jennings. Can you say pinball wizard? What a great throw from Brock Purdy, just sliding that football right in between the defenders. Everybody converges on Juwan Jennings. Nobody wraps up. He pulls away from 3 guys. The last guy to have him was the corner, J.C. Horn, and Juwan says, I don't think so. Touchdown number 4 on the year.
Fake the handoff to Dowdle. It's Young on the run, throws to the end zone, intercepted, juggling and falling over. Jair Brown picks it off in the end zone.
Oh my God, what a play by Jair Brown coming off of the route. He was covering up shallow. Mitchell Evans was dragging across the back of the end zone. There's no doubt he was open. Bryce Young saw it, threw the ball. It was going to be right on the money. Jair Brown came off of the underneath coverage, reached up, pulled that down for a big time takeaway.
I always pride myself in being a ball hawk. And like you said, man, it's just been slow, and just, keep getting at it, man. Keep going, you know what I mean? Keep taking game by game, waiting on your opportunity. And tonight I was able to capitalize.
Singled out to the left. They'll throw the screen to Hubbard. Hubbard at the 10-yard line. Swarmed and brought down by Mustafa and Brown. They sniffed it out beautifully. It's a loss of 3. And it's 4th down.
I'll tell you, the defense has been outstanding so far in the first half of this game.
I love this group, man. A bunch of young guys, hungry, passionate, want to be great, want to be put in a situation to be great. Malik, Stout, RG, Demo, Curtis, D, Sam O, all the guys, Huff, man, every last one of them, AC, every last one of those guys want to be great, man. And they just want to contribute, to a win as much as they can. And when you have a young group like that that's hungry and passionate, you can be unstoppable defense.
Purdy takes the snap. Another toss play to McCaffrey. Gets to the edge on the left side. Black from Juszczyk. Gets to the 5. Still on his feet. Into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
What a beautiful play. And that was vintage San Francisco clinic blocking. Toss to the boundary. Get everybody pinned inside. Trent Williams gets a kick out on a safety. Then Kyle Juszczyk leads the way. And McCaffrey with perfect timing off of that kick out block from Kyle Juszczyk and just skips right into the end zone. Could not do it any better. It all started with the crack pin block by Juwan Jennings on DJ Wanham.
It was awesome block by JJ. Cracked the D in. We were able to get Trent got up on the free safety, and Christian followed right behind Juice on the cover 3 corner, and it was extremely clean, well-blocked play that allowed him to hit it, I think, from the 12.
Empty set again, 5 receivers, 2nd down and 8 from the 33. Another blitz coming. Young looking over the middle, throws, and it's picked off by Brown! At the 23-yard line, the second of the game for Jair.
Best game of the year for Jair Brown.
He was awesome. Thought, see more on the tape, but it felt like his best game as a Niner. I think he's been playing at high level here for a while, but those 2 picks were huge, and looked like he made a number of good tackles too.
D. Winters showing blitz. Young to throw, looking right. His hit from behind, and he goes down. A long right hand to bring him in from Furl.
Clee Furl, top 5 pick of the Raiders years ago, back with the 49ers, working the edge on their best offensive lineman. Gets Iquanu and twists him with the upper body, and then uses that big right arm and horse collars Bryce Young. Remember, there is no horse collar called in the pocket. Really well done by Clee Farrell. It all started with the big-time rush move off the edge.
You know, you can't replace Fred Warner. You can't replace Nick Bosa. Hard to replace your first-round draft pick in Michael. But it's just like over the course of these weeks, these young players, like you're seeing them kind of take command of the defense, right? They're becoming themselves. They're growing as players. You know, Malik Mustafa's flying around, setting the tone, hitting people. Tig is getting those interceptions. Our defensive line is applying pressure. And, you know, just the more games that we play, the more they're going to grow, and we're going to get guys that are going to become superstars for us.
And a game that the Niners had to have, a pivotal matchup between 2 teams jockeying for position in the NFC playoff picture. The 49ers will defeat the Carolina Panthers here tonight, 20-9, the final score. San Francisco making their way to midfield. And with the win, the 49ers move to 8-4 overall now this season. The loss sends Carolina back to 500 at 6-6 overall. The first time the 49ers have back-to-back wins since the opening 3 games of the season this year.
Well, and again, one thing I loved is despite the 3 turnovers, 2 of them with their backs against the wall, the 49ers matched the energy and really outdid the energy of the Carolina Panthers. Juwan Jennings is going crazy down there. I think a guy a couple of plays ago took a shot at the groin on Juwan Jennings, and he was not happy about it, and he is going after Merrick.
The guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
What I wonder what would pop vintage young elite peak condition Papa do if a guy just walks up to you and hits you in the nuts? What's your
ball sack?
What's your reaction? What if a guy just comes
Michael
behind you and just
Jackson and not Freddie Mercury? Nice work by Walter. We had the Queen, so this is the 50th anniversary of the epic Night at the Opera, the featured track of maybe the greatest song ever recorded and written and everything, Bohemian Rhapsody. And I remember the 28th of 75 is when it came out, and that was the theme on Monday Night Football. Tim Ryan sees everything. A couple of plays ago, Trayvon Merring whacked JJ right in the nuts. And he has been suspended, but he's going to miss a Rams game, which is not good. We'd rather have him play in that game. And Juwan will get a FedEx envelope probably Friday after Thanksgiving. And when he's eating a turkey stuffing sandwich, he'll get fined some money for what happened on the retaliation. But he just pancaked him too much, so it was just classic there. So a lot of good. Obviously, Jair Brown, Tig with his best game as a 49er with the 2 interceptions on Bryce Young. And we'll bring in the great Mike Pawlowski to break down everything Brock Purdy. When you win a football game, And the quarterback throws 3 interceptions in the span of 8 offensive snaps. That is highly unusual to get away with that. But the defense did play maybe their best overall game of the year.
Yeah.
Hard to say against the competition. Maybe when they were Hardy and Hole early in the year, like the game in Seattle, they played better in the goal line stands they had in L.A. But they overcame a lot of adversity. Let's just not do that again with 3 giveaways. And Mike Pawlowski will break down footwork and driving the ball and gripping and ripping in it and all of it with the great former Cal Bear, Mike Pawlowski.
And that is just coming up next after this break. This is Papa and Silver. Coming up, Mike Pawlowski joins the show. We'll break down the tape. What did Brock do? How can he improve? That's next right here on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It is at 10:56 a.m. This is Papa and Silver. Carlos Ramirez, Car-Am today, filling in for Greg. He'll be joining you from 2 to 6 later on today. I'm here with Greg Papa, and we're now joined by the great Mike Pawlowski joining us to break down the tape. Mike, what's up? Happy Thanksgiving Wednesday, brother. How's it going?
Pre-Thanksgiving, right? It's that time. All kinds of stuff happening this week. Everything going on. Great to see you guys.
All right, so let's jump right in. Where do we begin? What does the tape say? Play one. Let's go.
So simple as we get it up here. In this game, Purdy was late on a couple throws. He was late on the first one. And so I'm not seeing the video here for me. Is it rolling?
We'll get it in a minute.
There it is. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're dropping back, right? Play action, 7 steps. So it's a hound 2, right, which is a play action fake. And he's just behind with a throw. Oftentimes when the quarterback feels that safety out front, they don't intentionally throw it behind, but they don't want to get the guy a big hit. And so that time he's not trying to get a big hit. J.C. Horn is in pursuit. He's on the back shoulders like he's supposed to be in man coverage. And so a ball that ends up behind Jauan Jennings here is a ball that gets picked. And so that's a tough one. It's just a bad throw. It's not necessarily a bad read because Jennings wins on the dig route. But you see Jackson, the safety, who's coming down over the top. He sees that, he feels it, and so he throws this ball a little bit behind, and J.C. Horn just does a great job of pursuing the back shoulder. So that's how they teach that man coverage. You want to stay in phase. If you can get there, that's what you're waiting for, that ball that's behind, and he got it on that one.
Michael, look at his footwork here. He's under center and a true eye behind. It's a 7-step drop, and then when he hits the back foot, the ball's got to be out now, doesn't it, when Jennings hits the 20, and then he hits you 3 different times.
Yeah, you don't want 3 hitches. So he moves, right? He creates a little pressure in his head, feels that pressure. And so as he moves to his left, that ball also fades back with him. This is, again, hound 2, so it's a play action fake. It's that slow draw inside. And then he steps up right there. If he can let that ball rip. When Jennings puts the weight on that outside foot to make the break, if you can release that ball right there, then timing beats coverage 99.9% of the time. But in this case, because he moved backside, right? So he's already moving momentum that way. And then he felt that safety. When he released this ball, he released it, and it was too far behind. In man coverage, you can't throw a back shoulder ball.
So I know this is a tough question, Mike, but is he late because he's overthinking? Is he late because of poor footwork? Is he late because he saw this? I mean, why? What do you think? What does the tape? Can the tape say why he was late?
So I would not argue that it was poor anything. He moved because he felt pressure, right? As a quarterback, he felt pressure in his face. And so as he moved to his left, that's what you're trained to do. That just happens automatically. So that's not poor. The throw was poor because momentum's moving left and because he's late on the ball in man coverage. If he can get it off on his first hitch, not avoiding pressure, then he's in good shape. This one is a different animal, okay?
The second one.
Once again, the second one. So this is a post. This concept is what they call a 4-beater. It's a dig or a curl on the inside, and it's a post, a deep post on the outside. And so he steps up because he feels pressure in this case. And you can see that ball, it should have been out to the left of Pearsall. It should have been to the back of the end zone, and it should have been over the top. Instead, he was trying to thread the needle, put a little touch ball on it, and he ended up in trouble. So you can see the outside of the pocket collapses on him. He steps through. Great job avoiding pressure. You got white shirts right in your face. So he avoids this pressure. Look at all the space on the 9. That's where that ball should go. There's no other safety up there. He should be thinking about putting that ball out there. I have done this. Every quarterback who has thrown a deep post like this has done this, left their receiver flat or tried to keep them high because they didn't know where that safety was. And so he should have put that ball out to the 9. If he'd have been able to check that, he'd have been okay. He'd have put that out there, let Pearsall run to it, and he's golden. But instead, he's trying to touch this ball over the top while he's on the move because of pressure. And this is why teams want those great 3 techniques, want those great edge guys. The more pressure you can put on a quarterback, the more you move him off the spot, the less accurate he is and the later he is in his throw. So now he's been moved twice, and he's been inaccurate twice because of that. They talk about it getting him off platform. Once you get a quarterback off platform, all bets are off.
And that 3-tech you're talking about was the 8th overall pick in the draft in 2020 out of Auburn. Derek Brown is by far their best interior player. Just go back and let's just look at the back of that play from the All-22 from the end zone. Because Brock does step up. Ben Bartch gets thrown away, and Derek Brown is coming upon him. Is his step up just too dramatic? It seemed like he stepped through it, and after Brown flushed him out of the pocket. Right there, can he gather his feet and throw a better ball there? He continues to climb the pocket a little bit.
Yeah, I teach it to quarterbacks all the time. It's a good step through. That's what you do. You continue moving forward, because what happens is when those guys when they wrap around you, they can fall back into you, and there's other people who can fall back in. So I'm okay with him throwing this on the move. What he needs to do, though, is throw that ball to the front side. I talked about it before. When he saw that safety and felt that pressure and threw the ball behind, and J.C. Horn was able to get to it, this time he doesn't know where the backside is in terms of pressure. He doesn't know where the backside safety is, so he's not willing to put it out to open space. That happens, and when you move somebody, as a quarterback, if you're not aware of who's in that space, you don't want to throw into a space.
Mike Pulaski joining us here on the show. Yeah, Mike Pulaski joining us here on the show.
Let's go back to this play. We're just real quick, Carl. So everybody's critiquing the play, and the reason Kyle was on board with all these plays, he's throwing to his primary. Jawan Jennings on the first one was the deep dig, was the first look. Pearsall goes in return motion there, runs the exit sheet motion out the outside. He's open. If he gets the ball quicker, he didn't throw it to him. He threw it to him a little bit late. You know, when you look at the end zone copy, Jawan Jennings flashes open left. George Kittle is wide open for a little flip in a run. Or Brock, who just ran 2 or 3 plays earlier for 9 yards, has open pasture to run. Do you have a problem fundamentally with him stepping through and going with the deep shot? Ricky goes in motion here. Ricky's the primary. He's looking the whole way there, steps through, but you got Jennings, you got Kittle. Look at how much room for Brock to run. Should he have even thrown this ball deep to the end zone, Mike?
Absolutely. I'd have thrown this ball. It's a great read. It's not a great throw, right? He threw a bad ball, but it's a fantastic read, because what you have is a matchup in man here. And so you have the first route coming across the face, right? Pearsall's in return motion. Jawan Jennings takes that safety. You see that safety on top of him? He's taking that safety out of the middle of the field. So if you get man or if you get cover 4, you clear that safety, and that leaves that backside post. The fact that safety runs with him leaves that takes his read to that backside post. So it's exactly the right read, and it's just a bad throw. If he throws a great ball to the top of the 9, then it's a perfect throw, and we're all celebrating a touchdown. But because he is on the move and he is not accurate, that makes it a bad throw. Now, Kittle was open. Sometimes you teach quarterbacks, if you feel pressure, your eyes should drop, find what's in front of you and check it down. Everybody's not perfect. Brock's pretty good, but he tends to press when he feels pressure sometimes, and so he throws that big ball. That one was just off target.
All right, let's go to the third one. Third pick from Brock Purdy. This is Mike Pulaski joining us here on the show, breaking down the film. We're bringing the audio version for you. This is radio, and also on the YouTube stream, you can see the film. What do you see here, Mike?
So this is a fantastic play by J.C. Horn. And, by the way, at this point, he was already concussed, which is crazy. And so he is that backside corner. I have an issue with play design here. They're trying to max protect and keep guys in and get that chip so that Brock doesn't feel rushed in the pocket, and they want to throw that same dagger concept. It's a clear-out route. By the inside, you're going to see Jawan Jennings clear out. You're going to see Pearsall widen, and then he's going to run that dig, right? As he breaks on that dig, it's there for the taking on the throw, except J.C. Horn has nothing to defend on the backside. If you look at him as a corner, I'm never checking the backside corner when I'm throwing a frontside dig. That just doesn't happen. So this is a phenomenal play by J.C. Horn of seeing it, of chasing quarterback eyes, and then getting to the ball. But I don't put this one on Purdy at all. There's nothing to hold him. Look at number 8 at the bottom of the screen. There's nobody coming his direction. There's nobody to hold him. And so as he's looking at Brock Purdy's eyes, he starts to chase, and he's looking for the route that comes across. Now, they've all studied film. They know the Niners love to run that dagger concept, that deep over. And in this case, he got there before the ball got there. So a fantastic play. That is a all-pro play right there in that single look.
So Mike, could he have gotten the ball out a little bit quicker to Pearsall when he cut in on the dig route and not allowed so much time for Horn to get across the whole width of the field?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty good. He had one bounce and then a hitch. I think that was a pretty good timing. Again, As a quarterback, you can't read backside corner when you're throwing frontside dig. It's not possible to do. That's too much field to try to read at one time. So sometimes they make plays too. I tell guys all the time, I still coach, college quarterbacks. They get scholarship checks too. So sometimes they make plays and they're going to make their play to make their money. Yeah, exactly.
And J.C. Horn's the best. He had 2 in the game. So overall, and when you watch the first one to Jennings on the dig and the in-cut, he was clearly late after the 7-step drop and the triple hitch. But the ball did not come out of his hand with the usual velocity. It kind of fluttered in the air a little bit. That last one, did he have enough, which leads to his toe. In your opinion, is he able to drive off that back toe and get the same velocity Brock gets when he's completely healthy? Is he completely healthy?
Yeah, I don't think the toe had anything to do with it. I got to be honest with you. I think, he's moving left, right? So he's moving to his backside, trying to throw back across his body to his right. And so physics dictates that you get ground reaction force. You put that front foot in the ground, and you get that same force back. But if I'm moving away from my throw, my mechanics are moving left as I'm trying to throw down the field, I lose velocity. I lose power. I can't harness the same kind of force. So that ball floated because physics just doesn't work that way. Physics doesn't joke. It happens the way it happens. And if you don't harness it right, then you don't have the same velocity.
Mike, going back to the Pearsall one, the second one, you broke down the footwork, what he saw, what he didn't see. In terms of decision-making, if he is moving forward and he does not want to plant his feet because he doesn't know who's behind him, there's no rear-view mirror on your helmet, so you don't know who's coming on the backside, so you don't know who's – that's the explanation of why he didn't set the feet, hence no lower body strength, hence you make that throw. Is that more – can you say, or is it fair to say he made the wrong choice because of the situation and he should be more aware of the surroundings? And I know it's a lot to ask for any player, but that's the guys who get the big money. That's what they do. Is that something fair to say?
He is playing the hardest position in sports, period. I have zero issue with the choice, none. I have the only issue is with the final throw. It's the same thing he'll tell you too. And it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to make the throw. It's that he didn't trust the open space to his left. He didn't know who was in it. I'm just telling you, every quarterback in the world has made this bad throw if they've gotten to, a college level or a pro level. If you're throwing that deep post and you don't know what's out there to the field, it feels dangerous. So you're trying to touch the ball where you know it's safe. He was on the read front side. He knew it was safe over the top. He just didn't have the accuracy because of his body mechanics, the way he was working. But if he'd put that ball on the top of the 9, he'd have been perfect. That ball would have been sensational. It would have been a touchdown. Everybody would have been celebrating Brock Purdy all-pro again. And so, that's the difference in playing quarterback. Right. Yeah. Everybody, gets to critique it. But I'm just telling you, as a guy who's played that position, I have zero problem with the reads on any of those. It's just the mechanics of finishing the throw. And that's why you try to move quarterbacks off platform. If, as a defensive line, you can move a quarterback off his platform, then you're golden. Now he's less accurate. And that's what they did to Brock. And so you have to have protection up front.
And on the third one, you said it's a poor design. So should they have had another receiver? Is it Robinson who should have been left and occupying J.C. Horn? What's the issue? You said Horn's got no one to cover. Hence, he can do whatever he wants, so he's jumping around underneath, right? So you're going left to right or right to left in your progression. Should they have had someone like, again, Robinson, who's going in motion and just going wide right? Is that the guy you want occupying Horn, or what happened there in terms of design?
So they were trying to work the middle of the coverage. They left the nub out there with Kittle on the backside, and so they had Robinson out to the far side. They're trying to hold that corner off so that they could run the dagger against the safeties. They didn't want to attack the corners, and so they kept Robinson outside. Kittle, they kept into block. So do we keep pressure off the quarterback, or do we attack a corner? As a play design guy, you're thinking, no way that corner is going to run across the field to make this play, right? Shanahan's not even thinking, I got to take care of this guy because there's no way he's going to get involved in this play. And so in the play design, he was left with nothing to do. Maybe it's because he was concussed. Maybe it was because he was freelancing. Maybe it's because he's got great instincts. But he came all the way across the field to make that play in the middle of the field. He's the right corner on the defense, right? Left corner, as you look at him as a quarterback. He shouldn't be making that play. But it was a fantastic play. It was great instincts. Kittle stayed home, and then he was a late release, right? Just a little check down, tight end check down. He was the check down on the play, but he wasn't vertical enough to threaten the corner to keep him home.
Yeah, J.C. Horns always plays the boundary corner, so they purposely flooded the field with 3 wide receivers out of that sheet, exit motion to the field side. You think he's not going to come over. He's a great player, and he made a great play. The Cleveland Browns have a player pretty good in Denzel Ward as well, and they have the most ferocious pass rusher in football in the last 10 years, and he may get Michael Strahan's record. So the elements in this game, Jim Schwartz's defense is difficult. You're going to get a lot of man. What do you do with Myles Garrett? Brock did have to move up with Derek Brown's pressure. He's going to have to change his launch spot over and over and over in this game, and it's not going to be a Northern California nice weather day. It's going to be Northeast Ohio, wintry mix, and Brock has a hard time gripping it and ripping it. The challenge Sunday will be completely different. How do you size this up against one of the best defenses in football and one of the best, right now he would be by far the defensive player of the year yet again in Myles Garrett?
Yeah, as long as it's a dry cold, not a wet cold, Brock's going to be fine in terms of grip, right? It was the wet and the footballs and all that stuff together. I believe it was last time they played Cleveland, right, when that ball came out a bunch of times. And so, if it's dry and cold, it's going to be fine. If you're going to get a bunch of man, what you do is you run a bunch of man routes. You run a bunch of rub routes because picks are illegal, so you're actually running rub routes. And so a bunch of those, you're going to get a bunch of those looks, and then you're going to run the ball. And so you have to do that against any defense. You force them to tackle the run, force them to put an extra man in the box, force them to play that first, and then get your underneath routes, your quick stuff, the easy stuff you can get out there until you can hit a vertical pass or two. And so you're going to have to take a shot at some point,
right?
But you're going to have to use the passing game as part of your running game, which was such, that was the concept with Bill Walsh early on. It's why all the quarterbacks of the Niners have been so good.
You can follow him at Pulaski, at Mike Pulaski on X. Mike, thank you so much. Great breakdown as always, brother.
Absolutely. Great to have you, Papa. Love you, brother. Great to be on with you, man.
All right.
Every day is a great day when we get Mike Pulaski on the show. Love you, brother.
That's right,
Say hi
my
to
friend.
your son for me. Love you. Thank
I
you.
will.
All right. Quick break here on the show. When we come back, more. This is Papa and Silver. I'm Carlos Ramirez. Today with G-Pop. We'll be right back.
That was good.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, since it's a short week, we have two pressers live from Levi Stadium today on Papa and Silver. Kyle Shanahan kicks it off at 11:35-ish, followed by Robert Saleh to discuss how the 49ers can get a damn win in Cleveland, something they haven't done since 1984. Keep it locked here, your home of 49ers football, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, we're going bilingual with the great. Do you know who sings that song, Pop?
Tell me. Why are we doing Feliz Navidad? We haven't even gotten through Christmas yet. What are we doing?
Well, after tomorrow we do.
Thanksgiving, I should say.
Yeah.
Who's singing this? Who is this?
That is a great Puerto Rican blind singer named Jose Feliciano.
I've heard of him.
Jose Feliciano.
Maybe the greatest of all time.
Sings this. Best of all time, yeah. By the way, we have the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health. Benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Visit 49ers.com/give to bid on December 2nd and 3rd. The holiday sports auction presented by Dignity Health comes December 2nd and 3rd. 49er faithful have the opportunity, Pop, to bid on incredible one-of-a-kind 49er experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more like, for instance, 49ers locker room tour, the KNBR radio booth takeover, Ed Sheeran floor seats at Levi Stadium, AC/DC floor seats at Levi Stadium, Ed Sheeran suite access, AC/DC suite access. Are you a AC/DC guy, Bob?
Of course, everybody's an AC/DC.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't want to assume. Maybe you want to be a photographer for 49ers 2026 preseason game.
Like Michael Zigaris?
Yeah, maybe you can do that. Or have a private Gold Rush dance clinic. You'd enjoy that, Pop. Right now.
My heart couldn't take it. We don't want that. Now I know why Walter is the coy one is going Feliz Navidad.
It is Feliz Navidad.
Not John Feliciano, the former great Raider right guard who was at many a 49er auction. Remember John Feliciano?
Yeah, of course.
I was actually very frightened of that guy. He was a badass. We could use him playing right guard, but the great Jose Feliciano. Anyway, sorry to interrupt, Kyram.
No, you're good. You're absolutely great. We're waiting for the Shanahan presser, also the Robert Saleh presser. We won't get to see KD tonight, and that's a bummer. It's Dubs and Rockets. I was so looking forward to that matchup again. I always like to watch and appreciate good on good. And it won't happen tonight. How big, in your estimation, is this game for both the Dubs after the big win against the Utah Jazz? They're facing a tough team, a young, long, well-coached by Ime Udoka, defensively solid, sound basketball team. But they do have a hole now with no KD. So what kind of statement or game is this for the Dubs?
Well, we're going to have the great Matt Thomas, their radio voice, who we had on a couple of times last year in the spring. Remember, the Warriors played this team 5 times in the regular season, which is not that unusual. I remember playing teams 6 times in the old days that were in your division or in your conference, but 5 on top of playing a team in a 7-game series, and that was violent. That was probably the closest thing we have seen to, the Bad Boys Pistons and Pat Riley's New York Knicks. It was a little football on the hardwood. At some point, it got like, that's enough. This is not basketball. You're taking all the skill out of it. It was hard to watch, and a lot of it was Draymond Green and Dylan the Villain. I mean, and Dylan Brooks is no longer there. They traded him to get Kevin Durant, and they actually played the Houston Rockets the other night. We'll ask Matt Thomas about that. They gave up Jalen Green, who we know well from the Bay Area, but the Warriors built up a wall in the playoffs, and he was so inefficient, except for the one game they won. I think it was game 2 when he went off. They benched him. Ime just took him off the floor. So that's what this whole trade is about. Kevin Durant is I think people realize what a fan I am of him. He's the closest thing to my childhood hero, the great Bob McAdoo. Very similar style of play, great outside shooter, and the three-point line is going to push KD, arguably to the greatest scorer I'm talking total points if he plays
Right.
long enough. To
Right.
me, a 4-time scoring champion, he missed a fifth by like a point in his career before he ever became a Warrior. But he's not going to be here. He has a personal problem, and we're not going to be able to see him. But Alperen Şengün. And they have a Men Thompson who we know well, and they have a couple of guys that'll get up and guard Steph Curry, Josh Okogie will get him. But the concern will be, how do you guard Alperen Şengün, who was probably the best player in the NBA no one ever talks about. He is not Nikola Jokic, but damn, he is close. And he likes to work right from the middle at the elbow, a little screw right in the middle of the free throw line, and or off the elbow there, and he's just a tremendous offensive player. I think the key thing, Quentin Post will start the game tonight because you need some size, and they're going to bring in the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams, to match up with Şengün, and they're just a ferocious rebounding team, in particular on the offensive boards led by Steven Adams. They get every missed shot. It's just, and he is a problem. That double big lineup gave the Warriors big-time problems last year in the first-round series when the Warriors won in 7. But if Draymond Green does not go tonight, and he's got the foot injury, it's going to be tough to match up with these guys, even without Kevin Durant. But Warriors had a hellacious road trip, a week and a half, and so many road games to open the year. It's good to be home for the holidays, and we're not going to have Jonathan Kuminga tonight, obviously, but there will be, hopefully by Saturday, he's having a 5-on-5 scrimmage. Not this early in the morning, but it'll be closer to game time on the floor, and Celebrini will watch, and hopefully they'll clear him. But from a Warrior perspective, we're not missing Kevin Durant because he's such a great player. I think they're going to be hard to beat anyway without Kevin Durant because of all of their skill, and we'll get into it more with Matt Thomas. I mean, right now, on both ends of the floor, they were a great defensive team last year. They haven't lost a lot. They're right. I think they're as good defensively, even getting rid of Dylan the Villain. And then you had Kevin Durant, one of the great offensive players. And when KD wants to guard, he's as good as anybody. That's the side of the ball that I was so impressed when he was a Warrior, and Ron Adams, who had him when he was a younger player in OKC. And that front line was just so difficult to deal with, him next to Draymond Green, obviously, and Andre Iguodala, then Steph and Clay. Just all great defenders, even Steph, who they picked on, the Warriors could cover. And Durant does fit the culture. He knows he may, from their time together in Brooklyn. But anyway, hope everything's all right with Kevin and his family. Obviously, it's away with personal reasons, but the key thing will be Draymond Green, and we'll get that report hopefully by the time we're done, or right before tip-off. But I think even without Durant and even with Draymond, this will be a hard matchup for this team with all their skill and size. And then if Draymond can't go, they'll figure out a way to stay in the game and maybe even steal it at the end. But the Houston Rockets are a much better team than the team we saw last year, and the Warriors were able to wrestle around with them in the mud. I mean, there were some moments of that series, Carlos, where it's like, damn, can you just let them play basketball? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, some of the things this team has done well this season, they're number 1 in offensive rating. They're third fewest points allowed per game. They're 6th in steals per game. They're first in three-point percentage and first in rebound and differential. But that's with a healthy with a Kevin Durant in the lineup. That's not going to happen today. So that changes the geometry of the floor for the Rockets. It changes the way you cover them, the way you defend them. It changes everything when you don't have 35 or 7 out there on the floor for the Rockets. What I think the question is, how do you trust Udoka to adjust, or not trust, but how do you see Udoka adjusting the game plan for with or no Draymond Green without Kevin Durant, which he knows he won't have tonight? And then the flip side is for Steve Kerr, right? Because you even though you know what Durant is, you kind of question, is it even better for Kerr to face him because he knows him so well? Is it an advantage? What's the chess match here between Kerr and Udoka tonight?
Well, I mean, obviously not having Kevin Durant makes it somewhat easier, but they've got, Şengün is that skilled of a player. They have size. He is 6'11". They start Jabari Smith, who was 6'11". Amen Thompson starts. He was playing point guard for most of the early year at 6'7". Remember, they lost Fred VanVleet to a torn ACL. I think it was right before training camp. To me, the one area they have is they don't have a pure point guard to get him into their offense. Without Fred VanVleet, and I remember watching their first game of the year, and they won the game, and they scored a lot of points, but I'm like, this is hard to watch. I mean, you don't have anybody. Amen Thompson's a good player, but he is not a point guard. You need someone to get you into some sets, or just, go in the mid post and give it to Kevin Durant, go to the elbow and the screw and give it to Şengün. And, Reed Shepherd is playing a little bit more. He's kind of a combo guard. I don't think he's a pure point guard, but he does handle a little bit. They do have Drew Holiday's brother, Aaron, who we know well, plays off the bench. But to me, the one thing they lack a little bit is just a pure point guard. Now, can they get one between now and the Thursday of the Super Bowl week, which is the NBA trade deadline? They got to get a point guard if they want to be taken seriously to win the whole damn thing and deal with Oklahoma City, Denver, some of the elite teams in the West. San Antonio, I think, is young, and the Rockets will be able to beat them, but they got great skill. They've got to get organized offensively. So if it's me, and teams are doing this a little bit more, I would throw a full court trap on them every now and then. People just don't realize that 10-second clock no longer exists in the NBA. You got to get across the midcourt line in 8 seconds. Just keep your eye on that clock. 24-second clock. They got to get across the line by the time it hits 16. And so many times I'm like, did they get across? Even when they're just screwing around with the ball in the backcourt. If you just throw a quick trap on a team and make them scramble out of it, you can either force a violation or force them to get hurried when they do get across midcourt. Now, if this was a playoff series, you'd probably do that here and there anyway. Ain't going to do it on a, blackout Wednesday, the night before Thanksgiving. If you want to win, you could throw a little bit at this team. But to me, the one thing that they're lacking, even with Kevin Durant, is they don't have a pure point guard on this roster. They're kind of searching for that guy, and for that reason, they're kind of scattered when they get into the half court. But once they get into the half court, when they have Kevin Durant and they have Alperen Şengün, and Durant did say, I've never played with a big guy as skilled as this guy in my entire life.
Right.
And, with the Warriors, you had good players in a staff and not really a big guy. Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant together, when they run a little, I guess it would be a 4-5 action a little bit, that's as good as we've had in the NBA. Şengün is that skilled of a player.
Yeah, and remember this, the Rockets are hurt tonight. They won't have, as you know, Fred VanVleet, also no Tari Eason, no KD, and no Steven Adams tonight with the ankle, so that's also going to hurt them on the front court. We'll see what that happens. Tonight, 7 p.m., that's the tip-off at Chase, the game between the Dubs and the Warriors. After the game, Dubs OT right here on the Sports Leader with John Dickinson from Chase Center. 11:30 a.m., quick break. We'll be right back. This is Papa and Silver. I'm Carl Ram, joining into you with Greg Papa.
The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
$11:42 a.m. This is Papa and Silver. I am Carlos Ramirez with the man himself. You've only worn 49er gear today, Pop. I'm worried.
Well, I'd like to wear gear. I do like our graphics, our lower thirds, but I do like to accentuate what we're talking about every segment. So I would have worn Warrior gear. I didn't know you were going Alperin Şengün on me in the last segment. I would have switched, but I thought we'd talk all football until we get through with. And Kyle's going to join us in a minute here. It's about an hour earlier than a typical installation day Wednesday because it's Thanksgiving week.
And back-to-back. So
it's
Kyle and Robert Saleh afterwards, back-to-back.
Right. So and ordinarily Kyle only talks today. It would be at 12:40. They move it up an hour because they want to get on the field and the guys get home. And tomorrow they'll have a practice on Thanksgiving, but it'll be much earlier in the day so the guys can enjoy Thanksgiving at home. It's a hard week. When you get into the holidays and the Niners have a big game with the Chicago Bears on Sunday Night Football, the week of Christmas, and but when you get on a Monday night game at home, and then you've got a short week as far as the holidays and Thursday and family coming in, it's hard. Then they got to fly to Cleveland on Friday, so it's just a little bit more of a challenge. So normally Kyle on installation day on Wednesday goes around 12:40. They moved it up to 11:40, and usually Kyle talks by himself today. Robert Saleh will join him right after that. We'll get as much of Hala at Saleh. And then tomorrow, no media. And then Friday, Kyle right off the practice field before they fly to Cleveland. And then Brock will talk. So I'm sure a lot of the talk today will be about what we just did. Looking at the film 2 and 3 extra times, what did you think of Brock's performance? And mainly the matchup with the Cleveland Browns and Jim Schwartz, who I know Kyle has great respect for. There are some guys that he's matched up with that are a little reckless, that have run the Cleveland defense, Mike Pettin being one, that'll make some plays, but there'll be others where he gets gas. Schwartz is just sound in every regard. They are hard to run on. They are hard to pass on. They're going to play a lot of man, led by Denzel Ward. They've got really good cover corners, and they've got the biggest game wrecker in all of football in Myles Garrett. And then you got weather, you got to deal with. And we told you Kyle is 1 win, 8 losses against Jim Schwartz in all of their matchups. When Kyle has called the offense for his team, and Schwartz, he could be a head coach or he could be a Super Bowl winning DC in Philadelphia, whatever job he had, and he's been doing this a long time. Remember the altercation he had with Jim Harbaugh, and Bob Lang got involved in that one? That was priceless in Detroit. But he's really good at what he does, and we just saw this team, and Brock was there. It was October the 15th of 2023. The Niners got off to a great start that year, 5-0 bro, and the Cleveland game was a challenge with the wind and the wintry mix. It was more rain that day, and the wind blowing across the field on the shores of Lake Erie, and we're going to have all that in this game. And this defense, I think, is even in some regards better. They got the interior guys to go along, with Myles Garrett. And Dalvin Tomlinson that day kind of wrecked the game for the Niners trying to run the ball. They have Malik Collins, the former Niner, in the front. They drafted Mason Graham. They've got other guys that are going to mix in the middle linebacker, Schlesinger. They will insert in the pass rush quite a bit. He will be a blitzer, and he is a stay-at-home guy. I'd like to see him match up with McCaffrey in this game. But we'll get Kyle's thoughts on Jim Schwartz. This is probably the coordinator that has given him the most fits in his NFL career. Kyle has beaten him 1 time, and may the Schwartz be with you, has 8 victories against Kyle Shanahan.
The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 5545 says, do you have to dwell on the negatives? What about the opening drive? What about during those interceptions? We were winning. How Purdy going 9 for 9 in the second half. Not to mention our defense coming together for the end run here. Let's talk about that. And I understand the point, and he's right. There were a lot of good things in that game. The football breakdown is so quarterback-centric that it's impossible, Pop, to not dissect even to the most granular aspect of whatever any quarterback does, let alone Brock Purdy. And this is a unconventional situation because he is fresh off of what Mac Jones did. So it's natural for people to want to compare, contrast what both did and put it on under the microscope. I found a stat that I find fascinating, and I would like your take on this as we wait for Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh pop. Brock Purdy this season has aligned in shotgun 70.5% of the time. That is a career low for Brock Purdy in dropbacks this season. However, he's throwing a career high 71% completions when he's delivering the ball out of the shotgun. And that is leading all quarterbacks in the NFL with at least 75-plus pass attempts this season. So he is the most effective quarterback out of the shotgun per pass completion percentage this season. However, they're lowering his shotgun alignment this season to his career lowest, again, 70.5%. Why is that? What do you think that is?
That's even high. I mean, when I think of this offense I saw him jump into a pistol the other night.
Yeah.
I mean, this offense is – Kyle Shanahan's going to greet the media, then we'll talk about that afterwards. Here's Kyle's press conference.
Is Sam O's injury concerning that it could be long-term?
Yeah, it's going to be at least a couple weeks, high ankle sprain, so it's going to be some time.
What do you think of Curtis Robinson getting out there? When I asked him about his, coming in for Tatum, he said, there were some things I needed to clean up. This game, he said the same thing, but you congratulated the defense. What did you think of him out there,
I thought he had a real good game. It was real clean. I thought he ran the defense real well. Got us in and out of a lot of things, made all the right calls, and it was a real good first game for him.
What were your draft thoughts on Shedeur Sanders, and were you surprised he went in the 5th round, and what do you recall about that whole?
I didn't put a lot of time into him personally. I knew our coaching staff thought he was a good player. The tapes that they showed me, I thought he was a good player also. It did surprise me, just going a little bit later when he did, just hearing what everyone was estimating and stuff, but I've been in enough drafts to know that not much should surprise you.
Jair had the interception in the end zone. You guys have had a few plays down the goal line this year getting takeaways. Why are you able to pull that off so successfully?
I mean, when they give you the opportunity, you got to catch it. And he was given the opportunity. You saw what the quarterback was trying to think, going back to that tight end, and Jair just being free on that play, playing with vision, going and making that play. And other places on the field, we've had a few opportunities and dropped him, a few tips and things like that. And down there, it stuck to us a little bit more.
Talk about his progress this year. I mean, it seems like he's playing at a really high level. It's been a little up and down previously for him.
Yeah, Tig's been awesome. I mean, just, when he first starting here, he replaced Huff when Huff got injured. I believe it was Huff's ACL injury. And then Tig played a real high level all the way to the Super Bowl and into the next year. And he was in and out a little bit when Huff came back. But this offseason went through a lot of rehab stuff, missed some time with camp, missed some time in the offseason. Gave guys other opportunities, which had him start off not in a safety role, which I can't tell you guys how good he handled that. He really became a very good player on special teams, which is how he started out. He was unbelievable in our big nickel role. And really just with how he was handling both of those roles, we wanted to make sure we gave him an opportunity back at safety before Malik came back. And when we did, he did well in that role, and he's kept the job and is getting better and better each week.
What is it about his play in particular that's really improved?
I mean, he's played like this before, so I don't want to say like he's just overall improving. I thought he played at a high level when he came in as a rookie and played for us. But I think just stringing together these weeks, when you're in and out throughout the off season with the surgery he had and the injuries in training camp, it's hard to just get better each week. And I think stringing together whatever these weeks are, 6 weeks or whatever it is, maybe more, he's been starting. You can just see him getting more consistent, getting more confident, doing his job great, and also knowing when to cheat his job and take some of the tips and knowing when to make some educated guesses and stuff. And that's the way you make plays out there, by doing that stuff. Can't get carried away with it, though, because that's the way you give plays to the other team. And I think he's found a real good balance at that each week.
How can you remember about watching Dion as a kid, and now how full circles is that you're facing his son?
It is weird just because He was my hero growing up. He was probably the number one player, just in terms of being a true fan of. I always talk about how he got his jersey in '94 and wore it for about 6 months straight until someone jacked it from me. I'm still looking for that guy. But no, he was such a unique player. He was just different than everyone, his talent and everything. And now to watch him be a coach and to watch him raise, I think he's got 3 boys, but to watch the 2 boys in sports has been really cool to watch. And I know my wife, my daughter, they're huge Colorado fans too. And so I get to hear about Buffaloes all the time.
What challenges do you see from Myles Garrett, being that you guys are up against him this week, him for the offense going into this week? How are you preparing for that?
I'm just preparing to go against one of the best pass rushers ever. So it's a huge challenge.
What will be your process
to prepare for the potential inclement weather?
We won't go in the bubble this week. Hoping that it rains for us a little bit, get our mind right for it. I showed them a bunch of video this morning of what it looked a year ago. I think this day there versus Pittsburgh, just a blizzard and stuff, and told them to expect it. Be surprised if it's not that way, and you expect it to be that way, so you get your mind right and you don't walk out Sunday and be shocked by anything. Besides that, we'll work enough to sweat, make the balls wet that way, but we're not going to water them down or anything.
In the second half, you guys didn't take any shots down the field. Was that by design with how the first half goes, or why was that?
I mean, it's not like when we take a shot downfield, the play isn't called take a shot downfield. It depends on how they're covering it, And we had 3 plays in those 3 picks in the first half. I think 2 of them he was number 2 in the progression, 1 he was number 1. Most of the plays later didn't have as many deep plays, but we called a couple of those same plays again, just didn't get the right read. It just plays out that way sometimes.
A glove for Brock Purdy. I mean, does it make sense for him to practice with a glove if it's going to be different temperature here in practice versus in Cleveland?
Yeah, I always personally believe if you know you're going to do something on Sunday and it's going to be different, then you want to practice with it. But I always feel that's up to the individual. I mean, they're the ones who go through it. They're the pros. It's not like me suggesting to a middle school kid on how to handle his first element game. Those guys have an idea what they're comfortable with, what they want to do, and I haven't talked to them about that yet, but I'm sure that's something I'll be thinking about throughout the week.
Some of the numbers show special teams-wise, you guys have taken a big step forward. I know some of that is just making kicks versus not making them, but what have you seen in that regard, and how do you think that's kind of been able to come together?
Well, I think anytime you don't, missing kicks is, that brings attention to everything. So when you miss a bunch of kicks, it's tough for the whole special teams. So it's been nice with just making those this year and our high percentage of it, but also eliminating blocks. I think our returners have gone. Our whole return game, whether it's punt return or kick return, I think has improved each week since week 1. I think these last 5 weeks has kind of even taken off, especially in the kickoff return. So I think everyone just being more consistent, continuing to work at it, and not allowing a bad play to happen that can kind of sour. You can let one bad play happen and it kind of sours all 15. So I think it's giving those guys more confidence each week.
The kick return, is anything particular that is working for Sky here? You mentioned the last 5 weeks that it seems that it's taken.
I just think the more reps guys get, the more confidence they get. I think Sky's always been a threat. And I think D-Rob, I don't know how many times D-Rob's done in his career. None that I know of. So I know that was new for him. But both of those guys just being the same guys back there. Sky since the beginning, and D-Rob, I want to say since like week 3 or 4. But they just keep getting better at it. And the better they get at it, the more confidence they get. The more confidence they get, I think the more confidence guys get blocking for them, the more motivated guys do, and you just collectively get better.
You go up against the wide 9 in practice and all summer long. Is Schwartz's version of it any different? What makes him such a challenge?
Not different with the front 4 and how they're coached. Changes a little bit with how they play their linebackers and their secondary. That's where it changes. But Jim's as good of a coordinator as there is. And when you're as good of a coordinator as there is and you have the talent that they have, it's a pretty lethal combination.
KB's snap count has tapered off a little bit the last few weeks. Is that just a case of too many mouths to feed or trying to get D-Rob more involved?
No, it's just Ricky was our starting Z, and when he went down, we moved KB to our starting Z. And when you're a starter, usually you get the ball a lot more and you get to play a lot more. Ricky has pretty good stamina, so we don't rotate him as much. and D-Rob's done a good job owning our F role. So it's been nothing against KB, but I don't like that. I'd love to get him out more than we have the last 2 weeks.
Kyle Juszczyk is the team's Armory Sportsmanship Award nominee again. What are some of the intangibles he brings that we don't get to see?
Just how good of a football player he is. I mean, there's nothing that you put in that, I mean, guys could do stuff on paper. They can do it when it's all like set up and lined up exactly how you tell them it's going to be. But Kyle, just almost everything's slow motion for him. You get that for some quarterbacks and things like that. Sometimes the game slows down for people, but to have a fullback like that is different. The way he can maneuver through fronts with a lot of stuff going on, and even when it isn't the guy, even when other people take the wrong guy, and he can just naturally adjust and go take their guy, like you wouldn't even notice someone made a bust. So Kyle's just, I mean, and when we throw the ball to him, it doesn't matter how big of a moment, what the situation is. He always comes down with it. He gets up the field after the catch as good as anyone on our team, and just one of the better football players I've ever been around.
Are you won't open the practice window for anyone this week?
No.
How is Yetur Gross-Matos doing with his recovery?
He's coming along. It's been a tough year for him, missing all training camp and with his knee. And then when you do that and you come back, it makes you so susceptible to other things. And that's kind of what's been a story a little bit this year. But he's got a chance to come back, and he's working real hard at it. And I think we'll have a chance here after the bye.
What is it about Myles Garrett that makes him so difficult to scheme for?
Even coming out to college, he's one of the most talented guys that I think anyone's ever looked at, just from height, weight, and speed, how long his arms are. When you measure just get off, I mean, his helmet crosses the line of scrimmage faster from an analytics standpoint than anyone in the NFL. So that means his get off's amazing. When you put that with amazing ability, that to me comes around very generationally. And then you got a guy who's played in a similar system for a while, who stayed healthy, who's doing it over and over again and trying to be great. And when you have all that, how can you not be what he is? So it's been extremely impressive.
On practice windows, I assume that next week you wouldn't open any practice windows.
No, not next week. Yeah.
Is Myles just a guy who gets better and better as he keeps playing?
Yeah, he does. He's that talented, and he works at it that much. He plays hard. He goes. He's always rushing the quarterback, yet being a real problem in the run game too. So he's like a number of those top guys.
All right, that was head coach Kyle Shanahan live from Levi Stadium. Pop, your take on what he just said. A lot to cover there. We're also waiting for Robert Saleh because it is a 2-for-1 today with the offensive mind and the defensive coordinator both addressing the media today on a short week.
Man, I think we're going to highlight Saleh like immediately. He's just going to take the podium right after Kyle. So Walter, yell at me whenever Big Bob goes up. But they were talking about wide nines with Jim Schwartz. And when Robert Saleh got here in 17-18, they didn't run that front. Chris Kaczmarek came, and they started to run the wide nines with Nick Bosa and D. Ford. And basically the 9 technique is where you line up. Is Saleh ready to go?
He's good to go.
It's Saleh. It's Saleh.
Extending plays, getting out of the pocket, delivering the ball where it needed to be delivered. Obviously showed good command of the huddle and at the line of scrimmage. You anticipate someone like him who's got that confidence, who has that skill set. He's just going to get better and better every week.
You talked a lot about Jair and kind of getting him back in and progressing. Did you expect him to kind of have a breakthrough game at some point, and how satisfying was it to see it kind of happen?
I don't know about breakthrough or anything like that. I do know what's been great is he does get better every week. And this goes back to training camp. He missed some time during OTAs with the injury, comes in training camp, kind of gets bad news that he was going to be that he wasn't going to start, but we carved out a role for him so he could stay involved. And whether he liked it or not, you couldn't tell. Attacked the heck out of it. Did everything that we asked and really helped everybody around him. Was even helping the young kid at safety, Siegel, trying to get him squared away. And when he was given another opportunity to go back at safety, he's improved every single week. Definitely wanting to make sure that he can slam the door and make sure that he leaves no doubt that he's the safety. So long story short, I still think he's going to continue improving. The biggest thing I would take away from the game for him last week is I felt like he was playing football, not football. And, I always tell players, you can be a football player and do exactly what the book tells you to do, but you're the one out there shooting bullets. You're the one that's playing football. and like the second interception was just him playing football. If he did it by the book, he wouldn't have made that play. And so he's improving big time with regard to understanding the game and being more of a football player.
By the book, what was he supposed to be doing?
He's supposed to be in the deep middle.
Coach, if he is out of position, trying to anticipate something, are you having to talk with him? Like, what it seems like a pretty.
There's balance, you know. To whom much is given, much is required, right? You know, if you study enough tape, you know, we talk about in a game, if you say there's 60 plays, there might be 3 or 4 times in a game where you just know what that play is going to be. You know it. And you've got to have the confidence through film study and the confidence in one another, confidence in your teammates and coaches, and we got to have confidence in our players that when they know, they go take that shot. Because those are the plays when you look at a game, it's like, oh man, he had 2 interceptions, he had a TFL. Well, those were the I knew plays. And I think that's what he did a great job of on Monday night, taking advantage of those opportunities.
How has Upton Stout developed maybe a greater feel in pass coverage?
Yeah,
in this game?
Same thing. Just it's reps. He's one of the more deliberate guys on this team. It's super important to him. He puts in a lot of work and film study, and he's always asking questions. And shoot, on Friday or Friday night, he sent me over a text of a still shot of a video from Friday's practice. Hey, if I was and he talked about a completely different coverage and a completely different concept than the one we gave him, and was asking if they did this out of that look, what would it be? And which is a different level of thinking for a rookie. And you know, so he's watching things the right way, and he's growing. And like I said, he's deliberate. So he's been getting better every week. And again, he's another young man that fully expect him to get better and better and continue getting better. And hopefully he's hitting his stride when we really need him to.
Like Curtis Robinson worked to get into the spot that he's in, and then to come in and have 2 pretty strong performances, having to go now against the Cleveland Browns. It's a young quarterback, but being able to kind of keep the defense in it. What do you think of his performance in this last game? What do you expect out of him against the Cleveland Browns?
I thought he did a really nice job. You know, like I know that he didn't fill the stat sheet up, and I'm sure, you know, from his perspective, he would love to have had that happen. But you know, you just try to put yourself in a guy in his shoes. He's had a lot of battles trying to find his way back into this, to get this opportunity on that stage with the type of game it was, playoff implications and all that on Monday night, where the entire football world's watching. I thought he did an outstanding job keeping calm, relaying, communicating, taking care of the huddle on the sidelines, making the adjustments that needed to be made, and he'll close the gap to allow him to make some of the plays that I know that he wishes he had back. But I thought he was outstanding in that regard, and again, I expect him to get a little bit better this week. And same as everybody else, like it means something to him, and because of that, he will get better.
Jair Brown did an interview, and he cited your passion as something that he really loved, and that you get, you know, you're here early and you're fired up, and does coach passion equal player passion? I mean, where did that philosophy of coaching come from, and do you show that passion to the players so that you get that back from them?
I don't know. I think everyone's different. I try to stay calm during the week because there's a lot of teaching going on, and I've tried to explain it before. Like my passion on game day is because of when Jair makes the play he makes on the second interception, and the amount of work that he put in for that one moment, right? Like there's people look at it as one play, but there's probably 6 hours dedicated to that one moment, and it happened. And so the joy you're seeing on the field is for him, and the amount of work that that he went through, and the amount of trial and error that he had to go through. And there was actually a couple plays in the game where he was that close, and I was like, just keep doing what you're doing, it's going to happen. So it's more jubilation for him than anything else, and for the player when they're having success. And so you just can't, for me, I just can't help but let that out. And so whether it affects the guys, I have no idea, because I know that for them, they're already motivated and inspired to do the best they can. And shoot, Kyle already does an unbelievable job with his messaging. So I don't know. I don't think they need it from me. It's just my personal deal.
You guys
could have weather on Sunday. As far as the pass rush, can that hinder a Myles Garrett, a Bryce Huff as far as getting off the line and just getting an edge on the?
It could, because if the footing's not firm and it could be a little softer, grass giving way because it might be a little bit wetter. It could affect their get off. I don't know if anything in the world can affect Myles. Maybe if he wants to take a day off. But
Sanders present. How is the Browns' offense different with him at quarterback?
We only have a game and a half to go off of, but they're going to run the ball. No one's really giving the young man attention, and that's the back. I mean, he's freaking good. I don't want to mispronounce his name. Number 10, he's really good. Jerry Judy's really good. They've gotten Malachi Corley involved. The rookie tight end's doing a really nice job. So they're a really good offense. They've got a style to them. Shador, he came in over the last week and a half. Like, his off-schedule stuff is going to be a problem. You could already tell that. As he gets comfortable in what they're asking him to do, he's only going to get better because you could tell how important it is to him and how much work he's going to put into it. And a guy who's as gifted as he is, both physically and mentally, and with the confidence he has, you just know he's going to get better. So they'll evolve as an offense. I wish I could tell you exactly what it's going to be. We have an idea of what it's going to be on Sunday, but I'm sure they're going to keep adding little wrinkles to help him grow as a football player, and we're just going to have to be great in those moments and play good, sound, fundamental football.
Did you watch any of his college tape?
No, it's for style of play, which we're already familiar with. Just going through the evaluation process, our scouts do a phenomenal job just giving us a rundown of who he was as a college player. But usually he's going to play within the structure. His style of play shows up, but what they're asking him to do and within the structure of the offense will be what Cleveland is. Yep. Appreciate you guys.
All right, there he is, Robert Saleh, 49ers defensive coordinator. Before we heard Kyle Shanahan pop, do you want to go Kyle first, Robert second, or do you want to invert it?
I don't know. We only got like a minute here. I mean, we'll get into what Kyle was saying in Schwartz and the wide nine, and that's the Niners front, and it came from Jim Schwartz and Jim Washburn. Remember the old D-line coach we had on the air? He's absolutely insane. He loves Kasarik, and they brought that front. So the question about the weather, and the 49ers ops department does not think that we're going to have weather at all as far as precipitation. They're saying it doesn't look like it during the game. They don't start looking at the app until Thursday, especially when you're right on a body of water in a Great Lake and you do get a lake effect. They don't get as much of the lake effect right in downtown Cleveland as they get in the suburbs, but we'll see. But it's going to be cold. As far as the frozen field, it undeniably slows down the pass rush. But a guy like Myles Garrett or Nick Bosa, not as much, because they're just so big, powerful, and they just kind of, take over the earth the way they step. Myles Garrett's not going to slip a lot. He's not like Bryce Huff. It could affect because Bryce Huff is pure speed coming off the edge. With Bryce Huff, by the way, rushing to the quarterback strong side, getting over to Shador, he likes to get out to his right side, which is a good thing, being a right-handed quarterback. The big throw he made down the field, even the one he made to Jerry Jeudy that got punched out when Jeudy was dancing around and the Raider player came up from behind him and didn't have any idea it was there, and he punched the ball out. Shador, and going back and watching him in Colorado, he's very poised in the pocket, but he likes to get out to his right hand. So Bryce Huff, be careful how you rush him. Make sure you rush him outside in and try to push him back inside. Do not take an inside release. They'll be disciplined with that. If you just kind of cross the face of their right tackle, Jack Conklin, and give Shador an out getting to his right hand, he's not quick, and I think they'll blitz him in this game. He's slow-footed, but when he gets to his right, and he's just poised, and he will fire the ball down the field. So it'll be interesting, and the elements, and Kyle was talking about Brock wearing a glove and all that, but he may practice a little bit to get ready if it happens, but the 49ers are saying it does not look like it's going to rain nor snow during the game on Sunday, but you don't really know until you get about 72 hours out until game time, especially when you get a city right on the lake.
It will be cold, though. We know that for sure. All right, 12:11 p.m. here. Happy Thanksgiving Wednesday for everyone joining us here on the show. Carlos Ramirez, Greg Papa. When we come back, we're going to talk about what Kyle Shanahan said, also what Robert Saleh addressed the media, and Quinshon Judkins versus Christian McCaffrey. How are they similar? How are they different? It's Browns week here on the show. We'll be right back.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That was the touchdown from Christian McCaffrey past Monday against the Panthers. Back here on the show, 12:20 p.m. Greg Papa and Carlos Ramirez, Pop and C-Ram today with you on KNBR, the sports leader. You've got your Run CMC gear on, Pop, because we are talking running backs here. We heard defensive coordinator Robert Saleh addressing Quinshon Judkins. He forgot the name, not the player, which is important. When you look at these two guys, and you know how I like my numbers and data and stats and tendencies and all that stuff, how to break it down. I see two very different backs.
Totally.
One is 6 foot, 220, thick, big, strong. The other one is, the Swiss Army knife. But in terms of usage, I found this really interesting, Pop, and I want your take, and you at home as well, the fans who can chime in on the text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. As a pure runner, forget about where they line him up, because McCaffrey has, as much as a running back, he's also a slot receiver. That's his second most used starting point in the offense this year. Judkins is solely a halfback. Is how they run, whether it's right or left. And PFF, Pop, they have 8 gaps. They line up in their scheme 8 gaps to judge and quantify and analyze how runners go, where they go, and how efficient they are. So you have left end that's outside of the tight end on the left, and then you have right end, same outside shoulder of the tight end going right. So you have 4 gaps, 4 to the left, 4 to the right. Christian McCaffrey this season, Pop, has run 45% of his runs to the left, 55% of them to the right. Either gap, whether it's middle guard, middle right tackle, tight end, doesn't matter. Just let's focus on side so we don't get too granular. So he's 55% right, 45% left. Yards per carry, 3.6 going right, 4.1 going left. 5 touchdowns going right, 2 touchdowns going left. This is the big one. McCaffrey has 10 rushing attempts of 10-plus yards going right and 11 going left. So he's pretty much the same runner either way. Wherever he goes, he's the same runner. Judkins is not. He is 60% right, 40% left. When he goes right, Pop, 4.3 yards per carry. When he goes left, almost a yard less, 3.5. Touchdowns are similar, 4 and 3. But this is significant. Carries of 10-plus yards going left, only 4. When he goes right, 12. So beware whenever you see this guy and you see that line and you see the formation and he's going right, that is his predominant side versus going left.
Oh, Kareem, I love you. You bring numbers in my life that I'm getting a headache over. But you know what it all reminds me of? And I do appreciate the numbers and will interpret it all. And Jeff Daney sends me all of it, and it's good to know. The line that Robert Saleh used about Jair Brown, that he has stopped playing football and he wants to play football.
Yep.
Man, I love that. And that's Saleh. Holla. I've never heard that described. So what he's saying before, he's trying to fit into the scheme and do exactly what they're teaching him to do, where, you know what, I'm going to leave the post when I shouldn't down. Because they're going to throw it in the in cut to Tedero and McMillan, and Renardo Green's going to grab his arm, and he's going to be late getting there, and I'm going to jump that route, and I got 2 on Monday Night Football. So a lot of that, my simple question would be, McCaffrey could start right on a run. It's his own blocking scheme, and then he either keeps it play side or he cuts it back behind Trent Williams. And for Cleveland, Joel Bitonio, he's not quite Joe Thomas, but he's one of their best linemen of all time.
Sure.
Now he's playing left guard. Wyatt Teller's good at right guard. Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, comes from Gary Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan and Alex Gibbs. It's an outside running scheme. They do use Jenkins more between the tackles. So even though a run could start right and then cut back left, which way are we saying he went, right or left? It's designed to go either. It could either be play side, he reads it, or he cuts it backside. So a lot would have to go into a play to fully analyze. It's not necessarily where he ran to, where did he start, how did they block it on the backside. Right. It's complicated. Junkins is not Christian. He's a big-bodied back. They do a lot of wildcat with him, which is interesting. I've seen 4 or 5 times.
8 times this year. 8 times.
And 4 or 5 since Shador's been in.
Yep.
So there'll be times Shador Sanders goes over to the sideline and they wildcat snap it to number 10, Quinshawn Junkins, and we'll ask the great Andrew Siciliano all this. They also have a very dynamic back. Dylan Sampson took a little check down to the house. He's more of an explosive guy, and they also have Jerome Ford. You know, the great Nick Chubb has been gone for years and now in Houston. So this guy's more of a downhill type of runner. They will run Stefanski's outside zone. Their numbers running are awful. They're at 95 yards a game, which is 28th in the NFL, which is not very good, obviously. The Niner numbers rushing, not good either. Under 100 at 26th in the NFL at 99.2. So it's interesting. They've got to be able to run the ball to set up what they want to do. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it in this game. But he's a good back. He's a young back, obviously. Their rookie draft class has been really impressive this year. Andrew Berry did a nice job in drafting. You were asking me earlier about, how the 49ers run the ball and where Brock is out of the pistol, under center, and shotgun. Yeah, well, a lot of it is that Brock? Are we putting the quarterback in the shotgun because of the quarterback? No, it's because of this guy. It's Christian McCaffrey. And the touchdown run you heard, whether that was called 19 toss or 19 structure fool, whatever that is, that wasn't a true eye. And they run the one back, which is the halfback outside the 9 hole, which is going out Trent. And then you got the pin and the pull or the crack toss, whatever you want to say. In the old days, it was crack toss. We're going to run a toss play going left. The wide receiver, the end's going to crack on the end, and we're going to get Trent out in space. Now they call it a pin and a pull. This is going to be such great theater when Jawan Jennings, the ex-wide receiver on that side, cracks, pins on Myles Garrett. We're going to have a friggin' brawl. And Myles won't punch him in the nuts. He'll go right for his eyeball.
If he does, he kills him.
Incredible. Well, this is Myles Garrett here. So Jawan will do it because Jawan's certifiably insane. And then you get Trent out in space. The other part of the running game is the brilliance of Kyle Juszczyk and what he's able to do to get up on the next level or a linebacker. McCaffrey, as you heard Tim skipping into the end zone, he was hardly touched on that play. So when you said, how much the Niners run out of the pistol formation, or the shotgun mainly. A little bit. I saw some pistol the other night. I mean, when you think of this, the essence of this running game, and it was Mike Shanahan and the godfather of the outside zone, it was Alex Gibbs, his line coach there. They always had a fullback, Howard Griffith, no matter who the back was. Quarterback was under center, and it's a stretch running game. It is an outside, wide handoff zone that Denver, and that was the outside zone, the cutback, whoever they had. And that's where it all ties together. Why did the wide 9 come into the NFL with Jim Schwartz in Tennessee as the defensive coordinator and Jim Washburn as his defensive line coach? We're going to get wider than your outside zone. If you're going to run that wide zone and hand it off to Edger and James in Indianapolis or Terrell Davis in Denver, we're going to put an end outside of you, and it's going to be the freak, Javon Kearse, remember how good he was in Tennessee? And we're going to have a guy waiting for you and push that back inside. So this is really interesting to have the Shanahan system, and Stefanski was with Gary Kubiak in Minnesota. We saw it all, this whole thing against the wide 9 of Schwartz. So it's two very popular. Kyle Shanahan loves both styles, obviously runs it on offense and incorporated the wide 9 on defense that Schwartz and Washburn kind of brought into the NFL years ago in Tennessee. But then you have a back like McCaffrey. So why are we not under center? Can Brock with the bad toe not drive from under? No, that's not why we're doing it. We're doing it because of Christian McCaffrey and what you said. We're going to multi-align him.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put Kyle goes to he puts Brock into the shotgun or Mac Jones. How many times, and you always hear me say gun run, and that's what's taken over the NFL. But then you got a guy like McCaffrey who lines up, and he could dot the I of an I formation. He can do that, obviously. But we're going to put him as a sidecar, either right or left, next to the quarterback in the shotgun. And then we're going to do what Kyle calls the bumper motion, where all of a sudden McCaffrey is standing next to Brock to the right in the gun, and then he does like a defensive slide drill, shuffle drill in basketball, and he's just going to keep hopping out. All of a sudden, he's sliding further right. He's sliding right. He's way out there now. Look what Atlanta does with Bijan Robinson. They have him at the same level as the quarterback, but they bump him way out in a slot. Now, that's because of McCaffrey. We're going to give McCaffrey space to get out because we want him to run the option route and come out of the backfield, not to behind the quarterback. We're going to put him to the side of the quarterback, and he's going to run that choice route, the Texas route, the Cali route that Tim and I call it, and then he crosses the middle. So when you first gave me those numbers, I'm like, whoa, the evolution of this offense and where they line up in the shotgun, it used to be 50-50. They didn't even do that. It was all under center. And a lot of people believe you need to really run the ball from under center. But when you have a back like McCaffrey, you want him out in space. Christian can run 19 toss out of the eye, and no one lays a finger on him. Touchdown CMC, or you could really play with them in the next level. So this is going to be fascinating. For the 49ers, and you heard Mike Pulaski say, you cannot drop back all day long and throw the ball in these elements against Myles Garrett, Malik Collins, Mason Graham, and they're going to blitz Schlesinger and expect to beat man coverage and Denzel Ward. And they also picked up Tyson Campbell, a very good corner, and uncover. This is a Ricky Pearsall game. Ricky, you've got to win, and you've got to win fast. Jawan Jennings beats man. That's why he's third in Jawan. You've got to win, and you've got to win fast. We don't have time to block 95. And if we're going to slide 2 and 3 guys his way, other guys are going to come in untouched. Remember, Shelby Harris is on their front. They got 10 sacks last week against Geno Smith. So this is going to be fascinating. Can you run the ball against this Jim Schwartz wide 9? How do you run this ball? I think you run more power and gap. You don't want to run the outside zone against this defense. That's why it was invented. So you're going to run more downhill and more pulling guards. It could be a Dom Pooney game. It's fascinating. But when you first gave me those numbers about how much they're in the shotgun, I thought, whoa, Kyle's offense has really evolved. It's not because of the quarterback. It's because of Christian McCaffrey. You want him here, there, everywhere. And Christian can be a great eye runner, but he's a really good shotgun runner. Or even the other night, I saw him line up in a pistol and give it to him. You want to give a guy like McCaffrey time and space to do his thing.
This season, 577 times as McCaffrey lined up or had snaps in the backfield, 69 times in the slot. Although this past Monday, he only lined up twice in the slot. That's the fewest in any game this season by Christian McCaffrey. So interesting trend there by CMC and Kyle Shanahan. Quick break here. When we come back, Pop, there's a defensive trend that matches what the Browns do offensively that's really interesting. There's a personnel grouping that the Browns deploy more than anyone in the NFL. How does that match up with the 49ers defense? We'll tell you on the other side.
KNBR, the sports leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. Carlos Ramirez, Car Ram, filling in for Greg Silver. He will be joining us from 2 to 6. I am with the G-Pop today here on the show. Looking good, Pop. I gave you a tease when we went to commercial. You and the fans who were texting him, by the way, and saying today, the text line is phenomenal. 415-808-5627. That is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. A couple of messages before we jump into some more Niners and Browns. Says 1460, can we agree that if Shanahan Lynch didn't draft Purdy, they would be out of a job? What's the point now? I mean, that's kind of like 4 years ago. 8257, Matt Gay might play a huge role in this game the way Jake Moody did a few years ago. He looked good on Monday. I mean, he's no Eddie Pinheiro. No one is right now in the league. He might be the best kicker in the league, Eddie P., but he looked good. 5185 says, at no point can you rely on the Niner defense. That game is not the norm. It's an outlier. Well, I think if you do something once, you can repeat it. And I know not every team is the same and every situation varies, but if you can do it, then you can replicate it. So I told you there's a fascinating trend, Pop, a stat, a tendency that the Browns do more than any team in the NFL. And how can the 49ers counter that? And what this means. Check this out. The Browns have used, Pop, 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 wideouts, 44.2% of the time.
2 tight ends. It is 2 wideouts.
Sorry, 1 running back, 2 tight ends.
1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers.
Exactly.
Because they have good wide receivers.
Yeah.
And good tight ends, I should say.
Yeah. So they've used 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 44.2% of the time. That is the highest rate in the NFL. No team runs 12 personnel more than the Browns. 3rd highest rate in a season, Pop, in the last decade are the Browns using 12 personnel. What does that mean? The 49ers counter that this season. Whenever they see 12, they match up with nickel 60% of the time. 57.7 to be precise. 7th highest in the league. They're allowing 4.3 yards per play against 12, 2nd fewest in the NFL. So, to sum it up, the team that uses most 12 personnel will go against the 2nd most effective defense versus 12 personnel, Pop.
Well, we gave a whole dissertation a couple of weeks ago on 13 personnel and how much the LA Rams started to use it when Puka Nacua got hurt, and then they came in on a game and just assaulted the 49ers out of 13 personnel, including the first play of the game. It's unusual to use 3 tight ends, but the Cleveland Browns used 12. Njoku, David Njoku, is their veteran tight end, and he's one of the most underrated players in football. Remember when he played against the 49ers a couple of years ago? He had a terrible outdoor barbecue accident where he scalded his entire face. He walked into the tunnel that day for the game looking like the Elephant Man. I mean, I thought, there's no way this guy's playing. And Njoku played in the game, and he played in the game well. And he is a combination. He's not George Kittle, but he does do both very well. He is not just a route-running, detached tight end. Njoku is a good blocker in an inline Y. Then they add another guy, Harold Fannin Jr., who was a rookie. And when I watch the Cleveland Browns play, and we'll bring in my fellow Syracuse Hall of Famer, Andrew Siciliano, with their helmets, are they not exactly Syracuse's helmets? And they look like they're wearing SU's uniforms. The other day, against the Raiders going to the desert, they wore a different combination of all white and orange. It looked like Syracuse, but we didn't lose to Notre Dame. 70-7 in that game like SU did. Anyway, Harold Fannin Jr. wears the Syracuse 44, which is the number that Jim Brown wore and Ernie Davis wore and Larry Zonka wore and Floyd Little wore. They all wore. So when I watch this guy, I'm thinking, am I watching Syracuse? But so the combination of David Njoku and Harold Fannin Jr. gives them good coaches. What do? We got good tight ends. So why don't we play not one but two tight ends? And the LA Rams went with 3 when Puka Nacua was down, and he's kind of half a tight end. So they do play a lot of double tight ends. They don't have a fullback on their roster like Kyle Juszczyk, so you're not going to use 22 personnel, so you're going to use 1 running back and 2 tight ends. So that's why they go 12. So then who are their wide receivers you have to worry about? And you heard Robert Saleh talk about they are using Malachi Corley a little bit more. And they have Cedric Tillman. The rookie actually is the one, Isaiah Bond, that caught the deep shot down the field from Shedeur early in the game, and he rolled out to his right and he threw the deep one down to the 1-yard line. But the guy that intrigues me so much, because I loved him coming out of Alabama. I actually did the Iron Bowl that year, and they had what they called the Rugrats with Henry Ruggs, and what a terrible situation he had, obviously, with what happened in Vegas with the Raiders, and just terrible. But they had him, they had Jalen Waddle, and they had Jerry Jeudy. And that was also the, CeeDee Lamb out of Oklahoma. That was the Brandon Ayuk draft. But I thought Jerry Jeudy was the next Paul Warfield in the NFL. The way he just ran routes, he was just running through an open pasture like Paul Warfield, the former Cleveland Brown turned Miami Dolphin. And I thought Jerry Jeudy is going to be the greatest wide receiver, and he's just not physically tough enough. He just gets manhandled. He had some good years and good games in Denver. But he's on another team now. Do I fear Jerry Jeudy? Yes, Jerry Jeudy can run by man coverage, and he's a problem.
Am I wrong to think that, because I remember that draft, Pop, am I wrong remembering that you vehemently wanted the 49ers taking Jeudy because they had him right there? They took Kinlaw, and you were vehement saying, take this guy, take this guy.
So that's the year they traded DeForest Buckner to the Indianapolis Colts, and they got the 13th pick. They wound up dropping back to the 14th pick and gave Tampa Bay the 13th pick, and they took Tristan Wirfs, and the Niners took Javon Kinlaw. They missed. And Javon's playing actually good football now, but he was not worthy of being the 14th pick and taking, Buckner's spot. So they took Brandon Ayuk later in that draft. I just, when I saw Jeudy, and I missed on him, he's just not physically tough enough. I saw the sleight of build. I thought that's something they could overcome in the NFL. But now, if you don't block for Kyle Shanahan, no block, no rock, you're not playing. Jerry Jeudy could not play for Kyle. You could not run 19 toss, the pin and pull, like Jawan Jennings blocks on the end with Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy would go off in a body bag. He's just not physical. Now, he can make some plays in this game, but to your point about the 12 personnel, they have 2 good tight ends, and Njoku and Harold Fannin Jr. is right there among all the rookie pass catchers in the NFL. He is having a tremendous year. When the Niners match up with that kind of, because both of these guys can catch the ball. It's not like they're going double Y and they're going to run it down your throat. And Njoku can catch and run routes, and you better tackle him. And the same for Harold Fannin Jr. The Niners run against that. It's a nickel, but it's a big nickel. They can put Upton Stout on the field to match up with that, and they can also put Jason Pinnock on the field. They're not going to put Luke Gifford out there and go to a base personnel. So because both of these tight ends are tight ends, but they're also pass catchers. So how do you code them? It's not pure 12. I think Fannin Jr. is more of a wide receiver. Yeah. Honestly, he may have the position at TE, but to me, he plays more of an F like a slot. But your point's well taken. And, how do the Niners match up with that? They'll match up with their nickel, with Upton Stout, and they'll match up with a big nickel where Jair Brown had that spot early in the year. Now he's a starting safety because he learned to play football and not football. Love that line. But they will put Jason Pinnock on the field and ask him to play like a slot corner who's also a safety. So they'll match up with their double tights.
It's time for a wardrobe change for you, Pop, because we're going from football to basketball. Matt Thomas will join us. He is the radio voice of the Houston Rockets. They're in town for the NBA Cup / regular season matchup facing the Dubs tonight at Chase at 7 p.m. Matt Thomas joins the show on the other side.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're back. An hour and change left here on the show. Greg Papa has changed his attire. He is Dubs all day. Your closet must be gigantic. I've never seen you.
Not so much a closet. I have so
never
many T-shirts and hats.
Well, you got to put them somewhere.
I just lay it out. So I never. The greatest quality that I ever had was my hair, forever. So I never wore hats ever until we started doing the stream. Okay. And we're on at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'd go down the treadmill. I'd get off at 9:52 and shower, and I'm not doing my hair. So I wore a hat, and then I made it a bit, and now my hair is all gone. Just about. I have lost a lot of hair.
You have facial hair.
Cocky.
You have facial hair, and you look great, by the way.
You know how much that thinned out when I was growing the beard, the cancer beard to start. I looked like Dan Haggerty. I was ZZ Top. I got legs and I got hair. That's thinned out, and one day I'll show you my hair on my head, but that's where I get depressed.
You look great.
Take the hat off.
You look great, Pop.
Yeah, it's hard.
You look great.
We're all good.
We're all good. All right, we join Matt Thomas at Sports MT on X. He is the radio voice of the Houston Rockets, joining us here in San Francisco for tonight's big matchup between the Dubs and the Rockets. Matt, thank you for joining us here, G-Pop and Carlos Ramirez. This Rockets team, man, they look good. They look fast, confident. What's been the biggest jump, the biggest leap they've taken from the Rockets we saw fall to the Dubs last year, aside from the obvious, which is KD, Matt? Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Thank you very much. This is the Wolves, or the Warriors and the Rockets played each other 12 times last year. I think I was on KNBR 6, so I deserve at least an invite to the holiday party.
I know. You'll invite you over. Yeah.
I know. Hey, look, Kevin's been awesome. You guys know about that. That's number one. That goes without saying. Number two, Alperen Sengun is now waking up as a triple-double guy almost every single night. Number three, Amen Thompson has inherited the point guard spot role with Fred VanVleet out for the season. He's been really good. You're getting little role players like Josh Okogie that's helped out. Aaron Holiday had a big game the other night against the Suns down in Phoenix. But look, the heavy lifting is going to be done by Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, and Amen Thompson. Jabari Smith also with a brand new contract. He's playing up to that deal so far. So it's been a little bit of things. Again, where would this team be with Fred? I don't know. I'd like to find out at some point. Probably won't do that until next season. But all things considered, even though the team turns the ball over way too much, but they're playing good basketball. They are the number one three-point shooting team in the NBA. And if you watched any of those 12 games of the Warriors and Rockets last year, you knew that was not a part of the Rockets' arsenal.
Yeah. All right, so the update as far as the guys, and every night in the NBA, it's just a long list. Draymond is probable with the right midfoot sprain, so more than likely that means he'll play.
Goody.
The king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams is out, right ankle tendinopathy, which would, that was Kawhi's problem in San Antonio. We know KD's out and Tari Eason's out. I do want to ask you about the loss of VanVleet, but your team is great defensively. You add Durant, you're great offensively. But when you went to that double big lineup last year in the playoffs with Sengun and the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams, the Warriors could not deal with that. So not having him tonight, how does that change the rotation for Ime, do you think, Matt?
Well, I think Greg will see some more of Clint Capella, who came over from Atlanta, was a longtime Rocket before he moved over there. Will inherit those minutes, and then ultimately you won't see it as much. I mean, there are some nights that Josh Okogie starts, there are some nights that Steven Adams starts. It's all dependent matchup, is what Ime Udoka tells me. But ultimately, sometimes you just want to, force the issue against your opponent. So I would think it'd be a great night to do it against this Golden State team. It's not overly big. If Quentin Post was to start, then maybe that would change a little bit, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So tonight, I don't envision it being a huge part, but there have been times where both Alperen Sengun and Clint Capella have been on the floor at the same time. So I would expect a smackling of that, but not a heavy dose of that this evening.
Matt, joining us here on the show, the voice of the Rockets. Matt, is it fair to say that what's more accurate? Is Sengun a point center in this system, or is Amen Thompson being a point forward? How do you split those up?
A men can play four positions, so however you want to describe that. Amen can play the 4 and the 5. He also brings the ball up. He also distributes the ball very well. Not to the like of like Jokic, because I gotta be honest with you, I hate the baby Jokic terminology. That's not fair to both Amen, to Alpi and to Jokic, because I think when the dust is settled, he's gonna be one of the 15 greatest players ever to play the game. He just is incredible, and I hate him because he beats the Rockets on a regular basis. But point being is this: I think it's one of those situations that Amen can play 4 different positions. He can hit the mid-range. He can go to the dunker spot and finish. He and Alpi work very well in the alley-oop, and then they reverse it to the alley-oop to each other. So it's hard to describe what it is. I just love the versatility. Now, with that does come more turnovers. They're averaging about 17 a game or pretty close to it, and that was something you didn't have last year with Fred. And the reality is when Fred's a 6-foot point guard and knows what to do, that's one thing. When you've got a man who's 6'7" and Alpi at 6'11", just by their size, naturally you're going to see more turnovers, and that has been something that has bothered Ime, but he can live with it as long as the team is shooting as well as they have.
Yeah, I think ultimately you're going to have to, I don't know where you're going to get it from, but you're going to have to add a pure point guard to get yourself organized a little bit to win big, which you're capable of, but we'll get into that in a minute. As you call him, Alperin Şengün. I knew how good he was going into that 7-game series, Matt, but man, is he good. And then watching him now, and Durant flat out said, I've never played with a big guy like him. I mean, everything. There's the points, 22 a game, the rebounds, 10 a game, the assists, the way he operates from the nail right in the middle of the free throw line, the elbow, he can face it, he can post it both high and shoot it. What are we looking at? Because I'm sure a lot of people in our audience is like, who is Alperin Şengün? What is he, dog food? No, that's Alpo. Who is this guy, and how actually good is he at basketball?
Well, I'll say this. If you watch him as much as you did last year in that 7-game series, you saw everything you just described except the three-point shot wasn't there. It was basically a liability. He now shoots at 40% from three-point range.
Yeah.
He went to Turkey to play in that Eurobasket tournament, and he came back a different player. And I think he needed to do that because here's the reality. When the Kevin Durant trade came into place, it's low-hanging fruit. It's simpleton talk to say, well, now that KD's here, everything is fixed. That isn't the case. KD's 37 years old. KD's going to miss some games occasionally. You can't rely on him like you did say even during the glory years of the Golden State Warriors back 10 years ago. But what you can do is you can still rely on Kevin Durant to score 25 points, hit every elbow shot possibly found on the floor, get to the free throw line 8 or 9 times. But in today's NBA world, you got other guys to rely on. And Alperin has become that second scorer. In fact, there have been nights where he's taken over games where he's put up, near triple-double numbers in the first half. He's been absolutely incredible, and it's been fun to watch. The only thing that concerns me is turnover count is high, which you kind of expect for a big man. And then sometimes the bigger centers, the Joel Embiids, the Nikola Jokic's of the world, can push him around a little bit. And I'd like for him to be able to be a little more aggressive against those true, typical, old-school 5 players.
Matt, joining us here on the show. Matt, when you say evolution for this Rockets team, Matt, when you say growth, what is the most evident area for that team, and what's the most underrated growth you've seen from this basketball team in the past 365 days?
Three-point shot. They're at 42% coming into tonight. They were mid to bottom third for 90% of the season. Guys, they still offensive rebound as good as ever. They were number 1 in the league last year in all that category, but a lot of that was because, hey, you miss shots, go get offensive rebounds. And Steven Adams makes a living off of that. They shoot the 3 well. They have great spacing. Jabari Smith's game's improved. Adding a 25-point scorer in Kevin Durant can't hurt the cause. So to me, the most direct thing you will see is the fact that this is a team that will run up and down the floor and play very hard and get good shots and shoot a lot of threes. The underlying, I can't believe it, is how good they have been defensively. They can put the clamps on people when necessary, and that includes, before that, Tari Eason's been hurt, and he's gone for a while. Excellent defender. Jabari is an unsung hero. Amen Thompson will block shots with his eyes closed. So will Alperin Şengün. So this is a really complete, fun, interesting team. And as I was telling the folks in Phoenix a couple of days ago, I wish that certain team in Southern Oklahoma would lose a game once in a while because, my God, we're running into it. This is what Rocket fans are going through. When the Rockets were winning 65 games a year with Chris Paul and with James Harden, we had a certain team called the Golden State Warriors in our way. Now we've got a certain team called the Oklahoma City Thunder in our way. So, like I said, this was not a win or break it up situation. Alpie's still young, Easton's still young, Jabari Smith is still young, Amen Thompson. That's not what we're talking about. But, man, you were certainly fired up for what this team could be. And then you realize that Fred's out for the year, and then all of a sudden Oklahoma City doesn't lose but once a month.
Yeah, we want them to lose 10 times this year. We don't want them to go, tie the Warriors record or even lose 8 and take the 73 and 9 away. So you mentioned how well you shoot the three-point ball, but it's amazing to me. Daryl Morey's team, and you think of the Rockets, is just changing the NBA with the three ball. You only shoot 30 a game, which is dead last. But
yep,
yeah, it's amazing. 30 a game is dead last in the NBA in three-point shots. So I want to go back to Van Vliet. Because when that injury happened right before the season started, it's a terrible injury, a torn ACL. He's a good defender. He shoots the long ball, but he is a pure point guard. He gets you organized, and he is your veteran. I know the numbers are great. Amen Thompson, to me, is not a point guard, trying to figure out what Reed Shepherd is and how he may be able to handle. Do you think ultimately, Matt, to get where you want to go, and that is to beat Denver, to beat San Antonio, to beat OKC, to beat them all this year, you somehow, some way, you've got to acquire a Band-Aid pure point until Van Vliet comes back?
Reed Shepherd, I failed to mention him. He has really had a nice season. Has been scoring a lot of points off the bench. Didn't do much against Phoenix, but he has had a three-point stroke. He's now getting the mid-range down on occasion. He's stealing the ball very well. So there's sometimes defensively it's a tough watch, but he has been vastly improved. So there's an underlying improvement from a year ago. My guess is they will kick the tires. Rafael Stone, the general manager, has not been giving me a lot of information at this point about that, and probably won't. But it all depends on whether or not Dorian Finney-Smith can come back and help this team at some point. If Tari Eason comes back in, say, 6 weeks after his hip contusion, and he can come back and help, whatever that is. I would like to have one more ball handler. So, yeah, I believe they will be very interested in doing something to add additional depth. And the only reason why they wouldn't do it is that they just felt like that Amen was just way more productive with the ball in his hand than he is right now. And I don't know if that would be the case.
Matt Thomas, the radio voice of the Houston Rockets, joining us today as the Dubs played the Rockets. We're going to miss a chance, Matt and Pop, to see the player, the best player, the better player to ever wear, I think, both the Rockets and the Dubs uniform and Kevin Durant. I don't think there's any doubt.
Rick Barry? We're not going to see Rick Barry.
Purvis Short, come on now. What's going on with you?
Purvis Short, Joe Barry Carroll, just barely cares, Sleepy Floyd.
So that my question.
KD. He hasn't been a Rocket long enough to call him that.
Hey, Greg, is this partner yours like 20? What's going on with this guy?
But he's been a Rocket now. Is he not a Rocket? He's a Rocket. What are you talking about?
Was Larry Smith a Rocket? I think he was. Anyway,
he was.
Durant's just been there. He's been there an hour.
My point. I wanted to bring 2 points. He's not my favorite Rocket and Dubs player ever. And I hope you appreciate this poll, Matt. My favorite Rocket Dub ever, his name is Oscar Torres.
Oh, wow. I got you. I feel you.
Do you remember him, Matt?
No recollection whatsoever.
No? Okay. Well,
harsh,
that went nowhere. Okay. So the question was, take it, and it's a question for both of you. Kevin Durant aside, who's the best
what country
player?
Is Oscar Torres from?
Venezuela. What player, aside from KD, has been the best player ever to wear both uniforms, Rockets and Dubs?
It's Rick Barry, not even close.
Rick Barry.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
We had him on last week, and he dropped a BS on the air, and then he said Kalina Azubuike never played in the NBA, which was Rick's out of his mind, and now he's the greatest pickleball player ever. So Matt, Carlos, just so you know, and he's a brilliant radio voice. Before that, he did PA for Rockets games.
Yep.
And I do remember when the Warriors came in every spring, and you guys went like 0 for 27 on the three ball. Ouch!
I'm
getting
a bad connection. I got to hang up this phone call.
No, hold on, man.
Going through a
So
tunnel.
he would announce like, the Warriors are, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. The Warriors are coached by Steve Kerr. And he'd like mumble. You couldn't even hear. Like, speak up, PA guy. Now that you get to watch the I'm going to ask it to you this way. Because Steph Curry's the greatest Warrior that's ever been. Before that, Rick was the greatest Golden State Warrior. Obviously, Wilt changed all the records in Philadelphia. But Kevin Durant, for the 3 years he was here and the 2 years he won the Finals MVP, It took basketball to a whole nether level to watch his brilliance offensively and how good he was defensively. It got weird the third year with the Draymond. But what's it like for you? And he's not going to play tonight, personal reasons. We hope everything's all right with him. Just what's it like early in his time? We're not even at Thanksgiving yet, Matt, to watch the brilliance of Kevin Durant play every night or every other night.
I am absolutely 100% honored. He is beyond chill. I did some investigative work before he came here. I was talking to some guys around the league that I broadcast games with, and I said, what's KD like? He goes, all he wants to do is play basketball and just chill. And he is very, very affable. We're not going to get into a deep conversation about life or anything. He'll leave that to his ex account to do that. But he has been nothing but affable. Greg, as you know, when sometimes you talk to players after games on the walk-off interview, they're not the greatest things in the world. They're like 7-second sound bites. I've had him on once so far. He was extremely thoughtful. I'm honored. I have had the blessing. This is my 10th year calling the radio games. I've had Chris Paul, James Harden. I've had Russell Westbrook. I get Kevin Durant. And who knows what's going to happen with the rest of this collective group here. But I've been very, very lucky. He's been awesome, and I hope that he plays for a long period of time. He did sign an extension this offseason, so I think he's one of those types of guys. To me, if health is okay, he could be playing like LeBron, going to his early to mid 40s for sure.
Matt Thomas, radio voice of the Houston Rockets. Matt, when you get a chance to call a guy like Steph Curry, and we know everyone's rooting for their team and wants their team to do well, but understanding that this guy who is a generational talent is on the back nine of his career, how do you ingest or experience just seeing this guy having the privilege to call this guy's games, even though he is the opposing star, not perhaps inside the play-by-play production per se, but on the moment, maybe before the game or afterwards? How do you digest broadcasting games of a player of the caliber of Steph Curry?
I don't. I hate it. He's so good. He has been a rocket killer. I despise him. I don't want to ever call a game again. I wish he would retire tomorrow. The reality is this. If there's been a franchise that has gotten to the Rockets more than any other in the last decade, it's the squad we're playing tonight. We kept telling players, like I remember having a conversation with Fred VanVleet, like, we got to play anybody but the Warriors. Fred's like, oh, we don't care. We don't play anybody. Well, you know what? There is history. And look, the Warriors have been a lot of teams over the years, but it just feels like the Rockets have been the kryptonite, unfortunately, the Warriors have been. So I am honored to him. It is a little weird calling Clay's games in Dallas now, because the Clay that I remember would destroy the Rockets too, but he's just a part of who he is now and nothing close to what he was. Even though Draymond Green likes to fight with everybody, and you guys know that, it's still an honor to call his games and appreciate the hustle that brings to it. I'm ridiculously jealous to Tim Roy's ability to call so many wins for so many years and so many rings, and I hope it comes to an end some point. But as I said before, just when you think the Golden State quote-unquote dynasty isn't running out, this team in Oklahoma that has this kid named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams and 15,000 draft picks all of a sudden comes in here. So the NBA is tough. The Western Conference is going to be literally a war. And I'm not saying the winner of the West is going to be guaranteed to win the East, because sometimes you can beat each other up so much. But having called a lot of Eastern games this year, the comparison of talent between the two conferences now probably is as far away as it's been in a very long time.
That is the great Matt Thomas, the radio voice of the Houston Rockets. Matt, thank you so much for your time. Have a great call tonight, and we'll do it again soon.
Call anytime, boys.
Matt Thomas, the radio voice at SportsMT on X. What a great guy. Pop.
Fun guy. Houston Rockets are good. 11-4. There's no doubt. And when they get Durant going, they've got to get somebody to get them organized. They're still scoring a lot, obviously, and they play on both ends of the floor, and they don't shoot a lot of threes, which is so weird because Daryl Morey brought that shot. I mean, the Splash Brothers did, and he just took it to another level, good and bad. They shot so many. But to get, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and Matt referenced it a couple of times, do you realize they are 17-1?
Yeah, the Pistons are 15-2.
Yeah, but I understand. I think Detroit will lose a few games. I mean, both of them. To me, that's 73-9, and I know it got tarnished by what happened in the end, and Draymond getting teabagged in Cleveland and losing that. To me, there should be an honor and a banner for that. We don't want Oklahoma City, to go 74-8 or something. And right now, hell, they may go 80-2, but 17-1. on top of the NBA championship, and they've won 9 in a row. And the Detroit Pistons, as you noted, they've won 13 in a row, and they are 15-2. Are we going to have two teams this year win 70 or more? And could one of them get to 73 or even 74 and break the Warriors record?
We can break that down on the other side. 1:15 p.m. here on the show. Quick break. When we come back, we have some baseball conversation because there's a certain Japanese star that might want to come to San Francisco. Is he a right fit? What does he bring? We'll talk about Giants, also some more NBA and football. This is Papa and Silver. Car Ram filling in for Greg Papa for Greg Silver today on the show.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
$1:22 p.m. This is Papa and Silver. I am Carlos Ramirez today with Greg Papa. Greg Silver will be in the house in 40 minutes. He'll be 38 to be precise. Let's flip to baseball because this has to be music to Giants ears and Giants fans' ears. Japanese star Tatsuya Imai is making a strong statement against signing with the Dodgers. Check this out. He was asked in the Daisuke Matsusaka show, the Hodo Station show, that's the name of the show. He was asked if the Seibu Lions star, who was posted and has until January 2nd to sign an MLB deal, he said he has no interest in joining the Dodgers. I quote, "Of course, I'd enjoy playing alongside Ohtani and Yamamoto and Sasaki, but winning against them, a team like that, and becoming a world champion would be most valuable thing in my life," he said. He told Matsusaka, "If anything, I would rather take them down," said the 27-year-old right-hander, fresh of a 1.92 ERA, 178 Ks in 163 and two-thirds innings. This guy is filthy. He's got one of the weirdest, most efficient pitches in Japanese baseball history, Pop. He's got an in-breaking slider. The slider doesn't sweep away from right.
Screwball?
It's called a slinker. So it's a slider that breaks into righties.
Paul Skeens throw that?
Yeah, it's a slinker. So instead of moving away from righties, it breaks into them like a sinker. So if I'm Buster Posey and Tony V and the Giants front office, I'm salivating over what this guy just said.
Well, without a doubt. And he also said, I really want to see how much my fastball holds up against Ohtani. So I don't know if he throws a slider, but that in-breaking pitch that you're talking about is a screwball. Then when it comes into a hitter, you don't know if it's going to break in or break away as a right-handed hitter. So we'll see where it goes. He could be trying to drive the price up with the Guggenheims as well, who also own the L.A. Lakers on top of the L.A. Dodgers. So they've taken over the whole world on there, Mark Walter. But in any event, the Giants need to add pitching. They whether it's going out and investing in the Japanese market, and they tried hard to get Yamamoto. That was Farhan's guy. I think they realized getting Ohtani was going to be difficult, but they spent a lot of time going over and scouting internationally to see Yamamoto and what he's become. That first start he made, when they went to Korea against the Padres, he was so nervous. His first year, he wasn't that good. It took him a little while, but he settled in later. And then last year, he just locked in, and what he did in the World Series was Randy Johnson stuff with the outing in Game 6, come out of the bullpen in Game 7, and then Sasaki looks like Yamamoto initially, just so wild and out of control, and they finally bring him back. Wow. I thought he was going to be the one to close out the World Series, and he closed out some big playoff games for them. I don't know what they do with him. They put him back into the rotation. They make him a short reliever, and who knows? And then Ohtani's Ohtani. So we'll see where ultimately what the market is. One thing Greg Johnson has said, they don't want to invest a lot as far as years and big dollars for pitchers because of the injury factor, but they were going to give it to Yamamoto, and he got a 15-year deal. And then Sasaki, they wanted both. I think Sasaki, everybody knew he was going to be a Dodger. We'll see what this guy does, but I was upset the other day, and I know Walter wanted them as well. We found out right before the show that Sonny Gray got traded like we thought he would from the Cardinals, and he'd be a good fit with the Giants, maybe more so when Bob Melvin was here. But now he's a Boston Red Sox. You're going to have a lot of guys get traded this offseason. And when we come back off Thanksgiving, we're into December now, and the winter meetings will commence. And it's amazing how the other sports, football, you have a legal tampering period, and the first day of the league year, 2 days later, everybody gets bought, and it's all over. And likewise in basketball, the first day in July, and then July the 8th, they all signed. Baseball, they've been out there for since the Dodgers won Game 7, 5 days after that. No movement. It's just incredible how long they wait for a market to be established. And sometimes they wait way too long into an offseason, as we know, with Blake Snell and Matt Chapman. But after Thanksgiving, when we get into the holidays and the league meetings start, there'll be some movement here. You can buy some pitchers that are not Japanese-born. Dylan Cease would be interesting, and Framber Valdez. And, I think making a trade to get guys would also be interesting out there. The one name that probably, and there are guys, I mean, if the Detroit Tigers really want to trade Tarek Skubal,
you got to go get him.
Is that?
You got to go get him.
But what's that going to cost? You're going to have to give up 5 top prospects and give the guy $500 million. If Yamamoto got that, and he's got to go deeper into games. He can't throw 101 pitches and beg out of a Game 7. Brother, you got to go all the way to the tape. I'm not taking you out. Guy's never thrown more than 100 pitches in a game. That just does not work. Now, the 100 he throws are a 100-mile-an-hour fastball with a wipeout changeup, and you can't hit him. But if we're paying you that kind of money, I don't want to use the bullpen the days you pitch. You got to go. But if he's out there, that's like, whoa, seriously? Zach Gallen, I think, is the guy that intrigues me the most because he had a down year last year, and I think it was just that, a down year. I'm not sure what his problem was, but to me, he has a combination of Greg Maddox's command with overpoweringly good stuff. He's just poised. He knows the National League West. What would it cost to actually get him? But whether you invest in a Japanese star and you got to pay the posting fee and all that, it's going to cost you, but that, brings a whole new market in, and it would be great theater when he does pitch against Ohtani, whether he's a Giant or somebody else, or, does sign with the evil empire now that are the Dodgers, Carlos. But they need pitching. I'm talking 2, 3, 4 starting pitchers. Do you want to trade for 2 or buy 2? You got to rebuild an entire bullpen. Yes, they have some young arms they like, but hell, we like Kyle Harrison, and then he got traded to the Boston Red Sox. You need more. Right now, you've got 3 starting pitchers, and who even knows then? And then you're going to bring Scherzer in the Verlander role. I don't know. I'm not even thinking so much about bats. You need a right fielder. Without question, you need a right fielder, and there's a good one that played for the Chicago Cubs that's out there, but how much do you want to pay him? But really, no matter what pitching you go get, you need arms. 2, 3, 4 starters. And then you need a whole bullpen to fortify. Who's your closer right now? What are you going to do here? You probably need 5 or 6 arms, and you can't count all of them on coming through the farm system. It's just not going to work. We learned that last year. So they need pitching. When are they going to start acquiring the arms?
In terms of Tatsuya Imai, because we know not many fans here watch Japanese baseball. It's complicated. It's not easy to get, whether it's streaming or whatever, plus the time differential. Who is this guy? What's the profile for this right-handed 27-year-old pitcher who will turn 28 in the month of May? Well, Tatsuya Imai, Fastball pop averages at 95.5 miles per hour, topping at 98, 99. His profile against right-handed hitters in Japan is when he faces a righty, he goes four-seamer slider 93% of the time and is ridiculously efficient when he does so. When he goes lefties, he's got a split-finger pitch, and his fourth pitch is a Vulcan change he introduced last season. So he's got a 4-pitch arsenal that he works with. What's really
interesting? The one that breaks into righties that's like a screwball.
That's a slider. The slider. That's the one he uses against righties.
So his slider naturally breaks into a right-handed hitter as a right-handed pitcher?
Yes.
How the hell does he grip that pitch? That's a screwball.
Yeah, so that's the funky thing about that profile is
now teach him a slider that breaks away from a right-handed hitter. Then you've got one that moves away and one that moves in. That's lethal.
So he's got fastball location and the rare thing I would say about the fastball or his overall delivery pop is I was doing some research about him is what they call the release height, not angle, not the point outside, is the release height. So his average release height pop is 10 inches below major league average. So he's not coming from up top where he's releasing.
Side armor?
No, he's going up and down, but the point of release is lower, 10 inches lower than MLB average. So what that does is it creates this visual perception for the hitter that the fastball is going to come in flatter into the zone because he releases it more in front of him, instead of higher, it's more in front of his face. So that's the illusion it creates. So when it drops, it's harder to get under it. Hence, you can't get that much elevation under that fastball. That's what it does. And the profile for that fastball, the comp, is Joe Ryan. When you look at the speed, movement, release height, everything, it's a Joe Ryan fastball that he's bringing from Japan. I'll take it.
Let's get them both.
Oh,
We can trade for Joe Ryan. He's from Marin County.
Yep.
The Minnesota Twins want to trade Joe Ryan. Let's go get him. Go get Joe Ryan. Go get Zach Gallen and get this Japanese pitcher. Get them all. You need arms.
And the other point is, Pop, and I think your take is invaluable for this one, is the emotional aspect of what he said. It's not common for a guy to come over from Japan and to say stuff like what he just said, that he doesn't want to join with Ohtani, that he, of course, admires him, loves him, whatever, but that he wants to beat him. And when you're bringing in a college coach with no professional experience who has done great things at Tennessee and is trying to establish a winning culture, when you have a guy like that just fresh off the plane says, no, I want to beat him. I don't want to join him. I don't want to do what Sasaki and Yamamoto did. I want to go here and beat those three. If that's not a culture setter, Pop, I don't know what is.
It's interesting what he's saying, and if he does want to beat the Dodgers, no team is going to face him more, but he could go to the San Diego Padres. He could go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Who knows where he goes? He could go to the Yankees. You don't know. Or he signs with the Dodgers, and maybe this is just a negotiating ploy, but it would add spice to the greatest rivalry, certainly in American sport, Giants-Dodgers, to have him go face Shohei Ohtani. So how much is it going to cost? How much the posting fee to his club, the Cebu Lions?
$150.
And then $150 million?
Yeah.
Well, that's half of what Yamamoto got. He got 15 years and $325. So how long of a contract do you have to give this guy?
Well, that's a
10
thing.
years for $150 for 10?
Yeah, maybe.
Did you get him for 10? Or is it 5?
The number that's being thrown out is 150. That's like the starting point for him is 150.
For how many years?
I
want him for 150 years.
Yeah.
Now, I know. It's interesting, and we'll see. I got to watch video of them. It's hard to watch these guys. But I'll say one thing. Yamamoto stuff is psycho.
Oh, filthy.
It is that good. And Sasaki can be a short reliever, a closer. He is that kind of stuff where you stretch him out and make him, obviously a starting pitcher. And they got Blake Snell, and they got Glass now, and it goes on and on. So they've got arms, packed on arms, and they don't need them for 162 to get to the playoffs. The Giants need pitching. Buster Posey won those 3 years and 5 years with timely hitting. The core four, lockdown bullpen plus George. And then obviously front line starting pitching. I mean, what do you have right now? Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and a young pitcher coming off a hip injury. You need arms if you're gonna deal with this lineup. And I think the Dodgers started to show a lot of age. Mookie Betts is not the same player he was even a couple of years ago. His hairline has receded in his game. He's not a speed. He's not a leadoff hitter. He may even be a bottom of the order hitter. He's not the same guy. Max Muncy runs into one, but he's not the same hitter. Their offense is just not the same. They have some big guys you got to deal with, like Will Smith and Shohei and Freddie. Even he goes into long slumps, but he's clutch.
Yep.
Teoscar, Pages, but their lineup used to be like, damn, it's a National League All-Star team. And the 3 MVPs at the top. Mookie is not the same player. Good thing they moved him to shortstop.
Yeah.
Because they're getting value from his defense. Offensively, he is not the same player he was.
Yeah.
And what's he going to be like next year and the year after? The Dodgers are starting to age.
Let me give you some this. I found this. I was looking for the stat because I lost it. I just found it to paint the picture, the radio picture of how Tetsuya Imai's slider moves and how it's so rare. Pop, the MLB average movement for a right-handed slider is 4.6 inches glove side. That means that slider is moving towards the glove side of the pitcher. Average 4.6 inches beyond the glove side.
So he's a right-hander. It means it moves right to left. It moves away from a right-handed.
Right.
A right-handed pitcher throws a slider that
Right.
breaks away from a right-handed hitter towards his glove side.
So
this guy's breaks arm side, you're saying?
So his slider breaks 2.4 inches arm side.
I got to see him throw this. How does he grip it? How
It's
does he
phenomenal.
rotate it?
It's
Is
phenomenal.
He vulnerable to what's a screwball?
It's
that
kind
is
of what
an
it
old
is.
school That's exactly what it is. I mean, the old days, I don't even know who throws screwballs anymore, but that was a common pitch where a right-handed pitcher would throw a breaking ball, an inverted slider would break the other way. The one thing with that is, what does that do to the arm? Sliders are not good on the arm anyway. If his breaks arm side, the opposite way that a typical slider breaks, would he be more vulnerable to an injury? But that'd be a good way to screw with the Dodgers. And the way to get Shohei Ohtani out is to pitch him away, but low and away. You don't want to pitch him where Robbie Ray pitched him, and you also want to bust him in. I think that's an interesting pitch. I'll have to look at video of that and see how he does that. But the complement pitch to that would be a slider that breaks the other direction. He's got to be able to learn that.
What he does have
to
complement is his split finger. So his split finger breaks out.
And that goes,
yeah.
It doesn't break straight down. It breaks away.
Both. Yeah, both.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right. We'll wrap this up when we come back, 1:38 p.m. Greg Silver will be joining us from 2 to 6. This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're back. Final segment of the show. Greg Papa, Carlos Ramirez, G-Pop, and C-Ram. Let's talk about the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Visit 49ers.com/give to bid on December 2nd and 3rd. 49er faithful have the opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49er experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and much more. Like what? Well, glad you asked. Tickets and VIP. Well, listen to this. Ed Sheeran floor seats at Levi Stadium. AC/DC floor seats at Levi Stadium. A golden game day. That is a VIP tickets, field access, and parking combo. Holiday photo shoot on at the Levi Field at Levi Stadium. Sunday night football kickoff, kid. You can go and do the flag on the field experience. You can have exclusive memorabilia that includes autographed Christian McCaffrey and Christian Juszczyk offseason puffer, the autographed game-worn My Cause, My Cleats, player autograph photos. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You got to bid for this stuff. What are you waiting for? Remember, 49ers.com/give. Speaking of give, Greg, several former players have been given the opportunity, the honor to be semifinalists and finalists for the Football Hall of Fame class of 2026, including several first-time members of the ballot that include Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald among the first ballot. The names, Willie Anderson, Drew Brees, Lomas Brown, Jari Evans, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, Rodney Harrison, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly, Eli Manning, Robert Mathis, Phillip Rivers, Steve Smith Sr., Charles Suggs, Fred Taylor, Earl Thomas, Adam Vinatieri, Heinz Ward, Reggie Wayne, Richmond Webb, Vince Wilfork, Kevin Williams, Steve Wisniewski, Jason Witten, Darren Woodson, and Marshall Yanda are all on the ballot. Our friend Matt Maiocco, Pop, thinks that 3 is the number. 3 members of this ballot will make it. What do you think?
That's not a lot. And they have been more restrictive in recent years. Plus, you have the veteran guys like Roger Craig, who could also make it. I just concentrating on the first ballot guys. Drew Brees is going to make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer. Mole. Well, I mean, the numbers he put up. He only won the 1 Super Bowl, but he had so many incredible numbers. He will make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think Larry Fitzgerald will make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer. And then you get into, and this is the discussion we've gotten into, Frank Gore undeniably will be a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's third all time in rushing in the history of the NFL and behind what a lot of people think are the two greatest running backs to ever play in Emmett and Barry. Is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I don't know. When you look at how many first ballot Hall of Famers can you take in 1 year, Jason Witten is also a first-time eligible semifinalist. And then you've got the holdover, and I think Eli Manning should wait a few years. I love his Jersey Mike's ads with Danny DeVito, but and he does a good job in the Manning cast. If he didn't quarterback the New York Giants, he would have to wait. Jim Plunkett is still not in the Hall of Fame. He needs to wait, but it's the New York thing and what he was able to do for those two runs and beating Tom Brady in particular. Adam Vinatieri certainly is a Hall of Fame kicker. There's not enough of those. So if there's going to be a Frank Gore as a first ballot Hall of Famer, it's got to be more than what Matt's saying. But he's in the room that it happens in. He's a voter. And it will be announced at Levi's this year when they have, the NFL honors on the Thursday before the Super Bowl. It used to be the night before. Now it's the Thursday before. So, Frank Gore would be the one. He's undeniably going to be a Hall of Famer. The question is, in a class that includes Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald and Jason Witten, Phillip Rivers is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think Phillip Rivers has to wait a long time. He's a product of the ball being in the air so much. I mean, to me, is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer? Matt Ryan had a hell of a career and was an MVP with Kyle in 2016. He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback to me. But they are being more restrictive here. The one thing you would think about with the Niners hosting the game this year, could Roger Craig finally end his long wait? Yep. And to see Roger on the field and on the sidelines hug it out with Christian, who could be Mr. 1000 2.0 and do it a second time, but the original before Marshall Faulk did it in 99, it was high knees and it was big eyes. It was Roger Craig who did it in 85. Wouldn't that be amazing if both Niner running backs go into the Hall of Fame this year, with the announcement being made of the NFL honors in San Francisco on the Thursday before the Super Bowl? That would be amazing. I think Roger's got a good chance to make it as a senior finalist. The tough one is going to be Frank. And, can he make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer when you've got probably Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald? I've heard an argument for Jason Witten. I think Witten's got to wait a little while there. They're hard on tight ends overall. And then what do you do with the Eli Manning component in the whole New York? I mean, Robert Mathis undeniably is a Hall of Famer. So is Luke Kuechly.
Yep.
These guys are all going to get there eventually, but there is a process with the voting to get there. But I think Roger hopefully gets in at last as a senior finalist, and wouldn't that be amazing if Frank Gore goes in with Roger Craig in the same class?
We got breaking news, Pop. A guy who was scheduled to be in the ballot a couple of years from now because he retired has just announced he's unretiring and going back to his team. Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement to join the Lions again. Couldn't stay away from the game more than a season, so he has just announced, per Nick Shook in the NFL writer sphere, that he's joining again the Detroit Lions, the Pro Bowl center, 4-time Pro Bowl center, coming out of retirement to rejoin the Lions, Pop.
He's not playing tomorrow, I assume, on Thanksgiving.
I wouldn't think so.
They desperately need him. They have had a major fall off in their offensive line and in the interior of the offensive line, and we know about Jared Goff. When Jared Goff has a clean pocket, he can throw as well as anybody in football. But when he gets A-gap, B-gap pressure and has to reset his feet, he's not nearly as strong. So that is a huge boon. When he, retired, and he retired late in the offseason, they just never replaced him. And they have had a major void, which leads to, when are we eating turkey tomorrow? Because we got 3 great games. 10 o'clock in the morning is Packers-Lions. And then who do we root for in this game? From a Niner perspective, I would think we want Green Bay to win the game. Detroit, the Niners are right now 7th in a field of 7 that make the playoffs in the NFC in each conference. So they're holding on by their lives. Even though 8-4, what a record that is to barely be in the playoffs. But the Lions have already had their bye, like every team in the NFL has had. Niners will at last have one after this game in Cleveland. But we've got to hope for Detroit to lose, right?
Yep.
And Green Bay to beat them. Otherwise, Detroit will be at 8-4, same record as the Niners. And then we'll see if Green Bay could pull it off. So you're not going to have, Thanksgiving dinner at 10 o'clock in the morning. Some people like to eat early in the afternoon at, say, 1:30 our time. But 1:30 our time will be the highest-rated NFL regular season game ever played. It is the Kansas City Chiefs in their dynastic run playing a rejuvenated Dallas Cowboy team. Now, undeniably, we never liked the team wearing red and gold to win, with the exception of the Niners, and we want Kansas City to be exterminated this year. But this one time, we got to root for the Chiefs to beat Dallas, because all of a sudden, we're looking at Detroit as a team that could knock the 49ers out of the playoffs. Dallas is playing much better. Their defense, all of a sudden, they have one. And they're 5-1. So we want Green Bay to win. And do we want the Chiefs to win on Thanksgiving?
Listen, I have so many scars and so much trauma from Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, Pop, and Spags and Travis Kelce and those dudes. I don't want anything to do with them in the playoffs. But I understand. I mean, the 49ers would have to go through the gauntlet that is the NFC playoffs to even think about facing the Chiefs. Having said that, if the 49ers find a way to make it to the Super Bowl, is there any team you would rather them facing more than the Chiefs to get revenge at Levi's? I mean, if you're going to lift it.
It's a long way, bro.
I know, but you're asking me the question. So would I rather have the Chiefs eliminate? Because I think whoever loses this game, Greg, is out. If
Chiefs, if they lose the game,
they're out.
We're dropped to 6-6.
They're out.
Buffalo's got the last playoff spot at 7-4. I'm not going to say that mathematically, but I hear what you're saying. But are you more concerned, before I start talking about the Niners getting to Levi's for the Super Bowl on February the 8th, are they going to make the damn playoffs? And
I think they
Detroit,
will.
to me, scary.
I think they will.
Yeesh, Detroit. I mean, who's going to fall out? Is Detroit going to make the playoffs, and then could Dallas steal a spot here?
Well,
that's why I want them to be eliminated.
I hear you. I think the team to keep an eye for, or an eye out for, that they very well may fall off a cliff.
Chicago.
Is Chicago. The schedule, they have the Eagles on the road. They have the Packers on the road.
On Black Friday.
Black Friday. Then they go to the Packers. That's a divisional game. That's a tough game. Then they host the Browns and that tough defense. They host the Packers again before coming to Santa Clara and closing their season against the Lions. I mean, if the Bears are not careful, Pop, they might fall off a cliff because someone's got to win the NFC South, either the Panthers or the hurt Buccaneers.
Tampa won.
One team's coming out of the South. One team's coming out of the East. I don't think either Commanders or the Cowboys have enough.
Three coming out of the North, though?
Or the West. That's the question. So it's either 2 and 2.
2 out of the way out, 3. Yeah, right.
Right.
Anyway, Seattle gets knocked out of the playoffs.
The
Niners knocked them out.
Well,
I wouldn't think so. As good as they are.
But my question is, I think the 49ers are not going to lose back-to-back games with a bye week in between two rookie quarterbacks. I just think Shador and Ken Ward give so many advantages. Even though I understand it's a road game on Cleveland soil, which is complicated always, and Schwartz, I get that, but. I don't see a path where they are 10-7. That's the worst case scenario if they win Sunday in Cleveland and then the bye week and then they beat the Titans. They would have to lose back-to-back games, 2 of which would be at home against the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. They would be 10-7. I might be wrong. I just think whoever loses that game against between the Chiefs and the Cowboys is out of the playoffs.
10 normally gets you in. But
theory,
I'm not even sure this year in the NFC 11 gets you in. Anyway, what time are we eating? Because Bengals-Ravens, you going to wait to have Thanksgiving dinner at 5:20? Is that way too late?
I'm not waiting anything.
Normally you like to eat at like 4 o'clock, but the Chiefs-Cowboys game will be like in the fourth quarter.
I'll do 1:30.
What time are we eating?
I'll do 1:30.
Right at kickoff?
Yes,
right at kickoff,
I think so.
Cowboys eat at 1:30?
We should. What, do you want to wait? Halftime?
No, I'm gonna eat it right after the Chiefs-Cowboys.
All right. I'll follow your lead, brother. Listen, we are going to sign out for today. I want to finish the way we started, but not me talking. I want you to talk because this is your show. I'm just your guest today, filling in for Greg. I I said what I'm thankful for, and why I'm thankful this year. The floor is yours, Pop.
Yeah, I mean, in years past on this day, well, I'm thankful for Steph Curry, and I'm thankful for Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy, and we're thankful for those guys. Those guys give us a lot of enjoyment. But when you go through an ordeal like we've all gone through, and I've gone through this year in 25, it's just different. So you're thankful that you're alive. You're thankful that you feel the love and support of so many people that I know well, like yourself, and I've worked with that have lifted me up, people that I have known for, years ago, 40 years ago, the whole Syracuse clan, the Buffalo Mafia, and the way they've surrounded me. Someone like Andrew Siciliano from Syracuse, who the weather is gnarly in Cleveland, if you don't know. His plane is delayed getting there, so we won't get the Syracuse Hall of Famer on, but maybe we'll get him on Monday after the 49ers play as Browns. He's such a great broadcaster, and he is the voice of the Brownies. So basically, I'm thankful for so many things. Just epiphany is the word I've used a lot since my diagnosis on July 16th. Things just changed. And, doing this show, and I never thought I could come back and do it. And 2 months later, I did. And there are a lot of days that I probably shouldn't do it. Frankly, yesterday was a day I probably shouldn't have done it. And this morning, I didn't think I could do it. But you get through it and you feel better. And right after it's over, you feel other things. And, you're going through it. But it's fine. I'll get through it. What I would really like to do at some point is go into that booth and actually do a game. And now that my transplant has been delayed, there's a possibility. Maybe at the end of the regular season, or if the Niners do make the playoffs, that I could do a game. But beyond all that, it's not important if I work ever again, or it's just, your perspective on everything changes. And this year has been an incredible change in perspective for me. Facing a life-threatening disease alters your perspective. So in any event, I want to be a different person when I do come out of my bubble and I interact with everyone. I mean, that's really what I want, is to be able to beat this thing, ring the bell, whatever that means. Do you ever truly beat it and you're forever good? Something else happens, but whatever it is, and then celebrate with the people that has, been able to get me through this, and Larry Blumhagen and Bob Sargent and all the people I work with at this station, and the 49ers. I don't want to list a few I have there because they're the top, but I could go on and list, 200 people, honestly. And then another 2,000 that have reached out to me that I don't even know. So it's been an ordeal, but I'm thankful that I'm back doing what I want to do, and that is talking about sports, watching sports. And I'll watch all 3 Thanksgiving games tomorrow like I always do, and I'll watch Black Friday, and I'll watch the Niners on Sunday, and we'll talk about it on Monday. So I'm thankful for people like yourself, Carlos, that have been more than just a partner and a friend. You've become familia to me this year, and you've helped me get through this. The love and support of some people like yourself and people out there that I've spoken to for 40 years. I've been here, and it's been a one-sided conversation, like a lot of mine are. I do all the talking, but you've been listening to me, and you've reached out in your own way. And last weekend, I actually pulled out a lot of the mail that I've gotten the last several months since August 1st when it was announced, and just amazing. John Feely, the note that he wrote me makes me cry every time I read it. So what am I thankful for? I'm thankful to be alive, and I'm thankful of being a member of planet Earth and interact with human beings that, and we have a lot of divisiveness in the world today that just breaks my heart over everything. Shouldn't happen. But when something like this happens, we put it aside and we all pull for the common good. So thank you to all of you for helping me get through this ordeal, and I'm thankful for all your love and support. Thank you, Car Ram. Love you, brother.
I love you, Pop. That's the best ending we can have for this show. Have a happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Quick break, dirty work on the other side. This was Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. No Adam Copeland, no Depop, and no Tim Webb with you. You get Greg Silver, Todd Husak, and Jacob Violante. I wanted to say this was my first Dirty Work appearance, but I think I did a couple with Depop during the holidays last year. Anyway, we're getting to that time of year where the schedule gets shuffled around a little bit and the football starts to get all that serious. The 49ers are turning it around fast on the short week. Wednesday installations. And Todd Husak, it's always good to interact with you, but this is our first full show together, my friend. So I got to be honest, though. When I was watching what was going down at the farm last Saturday, there was about 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And I did text Mike Kohler to see if there was a way to get out of this one with the way Stanford just dismantled the California Golden Bears. But it is good to be with you, and I'm excited to have a little 2-6 today. How's it going?
Can you call it a dismantling when they only had 16 yards of offense with about 4.5 minutes left in the first half, but had the lead, and then get the field goal blocked and then get another scoop and score before half? And good for those Stanford seniors to get out of there with a win. I've brought this up before, but going 4-0 against Cal at my time at Stanford is something I'm very proud of, and you hate to get on the other end of that. So Stanford seniors able to get out of there with a win, and hopefully we'll see what they do against Notre Dame this weekend. But tougher test against the Irish. They got to hire a coach, and now so does Cal. So we'll get into that, I'm sure, a little bit more this show. But a fun one last week on the farm, to be sure.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun to talk a little college football because Bruce Feldman's coming by at 2:50, and we've got a loaded guest list on the back end as well. Sam Amick is going to stop by at 4:30. We'll have the one, the only Tim Ryan joining us at 4:50, get his thoughts on what went down Monday night, as well as looking ahead to the tough weather and the tough test against that Cleveland defense. And then Tracy Sandler, who I actually talked to yesterday, is going to be joining us at 5:30. But I think that's kind of fitting because you just had a bunch of time with Tracy. I just had a segment with Tracy. Let's just bombard her with the same exact questions as we get ready for this Thanksgiving holiday. And Todd, you're actually the perfect person to have here on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving on a short week because you know so much about the quarterback position. And I've loved hearing you on our draft coverage as well as our 49ers pre and post throughout the season. And quarterbacks seem to be all we are able to talk about here in San Francisco. The circumstances just have to align for it, right? Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo coming over in a trade and then being the key to Kyle Shanahan putting a competitive team out there, whether it's wanting to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo but still being on the roster and, Trey Lance is here and then, he's hurt. And then 262, you get Brock Purdy, and then this season we've gotten 8 starts of Mac Jones, who went 5-3 and has shown plenty of reasons why he is probably a starting quarterback in the NFL. So when you just look at that position alone, Monday night was a mess in the first half for Brock Purdy. And so now you've got the Brock Purdy narrative of what he's done 2 games coming back from turf toe. And then on the other side of it, you've got the big national story that everybody loves. Shedeur Sanders was the first Browns quarterback since they relocated the franchise to win his debut start. They were previously 0-17 as a group. And as Adam Copeland, the normal host of Dirty Works, hanging out with us, adjusting some equipment. Now you got the Shedeur Sanders narrative, seeing if he can make it 2 in a row. Yeah, he put on some nice tape, but how much of that is just that the Las Vegas Raiders are one of the hottest messes in the NFL?
Well, I think both teams benefited from playing. I thought Carolina, that interception from Bryce Young at the 1-yard line was probably the worst interception of the NFL season. That could have changed the game. If they go down and score, all of a sudden it's 7-7. Instead, the Niners get the ball back, eat some clock, and that it seemed like Carolina never recovered from that one. And on the flip side, with the Browns, they're a team that is great defense. Myles Garrett is maybe the best defensive player in the league, but without an offense, they're ranked 31st in passing and 27th in rushing. They're a bad offensive team. So the 49ers have had, that's part of what we talked about all the way back in August, a favorable schedule. That has shown up the last few weeks with the Cardinals. Now, the Cardinals are in the division, but the Cardinals are bad. Carolina did not play well. And we got a Browns team that is not very good and historically hasn't been good. I think this year, in particular, the issues at quarterback and just they're kind of a mess. I think if the 49ers can jump out early, disrupt Shedeur Sanders, who's coming into a second start. He won his first one. Great for him. Hard to give that to him, though. That defense played pretty well. When the defense gets 10 sacks, that you better win that one. But Shedeur Sanders, it should be a rough weather game. We'll see how that continues to evolve. But I like where the 49ers are at. They got a bye to follow this one. And Brock Purdy, I was up in the box. I was sitting next to Larry Krueger and some other guys. Gosh, I think you have to go to Mac. I think you go to Mac at halftime. And the NFL is a little different from college. You can make a quarterback change in college and stick with it the next week. I got pulled in college. I was the backup in college. The starter got pulled, and I filled in the second half. And you can come back without much kind of fuss. The NFL is different. I get that. But Mac Jones had played at a high level, and I think Brock wasn't seeing it properly. I don't think he was healthy. Watching the tape of him, I've watched the game a few times now. He was not driving the ball. When he's against Jacksonville, he missed high and wide consistently. He missed high and wide in the first half. Not just the interceptions, but the last two passes he threw in the first half. He missed Kittle by 4 or 5 yards. And then he missed Jawan Jennings wide to the outside where Jawan broke inside. Maybe that was miscommunication, but those are things you don't see from Brock Purdy. His best attributes are he's really accurate. He's smart. He makes the right decision. A lot of it's pre-snap. He gets rid of the ball on time and in a spot where his receivers can run after the catch. It was not that way, and he wasn't seeing it well. And when he did throw it, it was not on target. And so I think the 49ers are one of the few organizations in the NFL that it would have been okay to make a quarterback change and justify it because they needed that win. They needed to beat Carolina, and it was not going well offensively. So can you make that change and win handily in the second half? Mac Jones comes in, plays better than Brock was in the first half, and you go on the next week, and Brock's still the starter. I think you can do that when you have a really secure franchise quarterback in Brock Purdy and a really secure backup who's not trying to do too much in Mac Jones and has played so well all season and still have things go smoothly. Now, it turned out second half, Carolina continued to not play well, and Brock Purdy checked everything down and did enough offensively to get away with the win. But that was an interesting first half where I've had some talking to people up top, like maybe if he throws a fourth interception, then you make the change. It's like, I don't know. I had seen enough in that first half to know he was not the Brock Purdy we're used to seeing. So was it injury? Was it defense that they were doing some different things? It wasn't there, but they got the win. It was an ugly win, but it's hard to stack wins in this league. Finally, they get back-to-back wins and head into a Cleveland game that's not necessarily must win, but boy, you'd love to see them continue the momentum and get ready for a final push of the season against some really tough teams.
Well, what's so interesting about this time of year, and I don't think we've ever really had it this way in the NFC, Todd, since the playoffs expanded to 7 teams per conference, it kind of got to a point the first few years where every team that was worthy of being in the playoffs would get into the postseason. If you were that 8th team, and in some cases, if you were the 7th team, you're thinking, is that really a playoff team? Can you really complain about too much? Then Green Bay becomes the first 7 seed to pull off the upset. Jordan Love goes crazy and attacks the middle of the field with no linebacker situation in Dallas. They put up 48 points, and all of a sudden, now this is one of those where you don't just have 7 in the NFC right now. You've got 8. Detroit is on the outside looking in, and they got a huge one tomorrow. So much so that about an hour before we just started the show, Frank Ragnow announced he's coming out of retirement to try to help his old squad against Green Bay tomorrow and see if they can avoid the sweep against those guys. So this is going to be big, and we can talk NFC, we can talk Brock Purdy, we can talk Shedeur Sanders, and coming up in a bit, I do want to get more of your thoughts on the 3 interceptions and really that first half when Brock Purdy was airing it out a little bit more as to what you saw. Because Papa and I, we revisited the tape yesterday. We kind of broke it down where some of the interceptions might have not been his fault as much, which ones were more errors on Brock Purdy, and how we can fix that ahead of Cleveland. And also 808 KNBR. Let's open up the phones and talk to everybody out there getting ready for their Thanksgiving. Plain and simple, what is your biggest concern heading into this Sunday? You could talk about weather. You could talk about Brock Purdy finding a way to be able to bounce back. You could talk about the fact that Myles Garrett is a one-man wrecking crew, and that Cleveland defense just had 10 sacks of their own against the Raiders. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Give Jacob a call here in our Daly City studios. So much to get into. So much to unpack, and we will do just that as you get ready for Turkey Day. It's Greg Silver, Todd Husak, and Jacob Violante. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stacked guest list on the docket here on Dirty Work with Greg Silver, interestingly, and Todd Husak. We got Sam Amick at 4:30 locked in here. Tim Ryan, 4:50, Football Tim, coming at you, baby. And then Tracy Sandler wrapping it up at 5:30. A solid slate of guests on DW. Dirty Work, keep it dirty here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Robinson in motion, left to right. Purdy fakes the handoff, deep drop to throw now, and under throws it again over the middle, and once more picked off by Horn. Moving out to the left side, he's past the 40-yard line, runs out of bounds on the far side of the field. The third throw over the middle that's picked off from Purdy, the second pick from J.C. Horn.
Yeah, it was a forgettable first half there for Brock Purdy on Monday Night Football. The good news is that the 49ers got to 8-4 anyway. 20-9, your final score over the Carolina Panthers. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, and Jacob Violante making it all happen in our studios back there. So we spent a lot of time on Brock Purdy yesterday because, as Todd Husak and I noted in the opening segment, it just kind of seems to be the MO for Bay Area teams and for the San Francisco 49ers of the Lynch and Shanahan tenure. Now, it's not the defining half of Brock Purdy's career, but the offense can't afford to give the ball away like that when you look ahead for the rest of the season and how small the margin for error is in the NFC playoff race. So I was thinking about this a little bit more yesterday after we had the show, Todd, and I think there's 4 reasons why there's a lot of fixation on Brock Purdy, not just locally, but around the league and in national circles. Number 1 is Mac Jones started 8 games this year, and he looked really good running a Kyle Shanahan offense. Doesn't mean he's better than Brock Purdy. It doesn't mean they're the same type of player, but winning 5 games, going 5-3 with a backup quarterback, that's pretty rare here in the modern NFL. Number 2 is that your defense doesn't have Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Mykel Williams, and not to mention Tatum Bethune and Sam Okuwanu now going to miss some time. So the offense needs to find a way to produce no matter what. Number 3 is the obvious one. It's the money. It's the $265 million that this franchise committed to him over the offseason. And I think number 4, as much as I hate to say it, when you're drafted at 262, that is going to follow you for better or worse and always come up in some form of how people see you, your bias, negative or positive, and the judgment that's gone around. So Brock hasn't played a lot of football this year. He's played even less healthy football. But when you're on a Monday Night Football primetime game and you see him throw 3 interceptions over 8 offensive snaps, that is rightfully going to raise some eyebrows. I want to dive a little bit more into this, Todd. We looked at some of the plays, but you said Brock Purdy just wasn't looking like himself. And even though he said after the game, it's nothing to do with the toe, you, as someone who knows the position very well, were still maybe questioning how he's been impacted by that turf toe that he suffered in Seattle in week 1.
Well, he doesn't have a laser arm. When he drops back and he lets it rip, it's not the same as some other guys in the NFL that you watch them throw and you're like, holy smokes, like that was a absolute cannon. He doesn't have that. But what he does, he has a strong arm, and he can zip it into some tight spots, and he's so accurate. Like the difference between Brock Purdy and you look at guys like Tom Brady and guys who can deliver the ball where it has to be, where they can, his receivers, whether it's running backs, tight ends, actual receivers, can get 7, 8, or 8 yards after the catch or break that first tackle or be in a position to maximize the play. Brock is as good as anybody in the NFL. And it wasn't there the other night. And that's where you think maybe something's up. And then you watch him throw. His mechanics didn't seem to be like typical Brock Purdy, where he's pushing off the back foot. You watch him throw 2 weeks ago to Demarcus Robinson, where he hits his back foot, sidesteps to the right, plants and throws a shot to DeMarcus Robinson on a long 15-yard pass play and puts it right on the 5. That wasn't there. And when he misses high and wide, and that's what we saw early. And even the 2 balls that were later in the first half could have been interceptions, or they weren't the sharp, typical Brock Purdy throws. For the record, I love Brock Purdy. I'm very happy that the 49ers made him their franchise quarterback. I think he is a guy that can win Super Bowls here. He is a really, really good quarterback. I think he's one of the top 10 in the NFL. Based on what they ask quarterbacks to do, there's a lot of coaches. If you said, I've got a guy who's pretty athletic, can make plays happen with his legs, but is super accurate, makes the right decision. His teammates love him. He works really hard. He sets the tone for the whole franchise. There's a lot of franchises that would pay big money to have a guy like that. The Niners have that. Now, he's surrounded by really good players and some Hall of Famers and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Trent Williams, but he executes typically at a high level. And so I just didn't see it in the first half, and that's not typical Brock. And we've seen him. He had a really bad game against the Ravens a couple of Christmas Day. That was awful. He was I think, the leader in the MVP voting, or odds-on favorite to win the MVP going into that game. He's coming off an injury, and Mac Jones has shown that he can operate this offense at a pretty high level. I think Brock Purdy does some things similar to Mac Jones, where they make the pre-snap read and they read the defense and get it in the hands of the wide receiver. But he's also more athletic and throws a much better deep ball. The 3 interceptions were passes over 15 yards. And so without that deep ball and the ability to drive it accurately, it would have been okay, I think, to make that change. But I still like Brock Purdy. I think that week off is coming at a right time. This weekend's going to be a tough test. And I think there's some things offensively, scheme-wise, that I'm sure Kyle Shanahan is going to have dialed up, where they can get rid of the ball quickly, not put him under pressure of a great defensive line and Myles Garrett and all of the things that they do defensively. But the 49ers have to be sharp. They need Brock Purdy to be the Brock Purdy we saw 2 weeks ago, and not the one in the first half on Monday night.
And there's no question about it. I mean, I know Cleveland's record is not going to look impressive all that much. I know that Cleveland is a team that fits into the last place schedule, and they've been rotating between Joe Flacco. They traded Kenny Pickett before the season even began, Dylan Gabriel, and now Shedeur Sanders. You can't just be handing opportunities away. Now, the fortunate part of Monday Night Football is that for as bad as it was in the first half, Bryce Young didn't have himself a game either. You only got 3 points off of 3 turnovers, and if you can't make another team pay for your mistakes, well, Brock Purdy made some mistakes that Carolina's defense made him pay for, and then the offense didn't cash it in. That's why we're talking about a team that retained that number 7 seed in the NFC. I like your point about bringing up that he doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not a high-velocity quarterback, and that doesn't mean he hasn't gotten better in that area, but it's not what he's known for, right? He's not Patrick Mahomesing, Josh Allening over the middle of the field where he's just going to chuck it as hard as they can and like a 1st and goal on a little slant route. So with that, looking at a couple of the picks, I think he just needed to make the decision a little bit earlier and get the ball out quicker. And Tim Ryan noted this live on the broadcast because he's so good at seeing it in real time and deciphering what the 49ers do at the line of scrimmage. So when we talk to him a little bit later, I want to get into how much of it might be Brock Purdy playing a little bit flat-footed, or how much of this is just, hey, he did what Kyle Shanahan wanted him to do as far as making the first read. You just need to simply execute it better by being a little bit faster with your mind and being a little bit faster with your arm, because what makes Brock Purdy worth that extension is not going to be, and never was, somebody who can throw it stronger than anybody else in the league in a top 10 capacity. It was the processing power. It was the rapport and the trust with Kyle Shanahan, not all of these other attributes that people love to jump out as a YouTube highlight reel.
Well, and he throws a great deep ball. It's not that his arm is weak. Like he has a strong arm. It's just not, the ball doesn't come out of his hand and make fans gasp. Like there's only a handful of quarterbacks that have that ability. But he throws a great deep ball, very catchable ball, and he puts it where it has to be for the most part. Now, you watch the tape again, and Juwan Jennings, that first interception, he rounded his route. Typically, you want receivers when they make an in-cut, not to lose ground. And he lost a couple yards on that route, and the ball was thrown a little behind, and that allowed the defensive back to cut underneath it. So a little bit better route. It's probably an incompletion instead of an interception. The two that were not great was where he steps up in the pocket. He had George Kittle. First of all, he could have scrambled and gotten the first down. He had George Kittle underneath that would have been easily a first down and maybe more yards. I get it. He saw Pearsall flash, and Pearsall had his man beat. He just underthrew it by 4 yards or 5 yards, and that allowed the interception.
And if he was going to miss him, you got to miss him in the other direction, not behind him. You got to throw it out in front.
Absolutely. And then the third interception, he just didn't see the backside safety who, again, in his defense, that backside safety was a little hidden and made a great break on the ball, caught it perfectly. Just a great play by the defensive back. If he lets that play develop another count, he's probably off the back end, and it's a touchdown. So he just wasn't seeing it. And so I think credit Carolina's defense for making plays, but also Brock Purdy has to see the field a little bit better and be a little sharper with his throws. And we're talking about a different offense. But you're right. Two things. Number one, Carolina's offense was unable to capitalize. They were bad. The Niners defense played really well. They stepped up when they needed to, and I thought they were more aggressive. That last interception by Jair Brown where he stepped up, and we heard from Robert Saleh earlier today where he said he's playing less football and more football. He knows what to do and where to be. Now you got to go make the play. And he was in a position he could have maybe hesitated and made the tackle. Instead, he steps up in front and makes that play. I think that's what you need from a defense. If you're going to give up long drives and give up points where they're so undermanned. Gosh, you rattled off the defensive injuries. That's hard for any defense to overcome, not just players in general, but their top-end players. They're so undermanned. You got to make some plays, and that's what they did. They were more aggressive. They stepped up. They created some turnovers and got the ball back for the offense and limited the points off turnovers where the offense didn't play well. Defense picked them up.
808 KNBR, your biggest concern for Sunday going to Lake Dreary. Cleveland is a tough place for the 49ers to play. You've heard us say all week long that they haven't won on the road there since 1984. Well, guess what? If they take care of business on Sunday, we can reset that timeline and stop talking about it here on the Sports Leader. I see the phone lines lighting up. John, Jack, we will get to you coming up in a bit, and then we'll talk a little college football with Bruce Feldman at the end of the hour. It's Dirty Work. I almost said Papa and Silver. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante, and you can always rely on Jacob for the best music because there's always a hidden message in there. Talking a little turnovers here. Give it away happened 5 times between Bryce Young and Brock Purdy. And I asked you all out there your biggest concerns ahead of Sunday in Cleveland, or if you just want to talk some QBs with Todd Husak, 808 KNBR, the number to do so. Let's go out to the phone lines where we start with John in San Jose. Wants to talk a little Purdy and Mac Jones. What's up, John? You're on Dirty Work. How are you?
Hi, guys. Nice conversation. Greg and Todd, I'd like to have a quick convo with you about quarterbacking. I played the position, so I'm not talking out of inexperience. And I kind of want to go this route. The 2 points that you made, Greg, about the last pick in the draft, 362 or whatever it was, and the big contract, keep those in the back of our mind as I share these thoughts with you. So the way I see it is that, Todd, you should know well because you played at Stanford, which is a big, big place to play at. So you were highly recruited. I assume that. And if you look at the 2 quarterbacks coming out of high school, which is Brock and Mac. Mac gets recruited by Alabama, and Brock gets recruited by Idaho State. When it comes to the draft, the next big deal, Mac is a first-round pick. The 49ers should have picked him, John Ted, which he knows a little bit about the position, which I totally agreed with him at the time because I didn't think Trey Lance had any accuracy. And Brock was picked where we've been talking about. So my point is, obviously the better quarterback coming out of college is Mac Jones. I mean, he's got to be. He was a better high school quarterback. He's a better college quarterback. And I think what's great about Brock is he came to the 49ers and he benefited from Kyle Shanahan's system, and he became pretty good. When Brock came in, I was all in with Brock. I had to back him up, and I went through a lot of pains with Brock because I'm a big 49er fan, and while he did good, he did bad. He was not very accurate at times. He was not consistent. He threw the ball well. He threw the ball well. And now you get Mac Jones coming in his first year with the 49ers. And this guy, look what he's doing. I think he's averaging 265 a game. And not many interceptions and, a good winning record. I'm not sure how many TD passes he has. But to me, and I like Brock. I'm not getting on Brock or hating on him. I'm just saying as a former quarterback and really paying attention over the years to Brock Purdy, I just think Mac Jones is a better quarterback. And a lot of people are not saying it. The other day on TBS, Howie Long says Purdy's a better quarterback. Guys are at times saying Purdy's a better quarterback. I just don't get it. Maybe you could shed some light with me.
Yeah, appreciate the call, John. John in San Jose, 808 KNBR to join the conversation. I mean, a lot to unpack there, Todd. And look, of course, if you are a more highly recruited quarterback, if you have the kind of college success like somebody of a Mac Jones, then you are going to feel like you're more NFL ready coming into that. I think Mac Jones is actually a great example of what a lot of modern NFL quarterbacks go through, because take that rookie year, his best year, and he had Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator, and they get to the playoffs, and he's looking pretty good, even if there were a couple of games where he didn't have to do a whole lot, and he could just manage that game. Then see what happens when you put him with Matt Patricia and Joe Judge, 2 non-offensive coaches who are calling his plays. It's a disaster. And I'm not saying that Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy was much better than Mac Jones, even at their best when they were getting going. But a lot of quarterbacks are a product of their situation. The advantage we've seen with Brock Purdy, though, is that the time he's had in Shanahan's offense to acclimate, that was the big difference in that first start back. I think there are some elements of the way Mac Jones ran the offense, which I actually think Brock Purdy could learn from at times where hey, sometimes taking the simple thing, especially when you have a lead, especially when your opponent you would think is inferior, that's not a bad thing. But there are also new layers that can be peeled off, and the ceiling is certainly higher with what this offense is capable of and the type of explosiveness they have when you have Brock alongside all these weapons who are now getting a little healthier.
There's really two types of quarterbacks in the NFL. There's guys that can win games, and there's only a few, right? Like Herbert and Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. There's a couple, maybe 3-4 guys that can win games for you. And then there's guys that go in and execute at a high level. And the caller said, I went through some highs and lows with Brock Purdy. Not really. Brock Purdy came in and played pretty well his first season and then played outstanding his second season. He was threw for over 4,000 yards and 31 touchdowns. So I don't think there were a ton of growing pains. I think Brock Purdy, some guys mature and grow a little bit later. Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson they were talking about moving him to wide receiver in the NFL. There's guys that there's questions about, but put in the right system with the right coaching and with the right pieces can play at a very high level. I think Brock Purdy is one of those guys, and it's been fun to watch him grow and get better. And I agree with you. Mac Jones has the ability to play, to be a starter. There's a lot of teams right now that are looking at Mac Jones as an upgrade over what they currently have I think he would be an upgrade over what they had in Cleveland all year. Like, we're going to see Shedeur Sanders and whether or not he has what it takes as his rookie season goes along. But I think
I bet Minnesota would use a Mac Jones right now.
100%. There's guys that come in that are just difference makers. And then by the way, Mahomes didn't start as a rookie. He learned and grew into that position. And he's surrounded by Andy Reid, who I think is maybe the greatest head coach of all time with what he's done throughout his career. And then how he's allowed quarterbacks. Donovan McNabb did great things under Andy Reid. And so he puts quarterbacks in a position to get the most out of their abilities. And that's what Shanahan has done. And he's had some great pieces around him. So I think Brock Purdy is a very, very good quarterback, a top half, certainly top half, maybe top 10 in the NFL. Does he need pieces around him? Most do. There's only a couple that can make things happen without those pieces around him. But I think Brock Purdy and Mac Jones both can play, deserve to be starters in the NFL, and they're lucky to have both.
I think Brock Jones is the quarterback that the 49ers fans would all agree to see. Give me the parts of Mac Jones, give me some parts of Brock Purdy, and then we don't have all this chitter chatter and debate. But then again, what would happen to us on talk radio? Let's get one more in here. Jack in Oakland wants to weigh in on Brock Purdy. What's up, Jack? Happy early Thanksgiving. You're on Dirty Work.
Hey, JD. How are you doing, man?
I'm great, but you got Silver and Husak, so I'll pass along the message to JD, but no, JD's awesome, and you can catch him on Dubs OT a little bit later tonight, but no, we appreciate you chiming in here on a little holiday week. How are you doing, Jack?
I'm doing great. I'm nervous for Purdy, though, in this weather. Remember 2 years ago in Cleveland?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, Jack, I think what we look about Cleveland in this game, it is true that Brock Purdy had a lot of elements going against him with Deebo Samuel getting banged up in that game and not returning, and Jim Schwartz is a really tough defensive coach for Kyle Shanahan in his career here, but Brock Purdy did ultimately do enough to put the team in position to win, and I think you can kind of look at this one a couple of different ways, Todd, where, yeah, Brock Purdy has shown that whether it be the 2 NFC playoff games that got them to the Super Bowl, whether it be that Cleveland game, he has not looked his best at times and still found a way to tough it out and elevate when a lot of circumstances are going against him. It's also fair to note that when the weather's a little bit colder, when it's a little bit rainier, Brock Purdy at his size and stature has struggled to grip it and rip it. And when we're already talking about how a turf toe impacts the quarterback and the velocity and a lot of those things, I think it is a fair concern for a lot of fans to worry about going up against Myles Garrett and that front. And on top of that, having these tough weather elements going against you too, when Brock Purdy has only just made it his second game back on Monday Night Football.
Playing in cold weather and playing in Cleveland in general is rough. But playing in cold weather, there are I would expect a very quick passing game, some screens, some things to get the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands where they can get a little momentum. I'm not expecting them to let it rip, like to go to throw it 30 plus times or even 20 plus times. I would expect to see a little bit more Brian Robinson, who has looked much better as the season's gone along. I thought he was one of the bright spots on Monday night. He was running tough yards. He's yards after contact, and all of a sudden, I think where this offense can continue to grow is getting both McCaffrey and Robinson on the field at the same time. McCaffrey, 7 catches on 7 targets Monday night. So when he's involved in the passing game, he's just as effective as he is in the run game. And if you can balance that with a tough running back who can get those yards between the tackles and run the ball the way I know Shanahan wants to, that should be the program for how they're going to win in Cleveland on Sunday.
We'll continue taking your calls coming up in a bit, and we'll also mix in a little college football here on this Wednesday. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic is going to be joining us coming up in a bit, and as we noted between the big game and the not-so-fortunate Saturday for Cal and the reclaiming of the Axe for Stanford, that's 2 programs that are looking for a head coach. So what happens? Well, we'll talk to Bruce when we come back. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers fans, the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health is going on, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. It is awesome. So much stuff. We got memorabilia, signed memorabilia, personal experiences with 49er players and alumni. Here's how you do it. You visit 49ers.com/give to bid on December 2nd and 3rd. KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, Dignity Health. Check it out on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work continues on your Wednesday afternoon. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante getting you ready for Turkey Day. Hope everybody is enjoying time with family, friends, loved ones, and enjoying the whole carousel of sports that we get going at this time of year. It's time to get the guest list going. Welcoming in the one and only Bruce Feldman. He is a national college football insider for The Athletic and also a sideline reporter for Fox College Football. Has covered the sport for a long, long time, so we'll have no shortage of questions to be asking him. And let's get right to it. Bruce, we appreciate your time. You're on with Dirty Work. How are you?
Good to be on with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming by. And we were talking a little Cal Stanford, both of them having coaching hires, and we'll get to all of that in a second. But here on the flagship of the 49ers, I think the first question I got to throw your way is, what is your take on this quarterback class for 2025? And the reason I think it'll interest a lot of Niner fans is that Mac Jones signed a 2-year deal. He did really well in his 8 starts, and depending on how many names are hot in this upcoming draft, that'll impact the demand for Mac Jones if a team out there wants to offer a trade package.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be a great quarterback class. I just feel like a bunch of the guys that I think came into the year projected to have big seasons really haven't. You can look at that, whether it's Cade Klubnik from Clemson or Garrett Nussmeier from LSU. Lenore Sellers, I think he's an interesting player because he was kind of a one-man show at South Carolina. He's definitely talented. I wouldn't be surprised if he was still in the draft or goes in the draft. I also wouldn't be surprised if he considered, maybe, do I go to another place and try a different offensive system? I mean, I think right now it's early in the process. Obviously, Fernando Mendoza, former Cal quarterbacks, had a terrific season at Indiana. I think Ty Simpson at Alabama's had a really good season. But it's an interesting, dynamic, because I just don't feel like a lot of the guys that people expected to have big years, you can add Arch Manning into that. It was his first year as a starter. I think it's probably bodes a little better for the 2027 draft for quarterbacks than it might for the 2026.
Bruce, good to talk to you. Where do you see Fernando Mendoza fitting in? He's all of a sudden from Cal to Indiana and having a great season, undefeated, ranked second in the country behind Ohio State. And he's made some big-time plays. That game against Penn State a couple weeks ago was one of the best college football games I think I've ever seen. How do you see him projecting in the first round? Or maybe not in the first round, maybe just in the NFL draft?
Yeah, I think he's probably a top 50 pick. I don't know, does somebody fall in love with him? He's got really good size. I like that he threw a pick 6 against Oregon on the road and bounced back and led them to a win. He seems to be a pretty smart quarterback. I think there's a lot to like there. He makes enough plays with his legs. I wouldn't call him certainly a dual threat guy, but he shows he's probably more mobile than people often give him credit for. And he's playing really well. And I think people are going to be fascinated to see how he looks against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. That's a really good defense with a lot of NFL talent, and how does he respond in that? But so far this year, he's pretty much aced a lot of tests, and I think for people who are like, all right, I don't know if he's a third-round pick or whatever, I think he's probably improved his stock quite a bit. I just don't know if somebody falls in love with him and say, hey, we're going to spend a top 10 overall pick on him. They could, but I think a lot of that's still TBD.
Bruce Feldman, the voice you hear with us on Dirty Work. Justin Wilcox got fired after the shocking 31-10 loss, Cal Stanford, down at the Farm last Saturday. Were you surprised by the timing of this, or maybe less or so, given how many of the big-time programs have some head coaching jobs already open?
I was surprised because I think, relatively speaking to what, how challenging that job is, they're a 6-win team with a really talented young quarterback. I was surprised they hit the reset button. There's been other years where I wouldn't have been as surprised, but he's been there, for almost a decade, and maybe people get tired of a guy. I think it was the way that game played out, and obviously Stanford's struggling, but because there's so many other vacancies, I was thinking, do you want to have a coaching vacancy now when it seems like half of the Power Four seems like they're going to have jobs open, and Stanford and Cal are open. There's similar profiles in there. Obviously, Colorado State just hired Jim Mora. There's a bunch of other ones that are still in the mix. So I'm curious to see where Cal goes from here. An obvious choice I would think is Tosh Lupoy. Obviously, he spent a lot of time at Cal and is doing really well as Oregon's offensive coordinator and a really good recruiter. I don't, it's hard to read what you had with Justin and then try to make an assumption where they go next, because he was a first-time head coach, but he was a first-time head coach that wasn't like they fired him in 3 years. I mean, he was there almost a decade. Whether you want to say it was a smashing success or it was a pretty good hire, I don't know if that prevents them from going to a first-time head coach again. I don't think it does, but I'm interested to see what they land on.
Well, I'm interested to see the playoff, and I think this year, certainly more than the previous few, it's going to shape up to be a fascinating playoff discussion, as there's Indiana, Ohio State, and Texas A&M undefeated. Then there's a bunch of one-loss teams and even some two-loss teams that we're going to see play Stanford and Notre Dame this weekend. But are there any teams maybe outside of those top 2 or 3 that you think are really, really good and should make a run deep into the college football playoffs? Like BYU has one loss. How good are they? And Alabama, and you got Texas Tech. I think there's cases to be made for 6 or 7 teams that they can compete for a national championship this year.
Yeah, I think I don't think BYU is good enough to. I think they're good enough to maybe win a game, but I don't think they're good enough to make a run. I think Notre Dame, again, they're a 2-loss team, and they're not a lock to be in, but I think they're going to be in. I think because they can run the football, I think CJ Carr's gotten better over the year. They're good on defense, and they're really good on special teams. They're a dangerous team. I think Oregon's a dangerous team because the quarterback, Dante Moore, has a lot of arm talent. They have a really good running game, an elite tight end who's a matchup nightmare in Kenyon Sadiq, and they have, they can get pressure on you because they have a good D-line. Now, their O-line is banged up. Their receiving core is banged up, but I wouldn't be shocked if they went on a run and played in the national title game, and they're probably going to be on the back half of the bracket, but I think they're one of those that's dangerous. When it comes to a few others, like Alabama does some things really well. I don't think they run the football well. Does that mean they can't win the title? My gut is probably not. Now I look at Georgia, they're playing a lot better. They were a young team that's matured. I mean, I could talk myself into them probably being the maybe them and A&M being the 2 SEC teams that I think could win it. I don't think Ole Miss can win it. Kiffin distractions are not. Like I said, I'm a little skeptical on Alabama just because of the limited running game. But I'd say I would agree, there's probably 6 teams I think could win it.
Well, and the other interesting part, I look at Indiana and Texas A&M making the coaching change with Cignetti and Elko. And I think that puts pressure on all the other teams. I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing teams maybe lose patience and fire their coach, because you look at those 2 situations, if you hire the right guy, they can turn things around quickly. And what Cignetti's done at Indiana is incredible. The way he's changed their whole program, their whole mentality, I think that pushes other teams to say, gosh, we're just the coach away. Is it that easy? In my opinion, there's only a few coaches in all of college football who can turn things around that quickly. How do you see all of the coaching changes where all of a sudden 10 wins isn't good enough?
Yeah, it's crazy, but I think you're right. Cignetti especially, because that was a 3-win program. He went in there, he brought in, a lot of dudes that came with him from James Madison, made some other smart portal additions. And in year 1, they made the playoffs. In year 2, they're a legit national title contender. And, the part that's hard to read on is if you had asked me, a month before they made that hire, even a month after they made that hire, I wouldn't have thought that they were going to be able to do anything close to what they've been able to do, period, much less in the first 2 years. So it's hard to say who can do, you think certain guys like Elko's track record now is impressive. He did it at Duke, and then he's taken it up a notch at A&M. I think the portal makes it different because you can flip a roster fast if your evaluations are good and your NIL operation is robust. And I think that they've shown that, but I think it's hard. In a lot of ways, you're like threading a needle. Brian Kelly had a reputation of being a really winning coach and did a terrific job in a lot of other places. And he got to LSU and he could not really get traction. He couldn't figure it out. And I think that you see that in USC. Lincoln Riley, same amount of time. Year 4, he's pretty much got the exact same record as Clay Helton, who they fired. Now he took over probably a worse situation than Clay Helton took over. I say probably because, you know what, he went in there and he was able to bring in Caleb Williams and they were able to lure Jordan Addison, the Blitnikoff winner, so it's a like I said, I think it's like a threading a needle, and I think it's hard to predict who's going to really hit the ground running and who's going to be stuck in the mud for a little bit.
Last couple of minutes here with Bruce Feldman. You mentioned Lane Kiffin. Do you think he stays in college, or could you see a world in which he goes to the New York Giants and reunite with Jackson Dart?
That's an interesting wrinkle on it. I wouldn't rule anything out with him. I think he's eventually going to leave Ole Miss, in the next week or so, or at least make the decision that he's going someplace else. My gut was that he would probably end up at LSU. Initially, I thought it was going to be Florida, but then I've heard more that make me think it's LSU. I wouldn't rule out the NFL, but I just think that's such a different animal. I don't know if he's sitting there thinking Jackson Dart is my golden ticket. This is the move I'm going to be making. I don't know if he looks at the Giants as a great situation for him. It's going to be fascinating. I don't think anybody is certain on what he's going to do, but we know this: he loves attention, and he's getting a lot of it now.
Well, I'm curious. I look at what he's created at Ole Miss, and they're in the top 10. They're going to make the playoff, assuming they can finish the season. I don't understand how LSU is that much of a better job, or Florida. Is that a better job than Ole Miss, which he's built up? Maybe it's a project and he's bored and he wants to build something again. But with that big contract and those expectations, all of a sudden you have to win 11 games and make the playoff every year, or you're going to get shown the door, like Brian Kelly, like James Franklin at Penn State. All of a sudden, a couple losses, and it's a hot seat where he could stay at Ole Miss for the next 10, 15 years, build himself a great program year in and year out, and compete for a national championship.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, at LSU, if you don't win a national title within the first 4 years, they're going to run you out of there. That's not going to happen at Ole Miss. Is it a better job than the one he has? I mean, it's got way better facilities. It's got a way better home stadium. It's got a better recruiting area around you, just in that you're in a talent-rich state where all those kids grow up wanting to be LSU Tigers. But it doesn't mean, I think the gap between those two jobs is way closer now than it was 5 years ago. And Ole Miss seems to have way better alignment from the administration to the NIL piece than LSU has. LSU, obviously, you've seen videos of the governor and all this, has incredible amounts of dysfunction. It's almost like kind of all the drama. But I don't know if that scares him. I think it scares some people, but I don't know if it scares him away from it. We're going to find out probably in the next 72 hours, though, how he feels really about it.
Always good to have you, Bruce. We appreciate your time. Enjoy a little Michigan, Ohio State. Enjoy these last couple of weeks ahead of bowl games in the playoff. And you do a great job, so I'll continue reading you in The Athletic. And we'll be monitoring the local schools here, Cal and Stanford, and what they ultimately do with their head coaching vacancies.
My pleasure, guys. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Bruce.
Bruce Feldman, appreciate his time. You can read him in The Athletic and also a sideline reporter for Fox Sports College Football. All right, Todd, I want to get back into the conversation about Brock Purdy, because Marcus Thompson's column about Brock Purdy shriveling and needing to be someone that still takes those shots, still looks to make plays because of the injuries, because of what the 49ers have ahead of them, because who's on their schedule for the last 3 weeks. The question I will throw your way, and I will throw out there at 808 KNBR, do you agree, as far as this weekend goes, with the Marcus Thompson article that says Brock Purdy should continue to be aggressive throwing the ball? Or would you like to see a little bit more caution and a little bit more of a conservative player, if that means limiting the turnovers? We'll get into that next. It's Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Happy Thanksgiving, all you football fans. We got the whole Thanksgiving NFL slate on the Sports Leader. We got Green Bay, Detroit, 10 a.m., Kansas City, Dallas, following that at 1:30, and then rounding it all out for your little cranberry sauce on top of your turkey, Cincinnati and Baltimore. The triple header is ready. All you need is a plate of food in between each game, and we got you covered here on the Sports Leader. Happy Thanksgiving.
Nicely done, Jacob, with a little gobble gobble. And yeah, even on Thanksgiving week, even on Dirty Work, we can't escape the Dolan Law Firm. It's that important. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and his law firm, they've been here for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, just know that your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. And Chris and his team know a thing or two about no-fault injury accidents. We see a lot of children and pedestrians and the elderly and cars and self-driving cars. You know the deal. Please be careful, especially around the holidays, and work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. And if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to worry about paying anything up front, dealing with hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Nice gobble. That was...
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Early in the fourth quarter, from the 45-yard line, Purdy under center will motion Pearsall from right to left. They'll fake the handoff to McCaffrey, sling it out to the far side where Kittle makes the catch at the 40, to the 35, to the 30, stumbling inside the 30-yard line. Robinson tried to get a block there for Kittle, got a couple of extra yards, marked down at the 26.
Well, I love that play, especially when the 49ers have got the run game going.
We like a little run game, and we like hearing Justin Allegri and Tim Ryan, especially T-Rock, who's going to be joining us in about an hour and a half, coming your way at 4:50. It's Dirty Work the day before Thanksgiving. Happy early Turkey Day. Or if you're Marcus Thompson, maybe you're saying you want crab, and we need to all stop pretending that we like turkey. Whatever suits you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante, hanging with ya. Let's get back out to the phone lines. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. And we talked about Marcus Thompson, not just because he likes crab, but we mentioned the article. The question, do you believe Brock Purdy should continue to be aggressive, continue to let it rip, or would you like to see a little bit more caution as he settles back into being QB1 for Kyle Shanahan's offense? Justin is out in Santa Rosa, has been waiting on the phone lines for a while, so we appreciate your patience. What's going on? You're on with Dirty Work. What's up, Justin?
How you doing, fellas? Happy holidays to you.
Absolutely. You as well. What's on your mind as far as the quarterback situation?
So, first of all, I really can't believe I'm hearing this 3 days later, man. There's really not a debate. Brock Purdy is better than Mac Jones. It's not even close. And if you want to take it from a macro, high-level view, when Mac Jones has a good day, they put up 20 to 26. When Brock Purdy has a good day, they put up 30 to 42, man. It's not close. And if you want to get into a little more of the specifics, number one, pre-snap, Brock Purdy makes a lot more adjustments because he sees the defense better. Number two, Brock Purdy looks to the receivers open. If he wants to throw an out route or a fade to the outside or something like that, when he gets the ball at the snap, he's looking up the field. When he starts to wind up, he's looking up the field. He moves the safety over to get his guy open. He constantly looks guys open all over the field. And then thirdly, the pocket presence. Again, if you talk about top 5 guys in the NFL, the pocket presence is up there for Brock Purdy. Moving 3-4 yards to the left, 3-4 yards to the right. You know, with the size and speed these receivers got nowadays, man, that allows your guys a lot of time to get open. So on top of all that, you know, when everything breaks down, yeah, then he's got the athleticism as well. So I really don't understand the debate there. And to kind of roll that into Marcus Thompson's article, because of everything that I said, that's the reason he's number one in the NFL in completion of yards, 20 downfield, 20 yards or more downfield. Number one in the NFL, not number 5, not number 7, not number 12. You're number one in the NFL. So, yeah, you keep being aggressive. You keep pushing it down the field.
Great call, Justin. Happy holidays to you, Justin in Santa Rosa. We'll continue with the phones in just a moment. Yeah, Todd, I think that's really well said, because whether you want to have the debate about is Brock Purdy better than Mac Jones, or does he do a certain thing as a quarterback better than Mac Jones, that's not really the discussion if we're going to be practical about how we talk about the 49ers. It's who's better for Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan is very, very honest in his answers, and you can tell when he's not so sure about something or when something's kind of bothering him. And he just said straight up after the game, no, Brock made the right decision. That was the play. He just got to get rid of it a little quicker. He's got to, throw it a little bit harder and all that. But Kyle Shanahan, he wants his guy to be Brock Purdy, and that was clear not this year. That was not clear when they were on the brink of going to the Super Bowl. That was clear his third start in the NFL when he's trying to get ready and play through broken ribs on Thursday Night Football in Seattle. From that point forward, Kyle Shanahan has been very adamant that that's his guy. So is Mac better at a certain area? Does he have a little bit more height? Does he have a better arm? Is he better at checking it down in the Kyle Shanahan offense? I don't know. We can debate that all day long. But who's better for Kyle Shanahan? It is no doubt Brock Purdy, and that's a good point. When it's all firing for Brock Purdy, yeah, he's had some good guys around him. They're also scoring 40 points because of the way he's run the offense.
Well, they're also scoring 40 points because the defense got him some turnovers, and that's where the three-phase game, and I think, but that does touch on when the offense is able to put pressure, and you look at the last couple weeks where the offense and special teams contributed to an early lead, that puts some pressure on the opposing defense, where Mac Jones, as good as he's been this season, they're not a quick strike offense. A lot of the touchdown drives they had were 10 and 12 and 15 play drives, meaning they're converting a lot of third downs, but they're not ripping off 18 yards and 25 yards and 40 yards. And that's where Brock Purdy brings a different element. I would absolutely agree that he needs to continue to be aggressive, because when the offense is clicking, they have that big playability. And with Pearsall back, even though we haven't seen it yet with his returning, he brings that element to it. And Juwan Jennings pushing the ball down the field. You have to be there. There's a great balance and a threading the needle of being aggressive but not reckless, and being, throwing the ball, giving your guy a chance to make a play, but not throwing it in a double coverage. And so there's things that you can do offensively and decisions a quarterback can make where he can put it into a spot where just his receiver can make the play or nobody can. And that's what he made the mistake on a second interception. He underthrew it where the defender can make the play. So I think you have to be aggressive. And Brock Purdy does it very, very well, where he will push the ball down the field but not take chances. And that's a fine line, but one that he toes consistently on the right side.
Yeah, and just didn't happen to toe it very well for a half there in a game that they ended up winning anyway. Let's take one more call, and then I have a little bit of an announcement, actually, and not the kind that you can find on Twitter, so stay off your phones if you're driving. Let's go out to Tucson, Arizona, where we have Sue, who wants to weigh in on Brock Purdy. And should he be cautious? Should he be living on the edge? What's up, Sue? You're on with Dirty Work.
Hi, Dirty Work. I have no idea what that means, but I like it. I got 2 words from you. For you, shake and bake, okay? Purdy and Shanahan and Purdy, shake and bake. Nobody wants to see anybody, let alone Brock Purdy, be cautious. I get something caught in my throat when I say that. So no caution for Brock Purdy. He needs to play hard. He needs to play fast, and his receivers need to just catch the ball. Come back and catch the ball if he throws it a little bit under. I don't care. On another note, I need to talk about that Lane Kiffin guy from wherever he is, Mississippi. Have you ever been on that campus?
Oxford, Mississippi.
No, I've not been.
No. Is that where he's from? Mississippi. Yeah, terrible. He needs to go to LSU. Kim Mulkey. Okay? Kim Mulkey has been key, and she's done the whole deal at LSU. Kiffin needs to put on his big boy pants, get rid of Mississippi, and go to LSU. That's all I have to say. Shake and bake. Don't do that to your turkey. Have a good turkey day, though.
Thanks, Sue. Sue in Tucson, Arizona. Are we counting "and" as a word, Todd? Because I was getting a little Charles Barkley in here. Nash and Paul. That's still 3 words. You didn't say 2 words. Anyway.
Maybe she
shake
meant
and bake.
N. Just the N, not and.
Yeah, shake and bake. Yeah, little Talladega Nights. 2 words, Talladega Nights. That would have worked as well. Yeah, look, I want to continue diving into this discussion because it's a really good one. But we actually got some news, so we're going to break early. Every other week, the Great 8, Steve Young, joins Dirty Work, and he's actually going to be coming up in just a bit as he made it work with his holiday schedule. So we'll talk to Steve Young when we come back, and 808 KNBR to continue weighing in. We got the YouTube chat, we got the text line, we got Twitch, and when we do finish up with Steve Young, we'll go back to the phones. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, a little holiday treat and a last-minute booking. We appreciate it because he joins Dirty Work every other week. And even if we have no Copes and no Depop and no Tim Webb, Steve Young is a man of the people and for the Bay Area. So without further ado, he is the great number 8, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Steve, thanks so much. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante hanging out with you. How are you today? Happy early Thanksgiving.
Great. Greg, nice to know you. And I mean, not say hello. And it's Husak that I mean, that's how do you get him on? I mean, that's amazing.
Well, Steve, I'm a huge fan of yours, and there's been many times where I've been driving home and I sit in my driveway and wait for your segment to finish. I think you bring it every time you're on the air. Although I heard you brought it at halftime of the Menlo girls flag football team in the championship against Los Gatos. They were down at halftime, and you gave a fiery speech that led them to victory, helped them overcome the deficit, and bring home the title in the second half.
I don't want to, Todd, I appreciate that. I don't want to be too dramatic here, but they Menlo School has done really well in girls flag. I mean, they've kind of led the way, and it was the first championship the CIF was giving to the CCS. And it was like, they got to win it. And at halftime, they were getting beat. And you could see they were a little bit numb. You know what I mean? And the coach is like, anyone have anything to say? And I'm like, I got to say something. We got to fire these guys up. And then I brought out that championship football is only won by snatching it from bloody hands. You know, I give this big speech. And so I don't know. They came back and won. But I don't think it was that dramatic. I don't think I wasn't like Newt Rockney, but they did a good job. But I love the girls playing the sport because they're very detailed, and the game actually, Todd, as you know, is the more detailed you are, the better as a teammate. You're like, oh, this guy's buttoned up, and unfortunately, boys aren't as buttoned up generally, and the girls are, and that's why I think that I've always said, football is made for girls because they take to the sport, and the offensive and the tactics and everything else. So it's fun. It's fun to see them love the game and play it.
It's great that high school students get to do it as well, and just how competitive they are. And look, if I got a halftime speech from Steve Young about snatching it with your bloody hands, if I don't go out and win, I don't know what my motivation would have been. So, look, I mean, you and a guy named Joe Montana really set the tone for this franchise to where no matter the era, no matter the names, we're just going to find a way to talk about quarterbacks. And Brock Purdy had a rough first half there on Monday night, and quarterbacks need to block out a lot of noise. It is a big part of the job. Is it harder to do so when you know there's a backup who's fully capable of starting? And I ask that, obviously, with Brock Purdy in mind and Mac Jones having made 8 starts. And to me, the 2 greatest backup quarterbacks of all time were Steve Young and Joe Montana. So that's next level of a distraction and, trying to play at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, in San Francisco, that's just the heritage and that offense with Bill Walsh and the West Coast offense and the innovation that we brought, and then the performance of the quarterbacks. It's always going to be the case. We're always going to be a quarterback down. I think that's cool. I love that. And that's good. That's for good or bad as you come. And it was for good or bad for me. Like you're going to sink or swim. And no one can really, we can talk about it all day long. We can talk about Brock and Mac and what it means. But in the end, you got to go out and perform. And you got to go out and win. And you got to go out and I think the more you get, see, the problem with Brock now, he's not the last draft choice, Mr. Irrelevant, magical story. Now he's the guy making 53 a year, and on 280, and like that changes people. It changes the dynamic when he goes to the grocery store. It changes the dynamic when people watch him on Monday night. Like your performance is even more critical. It's not. I think we gave you get a lot more slack when you're kind of not expected to do great. But now it's like, you're expected to be the top quarterback in the league. And when you have a tough game, it's gonna be a long 6 days. Or luckily, it's only 5 this week, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to just you have to take it and go practice and hopefully change the tide in Cleveland on Sunday. It's nothing. There's nothing really for him to think. We can talk about it all day long and have all kind of drama and context and everything else, but for him, he's just going to have to hunker down, get healthier. And the problem that I see that makes it hard on him is his superpower is processing, getting the ball out. And you get an innovative play call from Kyle. You got, Debo and Brandon and George and Christian and John, and you're just coming out of your ears with people just threatening people. And not 2023, that's what happened. And so his greatest quality was able to come out in its fullness. And that's why he had such a great year. And now we're not as threatening. It's not people, we always have defenses are predatory. They don't think that they're crowding the middle of the field. They're jumping routes because they think they can. They're not afraid. And so all of a sudden, and then if he doesn't, his greatest quality is give me a great play. Let's attack, and the ball's going to come out. Well, if it doesn't come out, and I have to wait, and someone's not open, and now I have to try to create. It's not that I can't. It's just not going to be nearly as efficient and nearly as explosive as it was in 2023. And so then his game needs to change, right? He needs to adjust. He can't lose. The ball felt like it floated a lot the other night. I don't know whether his arm's hurt or maybe his leg cost. He doesn't look completely healthy. That makes it even harder. So that's the context that we can talk about, and that I think he probably can't worry about, but we can talk about because we see it. And I hope that he gets 100% healthy. He can drive the football because you have to, especially if you hold it. If you're going to hold it and try to make him, wait on stuff, you have to be able to flat-footed drive that ball. And that's not his thing. That's not his, that he can do it, but it's not his thing. And so the further we get away from what he's best at, the harder it's going to be for him.
Steve, I'm curious to get your thoughts because at halftime, the 3 interceptions, but I thought the 2 throws at the end of the half where he overthrew George Kittle and then missed wide, he wasn't seeing it, or there's a miscommunication with Juwan Jennings. I made the comment, do we make the switch at halftime, fully understanding that Brock Purdy is the starter, but the game was still close and they didn't need a great performance out of the quarterback, but they needed somebody who could make the right decision and put the ball where it had to be. Can you make that switch at halftime?
Look, I think it's just the dynamic in the locker room, the dynamic that you have with the coaches, with the GM, with the ownership. This is not a contract that wasn't blessed by everybody and the person that goes behind it with Brock and who he is. And so it's not like, you'd want Kyle to be able to have the autonomy, just do what he felt like. But there's just context to it. There's context on the team. What about the guys in the locker room? And so we can say, yeah, just do it. Do it for a half. It's important, but we don't have the context for the vibe that and the team and how Brock will handle it, how Mac will handle it. You get the sense that Mac's handling this very well. And I don't know how Brock would handle it if he got benched. That'd be hard to take. And so it's just all in context as he tries to figure out what's best for the team, what's best for, to go win football games. And, but you and I grew up in an era where, you're not playing well, you might be sitting down. And so that's a threat that you have to understand. But today, it's a little more complicated today because of all of what I just talked about. And we don't know how that all plays out. I know that ownership loves Brock. For all the right reasons. And really, and that matters. There's obviously GM and John and Kyle loves what he's best at. And so it just all plays into it. And it's just hard to know contextually. Now, look, I think that the pressure's on, even though we won the game Monday, the pressure's on because Max sits there as an alternative, healthy alternative that really played well. He was inspiring. He was somebody that I want to watch. I'm not going to say I'd want him over Brock, but when Mac comes on the field, I'm interested. I perk up. Same the way I feel about Brock. So it's not like it's an easy kind of quick, easy decision, but it's something that's going to, gain momentum and get out of people's hands. It'll get out of. Coaches think they can make these decisions, but sometimes the people can speak too. And so that's why Brock needs to, do his thing and stop the bleeding. I told you, the great quarterbacks, the only reason they're great is because they can stop the bleeding. Because and I say that as a metaphor, but cauterize the blood on the floor, which I've seen a lot in my career. There's a lot of blood on the floor, and you got to stop the bleeding, and you got to be able to have the capacity to go get it done in the rain in Cleveland, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Injuries, you got to stop the bleeding, or else you're going to be in a little bit of a tight spot.
By the way, which he did in the second half. He didn't miss. He came out with a lot of underneath passes, but he did stop the bleeding. He got it together and put the ball where it had to be in the second half.
And that's why I love Kyle too. Kyle will help you.
Yeah.
Right. Kyle's not going to put you in a spot where things are like this day's going south. Let's work together to stop the bleeding. I do appreciate that.
Steve, I know you got to run shortly, but just one quick thought on Cleveland. How do you handle going against a defense like that? I know Cleveland's team as a whole has not been that impressive, but this Sunday, if Brock Purdy's making mistakes or the offense in general is making mistakes, that's the type of defense that's going to make you pay for it.
And what I like about I give a lot of respect to that defense because they're vicious, even though it's Cleveland. Like they know that it's like they're in a rough spot and they're not winning many games and it's frustrating. And I think they actually get energized. I think Myles Garrett gets pissed and he's like, and then it's like it drives him. This team, we don't win. And it's like let's go keep people to zero. We can't lose if they have scored zero. And I feel like that's the Jaguars were much more vicious defense than I thought, and they had that same kind of like over my dead body feeling. And so those kind of defenses. You don't want to. You're not going to make a great living there. You might survive, but you're not going to make a great living because I think the Cleveland defense shows up to score zero. Like the worst we can do is tie in their head, and I think that makes them tough.
Steve, you have to go, but before we let you go, we had Seth Wickersham in last week, and he talked about quarterback position, and he shared the story about you going back to the alumni game at BYU. By the way, your BYU Cougars looking at a shot in the playoffs and a chance to make a run. But he told a story about you going back and playing in that alumni game and throwing that touchdown pass. Take us through that real quick. You have to brag a little bit. It's okay. You threw the game-winning touchdown.
Look, I can still throw, so I guess that's the news. Like the shocking news, Husak, is that I can still throw.
You still got it,
and I still got it. So. And I don't still have it, but I tell you what, the way when I saw Tom Brady, this is a little off track, but I saw him when he's finished his career in Tampa, and I talked to him pregame, and I think I might have mentioned this to you guys, but I go, what's the game like today? And he goes, Steve, it's awesome. The flats are open, the middle of the field is unpatrolled, and no one can hit me. It's amazing. And so there are times, those of us that grew up in a little bit more vicious era, it's like, dang, if I could I get my arm back? What can I do? So I go to the BYU alumni game, and I go in there and throw an interception, first pass. I'm like, oh, this is bad. My arm's not. My head is saying something, and my arm is not doing it. So then I had to adjust. So I made the adjustment. We on a long drive. I was making up these plays. I had a Taylor Swift shake. I was making stuff up. It was fun. And then I threw a ball to score a touchdown and go and win the game. So I was like, stop the bleeding. I can still do it.
Yeah, inspirational performance of Brock Purdy. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Steve, thanks so much for coming by. I know it was a little bit last minute. I know this week is chaotic for everybody.
Fun.
So
I love you guys. Todd, it's great to say hello to you and to think a lot about you as well as a fellow compadre in the quarterback ranks. We've been through it a lot. You play quarterback anywhere. It's not fun all the time. It's a challenge.
Well,
so you always get it.
I made the comment to my friends because I texted some guys like, hey, maybe we make the switch to Mac. And one of my friends like, oh, you're so reactionary and give me a break. It's like, hey, I got pulled at halftime. We won the game and I was the starter the next week. It's okay. It's okay.
Right. That's exactly. I think that you can't coddle the position. You can help. Quarterbacks need a lot of help. They need a lot of help from the owner down, and the teams that are doing that from the owner down, they're thriving. So, but you cannot coddle quarterbacks. They're tough-minded hombres, and you got to lean into that. And so, that's why I'm somebody like you, Todd. I was like, look, if you're not playing great, you might sit down and don't cry about it. Go help us win, and we'll see you next week.
And by the way, I think if there's one organization in the NFL that can handle that, and by the way, it's the quarterbacks, it's the coach. I think it would have been okay. I think they could have played Mac Jones in the second half, and Brock's still the starter. Now the outside noise would have been a firestorm, but I think everybody in that locker room. I go back to Brock Purdy's initial time as the quarterback. You heard it from everybody. You heard it from Bosa. You heard it from the defensive guys, and certainly the offensive guys. This guy has it. Everybody recognizes that. And I think he is hurt. I think he wasn't the same guy that we saw a week ago on Monday night. His foot seemed to be bothering. He wasn't driving the ball the same way. He wasn't seeing things. It's okay. I think the organization would have been fine inside. Now, it would have created a lot of more conversation on KNBR, but I think the 49ers are positioned because of their leadership, both at head coach, ownership, and the quarterback position, that they would have done okay.
Well, and it's just also like it's Mac too, right? Mac has been inspiring as a player. And that's what, Todd, as you know, it's hard to play in the NFL. It's hard to be good, and when you find that vein where you get the people and the help around you and play well, it's like, dang man, I just want to get on the field. It's so much fun, and so that's the great thing about the 49ers. The 49ers forever have been a place that, as a quarterback, that's where I want to be. And so the idea that we've got a couple guys that can play really high level football it's a quality problem, and we shouldn't duck it. It's a quality thing, and it's fun to think about. Now, how long can we hold on to both of them? I don't know, but especially that they're both great guys. I mean, they're great guys. Brock's one of the great guys in the world, and so is Mac. I'm like, you can't get a better quarterback room. So in that way, it's in many ways very safe to take some chances.
Steve, happy Thanksgiving, and really appreciate you coming on both shows. Best to your family from us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
Thanks,
happy
Steve.
Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Yeah, thanks, Todd. Thanks, Greg. See you, buddy.
Steve Young on the UMA guest line. Todd, you're no longer the best quarterback on the show. The real question is, who's the worst quarterback? Is it me or Jacob? Because Jacob's done a lot of great producing from the board. I don't think I've ever seen him throw a pigskin. We'd have a little lefty versus righty. Jacob, you got to be a righty, right? I'm just assuming at this point.
Absolutely. Right-handed. I can throw okay.
Okay. I still got it. There's a little bit left in the tank. I took my son out this summer and tried to see if he could play QB, and by the way, he's a much better football player than I was at that age. He's a middle linebacker, but I can still zip it around there a little bit.
I mean, if we were the Cleveland Browns as a show today, you would be Joe Flacco going into the season, still has it in the tank. I would be Dylan Gabriel as the lefty, and Jacob would be Shedeur Sanders, who's now going to be getting his shots. So always good talking quarterbacks, and no better person to do it with than Steve Young, like we just had. So we'll continue our discussion about Brock Purdy. You can't coddle the position. That was a good quote. And I want to continue diving into, does Brock Purdy need to continue to be aggressive? Because I have another layer of this I want to address when we come on back as it pertains to the matchup against Cleveland this weekend. It's Dirty Work, and we're flying by here on a Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
The shocking news, Husak, is that I can still throw.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you heard it. The Golden State Warriors in action tonight against the Houston Rockets. No Kevin Durant. Kind of lame if you ask me. I would love to see him out there. Little revenge game. Warriors 10-9 on the season. Rockets 11-4. Keep it locked in here. We got Dubs OT with JD always after every Warriors game. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader. Happy Thanksgiving.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work continues, and I gotta love a little bit of irony there. We got please play responsibly with our Casino Matrix rejoin, and then Jacob coming in with a little young, wild, and free ahead of Blackout Wednesday, as many refer to it around here with this country. However you may be spending the holidays, happy early Thanksgiving from us at Dirty Work. No Copes, no Depop, no Tim Webb. You got Jacob, you got Greg Silver, and you've got Todd Husak, and just shy of the midpoint here, we feels like we're just getting started. We got Tim Ryan still to come, Sam Amick, Tracy Sandler, all yet to join us. And so Thanksgiving football is always a really fun time of year, especially when the team that we cover here has an 8-4 record and fighting to be in that NFC playoff picture. Now, diving back into the conversation we were having about Brock Purdy, and to get Steve Young on, I mean, not just to have him on, period, but the timing of where we were going with the show could not have been better. As a big picture, Todd, I don't think Brock Purdy needs to be someone that should take his foot off the gas. Now, maybe there are certain times and situations where you might take a bigger risk versus others. But for this weekend, I would be okay with seeing a version of Brock Purdy that's a little bit closer to the second half of Monday night than it would be the first half. And the big reason is that I think the Browns might be a tougher opponent, all things considered, with the weather, with going on the road, than when you got from the Carolina Panthers in primetime. Now, Carolina has had an impressive season. The fact that they came into that 6-5, Rico Dowdle, Tedero, and McMillan, they got some big-time playmakers. But Bryce Young, I don't know. I don't know what his future is as a quarterback in the NFL. And Cleveland, I don't really know what we're getting off of Shedeur Sanders either. There was such a limitation of the game tape. But we've seen enough of this defense to know that if Brock Purdy, or the offense of any kind for that matter, if it's Christian McCaffrey, if it's George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, if you're handing over mistakes in the form of turnovers, in the form of drive-stopping penalties, this is a defense that will make you pay. And I think Cleveland is weak enough as a unit to where this is the type of game where, like Carolina, if you can strike first, if you can get a bit of a lead, it's okay to try to just control the game. So take the second interception for that matter that Purdy had on Monday Night Football. If you're up 7-0 against Cleveland and the weather's bad and you got Ricky Pearsall on the post and maybe that's option number one, but you know you can get into field goal range with an easy 15 yards at least on a dump down to Kittle over the middle, this might be the game where it's okay to just try to move the chains metaphorically and literally and just try to pick up the win 9-4. You get this much needed bye coming up in week 14, which feels like it has been forever. And then you know the last 3 games on your schedule are going to be massive, massive tests with a lot of implications around the NFC still to come.
I think there's context. Like Steve Young said, there's context to every situation. And I think absolutely. And the other thing he said was Shanahan will protect the offense and the quarterbacks. And I think I would expect a game plan that does not call for a lot of 5-step drops or 7-step drops. I would expect them to move the pocket and to get the ball out of his hands quickly with quick reads, slants, quick screens to the outside, screen game with both Robinson and McCaffrey coming out of the backfield, and checkdowns. And so I would expect, based on weather, based on that pass rush, that's going to be the majority of the game plan. And then, by the way, if you get a shot and you like the matchup, don't be afraid to take it. But I would expect a more ball control, those longer drives. If it's not 2-1 run to pass this weekend, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, no question. And so you're going to have to do the little things and take care of the ball. And we might be in for another 20-9 kind of game. I mean, I laughed at how multiple NFC South opponents, you had a very similar reality, right? The Atlanta game and the Carolina game. And what is that in common? It's young quarterbacks. So there is a world in which the offense could struggle. Shedeur Sanders could have some issues, even with as injured and man down as the 49ers defense has been. You know, Robert Saleh talking about football versus fitball, which you brought up a little bit earlier in the show. And congratulations to Jair Brown on being NFC Defensive Player of the Week and what may have been the best game of his young career. So, yeah, you don't know if you're going to be the type of team that's able to turn them over. But if you can make Shedeur uncomfortable all of a sudden and it becomes a battle of, hey, this might not be a 30 for Purdy kind of game. Maybe 20, maybe 23 is enough to get it done. I think that's okay. And as far as Cleveland's defense goes, I'm very curious to see who will surface as a 49ers difference maker on the offensive side of the ball, because the answer has been and always has been Christian McCaffrey for the entirety of this season. He leads the NFL in receptions. He leads the NFL in scrimmage yards. You think Myles Garrett and that front does not understand what the mission is? It's to stop Christian McCaffrey. So if the 49ers can't get much of a run game going, which has been the case for a lot of games this year, yeah, you still got the use of McCaffrey in the pass game, but is it him as a receiver? Is it leaning on George Kittle like they were starting to do a lot in week one? Is Juwan Jennings going to be good to go? And I knock on wood, but I wouldn't expect a suspension if the news came out yesterday that Merrick was the one who ultimately got dinged for it. By the way, Merrick, what are you doing, man? Like, this is why I think every man should understand Juwan Jennings. You kind of get a free pass on being able to push back. I'm not saying he's not going to get off scot-free. There's probably going to be a fine, but I think the fact that first incident was on camera really helps his case, as it's something that half the nation can relate to here.
That was brutal. That was as dirty a play as you will see on the football field below the belt, literally. And so, yeah, hopefully Juwan Jennings is able to play and nothing happens. But that was a rough, dirty play. And by the way, I mentioned 2-to-1 pass, run to pass play calling this weekend. That only works if they're getting 2 or 3 yards a pop. If it's 2nd and 13 because McCaffrey gets stopped behind the line of scrimmage, they'll have to adjust. But assuming they can get 3 yards a pop, and again, maybe you get Christian McCaffrey out in the slot and Brian Robinson in the backfield. Or we saw a lot of use check. I thought this past game we saw a lot more power run versus the inside-outside zone where they're pulling the backside guard and leading up with use check and Kittle. They use Kittle in motion quite a bit. So he can get creative in Shanahan and how he designs those plays to take advantage of some of the 49ers' strength. The offensive line played much better against I don't think a very good Carolina defense. The pass rush from Cleveland will be much better, but no sacks against Purdy on Monday night. So the offensive line is starting to play much better than they did earlier in the season. But getting off to that quick start, if they can establish the run game early, that takes even more pressure off Brock Purdy in the passing game.
So looking at Cal Stanford and what we opened up the show talking about, one of the problems with Cal's offense this year, I always felt, was that they have a very, very talented young quarterback, but they didn't really have much of a deep threat, and a lot of the plays they would get on offense were chunks of 3 yards, 4 yards, and they would get them to facing a lot of third downs to where a pre-snap penalty would be a big deal, or tackle for loss could be a massive deal for them. It doesn't really stretch the field in a whole way, and I think that as much as someone like Jacob DeJesus has really emerged as a great target for them, they weren't getting a lot of separation down the field. From the quarterback perspective, how important is it to have someone like Ricky Pearsall back? Because I know statistically, and all the fantasy football gurus out there, they're probably not loving the stats that Ricky has put up in these last 2 games coming back with Brock. But when you think about a defense like Cleveland that's going to have a power rush, and you're probably going to have to get the ball out quick, how much of a difference does it make to have someone available who you know at least poses a threat downfield for things that might be opened up toward the middle, where you might look at someone like a George Kittle or a Juwan Jennings or a Christian McCaffrey coming across?
Well, I think what it does is open up everybody else, because all of a sudden the defense can't just say, all right, we're fine on the outside. There's no threat, and they can focus more on Christian McCaffrey. The safeties can come down and not worry about that passing game or the inside slants. So they're a little bit more aware, and all of a sudden that step in the wrong direction in the NFL, that's all it takes, right? And that's why the 49ers are so good at using shifts and motions. It's to expand that defense and get them to take that one step, the linebacker to go strong side when the run comes back to the weak side. And that is the difference between a 3-yard gain or maybe a 2-yard loss and a 5-yard gain. And so you do that enough times over the course of the game. And we saw it with Kittle coming back in his first game after injury. He wasn't a big producer in the offense from a yardage standpoint or catch standpoint, but he opens up the offense even more. And he's an excellent run blocker. And Pearsall is a good run blocker against the safeties and corners. So it just makes everybody else a little bit better. And when you have 5 weapons on offense, that's what you need. You need to stretch the defense horizontally. And all of a sudden that gap for Christian McCaffrey becomes a half step wider, and he's able to get that first down.
Yeah, and I think if Cleveland makes their mission stopping Christian McCaffrey, then we start to ask who ultimately is the difference maker for the 49ers on offense. The good news is that, knock on wood, heading into this game, they're as full strength as we've seen them at any point this year. Once Brock Purdy came back, you had Kittle, Pearsall, McCaffrey, Jennings, and I know Jennings has been playing through a lot, but he certainly looks like a healthier version of himself. And he's the type of player also that is going to play with that kind of fire and attitude to where an injury is not going to ultimately be the end of him. I do got to give some love to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 415-808-5627. 415 says, I'm a female, and I gasped out loud when I saw that punch. That's what we call a good ally right there. That's what we call someone who can't really understand it, but it's empathy versus sympathy, and it's noted right there. Yeah, come on. Trayvon Merrick, what do they say? Once a Raider, always a Raider. Bottom line is, whatever colors you're wearing, don't do that. Come on. If I saw a 49er do that, I'd say, yeah, you should get suspended on that front. So
that was some dirty work. Yeah.
It was dirty work here on Dirty Work. 808 KNBR. We've got Sam Amick coming up. We've got Tim Ryan. We've got Tracy Sandler. What else are you looking at? And actually, we haven't talked a ton about the Thanksgiving games coming up tomorrow. I've always felt that the night game was the one where I'm like, I don't really want my team to play on that one. And we watched the 49ers luckily beat Seattle a couple of years ago in the night game. The Cowboys game is always a fun one. It gets the highest ratings. I'm someone who likes to get up a little bit early, and now with this job, I'm more used to it. I love watching the Detroit game, and even when they weren't winning, they had some pretty fun teams there with Matthew Stafford, Calvin Johnson, and the like. We got a big NFC North one coming up tomorrow. You look down at the end of the season, Todd. First question, do you think the Bears ultimately claim an NFC North title? Like, I thought Chicago had the chance to be a decent team. I didn't think we would be talking about them maybe hosting a playoff game by the time we got to Thanksgiving.
The answer is no. I don't think they have played well enough to give them, they're on top of the NFC North at 8-3. They've still given up more points on the season than they've scored. They've scored 289. They've given up 292. So I think that they'll come back down to earth. They do have the big game on Friday against the Eagles, but their schedule is one that should be tough to finish. They still play the 49ers, but I don't think they're ready. And you look at the Lions-Packers tomorrow, that's going to be a huge game. But the Bears, I'm looking at their schedule now. They still have the Packers, 49ers, and then, let's see, Packers, 49ers, and then Lions again. So they're going to face some tough tests, I think, throughout the season. I think they're going to come back down to earth a little bit these last 3 weeks. I would expect the Eagles to take care of business. And the fact that the Bears have eked out some tough wins, I think their luck's about to run out as this season winds down.
From a 49er perspective, are you rooting one way or the other between the Packers and the Lions tomorrow?
I think the Lions are the more dangerous team. If you were to say, who would you rather play? I think I'd rather play the Packers, even with a defense that has been pretty opportunistic. But they're going to be, I think, a team that is dangerous, but still, I'm not sure I trust that offense and Jordan Love and what he's been able to do consistently. I think the Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs is playing at a super high level. He's one of the best running backs in the NFL right now. I think that Lions team is still a more dangerous team offensively and defensively than the Packers are right now. So you're asking who do I want to win tomorrow? I'd rather see the Packers win tomorrow because I think the Lions are a more dangerous team to face in the playoffs.
Before I was getting ready for bed last night, I was thinking about different discussion points, going through all the thoughts with this week and looking beyond for what's left in this 2025 NFL season. And I kind of asked myself, is this one of those gotta-have-it games for the 49ers? And I get that that's a stupid question in the sense that, yeah, you're the 7th seed in the NFC right now, and the Lions are breathing down your neck. And, oh, by the way, Frank Ragnow just came out of retirement because he's trying to complete this push. So, yes, of course they all matter. What I mean by that, though, is that Cleveland is the second weakest team left on the schedule, but also an AFC opponent where a loss to them wouldn't hurt as much as Chicago or Seattle, something like that at the end of the year. On the other hand, going back to why this is a really important one, if the 49ers are able to take care of business in these next two, playing against Cleveland, then you got the bye, and then you got Tennessee coming out of that, that would get you to 10 wins. Who knows what happens in the last 3? But the NFC North, for as competitive as that division has been for the second year in a row, because of what's left on the schedule, you know that there are losses to be handed out because they're about to beat up on each other, right? Chicago still has to play Green Bay 2 times. Detroit and Green Bay playing each other for the second time tomorrow. Chicago and Detroit have another second meeting. So that's a lot of chances where the 49ers might not necessarily have to be perfect down the stretch. But when you consider that context, is it almost like, hey, you'd rather be able to take care of business against Chicago or Seattle, and maybe losing to Cleveland isn't the end of the world? Or do you kind of look at it as, hey, you got to take advantage of what's in front of you, because after these next 2, there is anything is far from a gimme what's left on their schedule with all the 8-3 teams. Seattle looks incredible. Indianapolis and that offense with that offensive line protecting Jonathan Taylor is something else. And then you got to finish it out, or you got the Sunday Night Football game against the Chicago team that, to their credit, I don't think they're going to win the division either, Todd, but they have done a lot of the little things that we're not used to seeing a Chicago Bears team do that has granted them 8 wins in 8 of their last 9.
Yeah, that seems crazy. I'm not a huge Caleb Williams fan, but you're right. I think they're well coached. Ben Johnson has done a great job coming from Detroit and instilling some confidence in a team that really they've been down for a long, long time. They still don't have a 4,000-yard passer in their franchise's history. Like they've been not very good for a long time. They do enough to be dangerous, but I still don't think they have what it takes to make this end of season push. I think you want to see the 49ers go in and play well. And if they play well on Sunday morning out here, they should beat a very bad offensive Cleveland team. They have a great defense, but Cleveland is so bad offensively that you figure just do enough. Don't make mistakes. And that should be enough to get back on the plane, go into the bye, and get ready for that end of season push. So I think if they lose, it means they played very poorly. And that bodes not very well for a 49ers team that still needs to win out and assure themselves, not necessarily win every game, but play well and finish the season on a high point so they can make the playoffs. And you look at the NFC, Rams and Seahawks are probably the 2 best teams in the NFC. The Eagles have some flaws. They're a great defense, and they do enough in the run game, but they have some flaws. And so I just get to the playoffs, but this game this weekend is one they should win if they play well. They don't have to play great. You don't need a ton, but you have to minimize mistakes and then confuse Shedeur Sanders. He will make mistakes. Have that defense, which went so long without an interception. All of a sudden, they're back-to-back weeks where they have 2. This is a ball-hawking defense all of a sudden. Allow them to play with some confidence, put some pressure on the opponent by scoring early, and all of a sudden, those mistakes will add up for the Browns.
It was the most 49ers thing this year, Todd, when the 49ers finally got an interception. It was the very end of the half in Houston, and they only have 1, and we're still complaining about it because Deommodore Lenoir didn't get out of bounds, and that was a mismanaged interception somehow. So, to your point, they're ball hawking now, and maybe Shedeur Sanders gift wraps a couple of holiday presents for them. A little early Christmas, a little Hanukkah, or I know Thanksgiving's not really a gift-giving kind of holiday, but maybe in the spirit of friendship and community, everybody eats. We all share together. So Sam Amick going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. So we'll have a brief reset, and let's talk a little Warriors basketball. They got the Houston Rockets tonight. No Kevin Durant. Jonathan Kuminga going to miss his 7th straight game. Todd Husak feels like he has a lot left in the tank, as does Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green. The question is, can the team around them find a way to do enough to get into the playoffs? We all know they trust Warriors in the playoffs, but you got to get into the playoffs. And like the NFC, this Western Conference is competitive. We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You heard the Lady Dub Nation. Warriors tonight against the Rockets. Pretty big rivalry. No Kevin Durant, unfortunately, but that's okay. More likely for a Dubs win, I would say. Let's go Dubs. We love our Dubs here on the Sports Leader. And as always, we have Dubs OT with JD, maybe Greg Silver working overtime. I don't know. But either way, boots on the ground will be there after every Warriors game
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work. We are rolling through your Wednesday. Got Sam Amick of The Athletic coming up. We'll talk to Tim Ryan. And then before we get on out of here and sign off on this Wednesday, we will have Tracy Sandler joining. A lot of shuffling around this week. And great to be with Todd Husak here and moving over to the afternoon slot for a day. Greg Silver, Husak, Jacob Violante with you. And we did have that pretty awesome surprise of Steve Young being able to hop on with us last minute. And as you know, from listening to Dirty Work and hearing Steve Young, well, he is always working with different heroes through the week. And for this week, REF and Ravenswood are at an exciting but critical crossroads. For the first time since before the pandemic, student outcomes are on the rise. Thanks to the supports of REF funding makes possible, the district saw a historic 44% increase in foundational literacy proficiency. However, as you may have read in the New York Times, their enrollment is going to increase by 25% next year as a result of the abrupt closing on the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative funded private school, The Primary School. So congratulations to Rebuilding Together East Bay Network, and appreciate Steve Young for not only his work in the community, giving speeches to flag football teams and propelling them to victory, but also helping education, helping those in need. And that's really what this holiday season is all about. So we're going to talk some basketball coming up in just a bit, Todd. But Steve Young, truly one of one, and was great to have him a part of the show today, especially because I didn't really know what to expect here for this Wednesday. But no, it was awesome.
He is as good as it gets from a former player to play at that high of a level. Oftentimes you get players who had an okay career or maybe didn't even play, like somebody sitting in the seat, didn't play much. But he is able to combine that experience and high-level thinking and convey it to the listening audience in a way that I think is really rare and unique. And the ability to talk through different scenarios where he's measured and not overreacting, but always brings that insight and usually some great stories. We're very lucky to have him in the Bay Area and what he brings each and every time he's on the air.
Yeah, I think we're pretty spoiled with our sports, the products we get to watch, and also a lot of the incredible people around those scenes. And as far as our shows and just family here at The Sports Leader, a lot of great people who do a lot of work around the holidays, because one thing about radio, it's a nonstop industry. So that doesn't happen without a lot of people saying yes, a lot of people making sacrifices. And it's fun to learn about all these different initiatives. So we'll talk to Sam Amick coming up in just a bit. As far as basketball goes, Todd, I mean, I know you were a quarterback. You focus heavy on the football side. And yeah, you got NBA Christmas, and now there's the Emirates NBA Cup. But a lot of this stuff doesn't feel like it really gets going until post-All-Star break. And actually, that's what makes the 2025 Warriors so fascinating to me, because they cannot afford to get into that mindset that a lot of fans, I think appropriately, get into. We know that Steph Curry, now Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, do we trust them in a playoff series? Yeah, we were reminded once again last year when they got into the playoffs, they went in as a favorite, even as the 7th seed, took care of business. It wasn't easy, but they had a Game 7 on the road in Houston, and they held them to 89 points. We trust this group in a playoffs, and when they are motivated, they will play still some of the highest levels of basketball that we've seen today. The problem is when you got a game like tonight where you're playing Houston and, there's a little bit of juice from this rivalry in the playoffs last year, but Kevin Durant's not playing. And when other teams' stars are out, or you got a decimated front court like the Warriors do right now, we have seen them, I don't know if I want to say take their foot off the gas. I don't know if I want to say just have some of that reality of 82 games and the long grind and the fatigue set in. But the bottom line is these veterans, as incredible as they are at the peak of their powers, they don't have enough in the tank to carry you through an 82-game season and get you into that position where it's like, okay, now we got a 7-game series. It's go time. It's going to require a lot more than just coasting through a regular season in today's Western Conference if you want to be serious in April, May, and eventually June.
Well, I think what's interesting about the Warriors season so far is they've beaten the top teams and then they've lost to some really bad teams. So, and I think to your point, that's the 82-game schedule. It's hard to maintain that level of play and focus each and every night. I'm not so worried about the focus with with the Warriors because of their veteran leadership and guys who have been through it all and can set the tone. But it's, can you bring it every night? And when you get older, that's harder to do. And they get up for the big games, and then, gosh, go back to that Pacers loss and can they continue to play at a high level against the good teams, but also bring it enough to beat those teams that they should beat? You look at kind of the Niners, right? The Niners have beaten the Rams and the Seahawks, but they've beaten the teams that they should beat and have gotten beaten by better teams. The Warriors could very easily be in that top 5 or 6 spots if they play at a high level more consistently. The injuries are certainly something they need to overcome, but the talent's there, the ability's there. It's the consistency that's been lacking a little bit early in this season.
And they're going to need that consistency from the supporting cast, namely your Moses Moody's, who I think by and large has maybe been the most important of the young players. Jonathan Kuminga obviously would be on that list, and he is the most polarizing force in this Warriors organization, but it's kind of hard to make opinions about Jonathan Kuminga and how incredible he was that first week and how head-scratching he was at times in the second week, because now he's not playing and he hasn't played for 6 games. And these are the type of games. And Kaminga is actually, he's been very vocal about wanting to do more. Podziemski has been very vocal about believing he can be someone like a Steph Curry and take the keys to the franchise and take that over. But those are the type of players that you're going to need, and they're going to have to show it on nights when, hey, maybe the veterans aren't available. Maybe they're out there, but they just don't have it. Maybe they're finding ways to conserve energy. And we just haven't seen it on a consistent enough level. Now Al Horford, who already was not going to be playing back-to-backs and was looking old at times, he's got sciatica. Draymond Green just missed that last game, and for whatever reason, they keep saying they want to limit Draymond's minutes at the 5, but they play their best basketball when Draymond's at the 5. When you got all these close games and when you're fighting in this race, then he's going to be playing more and more at that position. So a lot of it is roster construction. I think there's some element of also just, it is now time where these younger guys are at a stage in their careers. Moody and Kaminga, this is year 5. Okay, you want more on your plate? You got to show that you're capable for it. Podziemski, you've been very vocal about believing what you are. In year 3, show that you can take on some of this load. So we'll talk all about this with Sam Amick, and he actually wrote a piece about Scott Perry, the Kings GM, and just how a couple of years after they won 48 games and made it into the playoffs, they might be in full fire sale mode. Is there still the potential for the Kings and Warriors to make a deal? Are the Kings still interested in a Jonathan Kuminga, and would Joe Lacob give him up? Let's get into all these topics with the Athletics' finest senior NBA writer, Sam Amick. He joins Dirty Work next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And we're back. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante on a Wednesday edition of Dirty Work. Warriors with a big one tonight against the Houston Rockets, their old playoff foe, with a new face, or I should say a new trade. Kevin Durant will not be active tonight, but a different version of the team. And Sam, I get to talk to you 2 straight weeks in a row. Normally we alternate, but they sent me over to Dirty Work for a little holiday action. So good to have you on the UMA guest line. You are with me and Todd Husak, getting ready for a little Warriors Rockets. How's it going?
I love it, Greg. Good to be with you again. Todd, thanks for having me. It's good. We're standing outside of Chase Center by these the lovely big silver bells that you guys know well. Happy to see how this game goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. And before we get into the blue and gold, let's actually go up I-80 East and talk about the Sacramento Kings, because you've done a lot of work on covering this team as well. And you just wrote a big piece talking about Scott Perry. And I mean, this has just become a full-on dumpster fire. And I don't like it as an NorCal guy. I don't understand why some fans see it even as a rivalry. The Kings finally broke that playoff drought. It was a great 7-game series. And then now they're right back toward the bottom, and everybody's out. Their star players are gone. And this roster looks like it's primed to just blow up. So what do you think the ultimate tipping point was that sent the Kings back into this purgatory?
To me, it's pretty simple, and it has, kind of a 6 degrees of Warriors component, which is the decision to fire former Warriors assistant Mike Brown when he was the Kings head coach. I definitely still think that was a mistake, and that is where you had the domino effect, because at the time, De'Aaron Fox was one of your 2 franchise centerpieces with the Sabonis. He was, we know now, he was already a little frustrated with the program, already contemplating his long-term future, and he made it clear to ownership at the time, I guess 2 summers ago at this point, that he had no interest in dealing with another coaching change, and that, if they fired Mike Brown, that he would have issues with that, and they went ahead and did it anyway. And so one thing leads to another, then he forces his way to San Antonio. They don't get, Zach LaVine comes back in the trade. For all intents and purposes, they get 1 legitimate first-round pick in that deal. They got 3, but one of them became 2 second-rounders, and the other one is the Spurs in 2027, which they already traded for Nick Clifford. So anyway, that's how it went that direction, and it is ugly again for sure.
Sam, I also want to ask on the Kings front. So, I mean, Jonathan Kuminga and the Kings, there was a bit of an interest there over the summer. And the sign and trade scenarios, I don't think the Warriors ended up liking those packages. But if the Kings do go into a full-blown roster overhaul and lean young, do you think that there would still be some interest in Jonathan Kuminga if he and the Warriors ultimately decide to not extend this marriage, where it's tough to evaluate the Kuminga situation right now because he's about to miss his 7th straight game, but as you know very well, it seems to be the hot talking point around this team and has been for a couple of years now.
Yeah, I mean, I do expect the Kings to try to re-engage on that front, between now and, I think it's still a little ways till Jonathan's even eligible to be traded, but the interest is really real, and I don't think people fully understood during the offseason the extent to which the Kings went to try to vet Jonathan, get to know Jonathan. They had, Zoom meetings with him. They met with him in Florida. I've actually talked with him briefly about his impression of Kings GM Scott Perry and how he liked Scott and what his message was. And so it's one of those things where we see this all the time in the NBA where, they might not have gotten it over the finish line back then, but there is a foundation there that you could, build off of and maybe get something done down the road. The one dynamic that I think you got to monitor and that is very different is the question of like the Warriors' interest or lack thereof in the Kings pieces, because I don't think they have interest in Malik Monk. They didn't back then. I don't think that's changed. I do wonder, given the Warriors' mediocrity to this point, how would they see some of the other guys on the squad? I mean, it's a lot of money attached to Zach LaVine or Sabonis. So I don't have clarity there on how they see those guys, but I could see the Kings trying to get a little more creative with packages that they came their way with to try to get something done.
Sam, you talked about the Warriors' mediocrity. And I mentioned before you came on that they've beaten the top teams in the Western Conference and then lost to some of the bottom teams. Is there a way for them? Like, what are some of the areas that they can improve where they win those games and then stay in those top maybe 5, 6, 7 spots in the Western Conference?
Just consistency. I mean, when they got off to what I think was a 4-1 start, you know, they had a formula. You know, Kaminga was a big part of that. He was doing, you know, the type of stuff that they've been wanting him to do for years, and that was short-lived even before the injury. He just wasn't playing the same type of ball. He gets taken out of the starting lineup. You know, it's been reported that he then felt like a scapegoat, and that's not the only factor, but it's one of, you know, many when it comes to role players not giving the big three what they need. You know, you'll have early games where Quentin Post is looking like Ray Allen and shooting that thing, and then that'll disappear for a minute. You know, you'll have Brandon Pajemski having a big game and then disappearing. Buddy Hield, same thing. You just never know where you're going to get things from. Even Moses Moody, you know, had that fantastic start, you know, but then that, you know, that hasn't always been there. So it's the same thing that they've struggled with, you know, and kind of this, I don't know what you call it. It's not necessarily post-dynasty era, but this dynasty, et cetera, stage where just figuring out, you know, especially after, you know, once they got Jimmy, just felt like they needed the role guys to round out the edges, and it hasn't been that easy.
Yeah, I think it's fair to call it the post-Jordan Poole era, or maybe post-Jordan Poole punch era, when he started, you know, stopped being as productive as he was during that championship run. It seems like just bridging some of these young guys and the older guys has been a challenge here for the Warriors. We're talking to Sam Amick on the Yuma guest line, and it's no secret that inconsistency has been the Warriors' Achilles heel over the past few years. Do you have a refined view now that we've seen it in a larger capacity and it's been more drawn out as to maybe who or what is the most to blame, whether it just be age, health? Is there something with roster construction? Is it just a matter of some of these young guys needing to perform better more often?
I don't know, and this is funny. This is probably not what the Warriors fans want to hear, but, you know, and I'm going to sound like I got rose-colored glasses on. There's part of me that says, man, it could be a whole lot worse. Like when you look at some of these other teams with star players from Steph Curry's era, you know, and the Clippers certainly come to mind. You know, like putting a team together surrounded by old guys is not very easy. The Sixers have, you know, I mean, Joel's nowhere near as old as Steph, but, you know, Joel Embiid and Paul George were supposed to be the new powers in the East, and that falls apart. The Clippers have had the struggles. You know, the Suns with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker. The Warriors are closer to, you know, the goal than a whole lot of these other squads that have tried to do it. And they just tease you a little bit with some of the role guys that, you know, again, like you see flashes where it's like, oh, maybe they don't move Kaminga. Maybe he's the guy. And then, you know, it kind of goes south. So the who's to blame part is, I mean, it's pretty challenging to have the kind of dynasty and dominance that they had and then not blow it up beyond the Clay move. You know, they evolved. I am surprised, though, that being said, I really thought that they would have an uptick here in the first full season with Jimmy Butler. And so that's the part where, you know, even if the role stuff didn't get figured out, I was pretty confident that, you know, that because of the respect I have for Jimmy's game and obviously with Steph and Draymond, that they would be more consistent than they are right now. So, but it's, you know, it's not a challenge that is unique to them.
A few more minutes here with Sam Amick on the Yuma guest line. As far as tonight, what are you expecting in terms of the physicality that we've seen? I mean, that 7-game series was very, very physical to where Jimmy Butler got injured. You saw a lot of fouls. You saw a lot of could-be fouls that maybe weren't called. And I know that KD's not playing. I know Dylan Brooks is now over in Phoenix, but I think it's fair to say these two teams might not exactly love each other all that much.
No, that's fair. I am curious. It's funny. I just got back from Phoenix. This whole week for me was supposed to be covering the Kevin Durant reunion tour that didn't obviously come to pass. So, but regardless, I enjoyed getting to look at these Rockets in Phoenix, and the physicality in that game was through the roof because Dylan Brooks is now playing for the Suns. So I sat there and for once I had a really good media seat courtside, and I'm watching Dylan do the same stuff to his old teammates that he did to the Warriors in the playoffs. And I wonder, tonight, if that doesn't, I think it probably opens the door for the Warriors to take care of business and do their thing, because I don't think they're as physical. Defensively, they're still very good. They're massive. The offensive glass is obviously a major point of focus because they run these double big lineups where, you just can't get the ball. They can miss 2-3 shots in a row and they still have that possession going. But Dillon is one of one when it comes to the physicality and all the history that he had with the Warriors, even before with Memphis and whatnot. That added to things in the playoffs. But they're a tough group, this Houston team. Şengün is elevating again. Amen Thompson, Barry boy, is killing it, and they got plenty to be worried about for sure.
One of the great stories in the NBA in the Eastern Conference is the Detroit Pistons are on top after a couple just absolutely brutal seasons. How have they been able to turn it around? We're watching right now. They're about to lose to Boston, but I think that's been a fascinating turnaround with some of the young players stepping up and building around Cade Cunningham and team. But a lot to be said for being so bad for so long and then being one of the best teams in the NBA in pretty short order.
Absolutely. It's funny you say that. I was at the hotel because I'm staying down here tonight, and I'm watching that Pistons game. And for one, continuing in my head to think, like, all right, we really got to start writing and talking more about the Pistons nationally, because the fact that they are one game back from OKC for the league, best record is incredible. I keep getting asked about, is OKC going to push for the Warriors 73 win record? Well, right now the Pistons are on a similar pace as well, which is just incredible. About Cade Cunningham, who should probably be in the MVP conversation. Like, if he's not in it now, then, that's just not fair, because they're 15-2. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if they're pulling this game off or not, but Cade's been incredible, but the big thing has been Jalen Duren going from being a guy that is a strong role player to an absolute, an all-star candidate for this year. He's given you 20 and 11 and physicality. Their defense is remarkable. You have the other Thompson twin, Asar Thompson, that has a similar skill set to his brother, but even more defensive focused. I love it in terms of, like, I think it's good for the NBA when you have certain brands of basketball that spark nostalgia, and this Pistons team absolutely is the type of squad that makes the bad boys proud. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how they do it. So it's been a fun story. And in terms of, like, whether or not it's real, you look at it and you always hear coaches say that 20 games is about where you start really feeling like your squad, and they're getting to that point. So I think it's pretty obvious that they're a pretty dominant team.
Yeah, to consider the losing streak that they had just a couple of seasons ago, it's pretty inspiring, because there are teams that hit the bottom and you could be like the Wizards or the Hornets and just have a hard time elevating, and you could be like the Pistons and then take it up to an entirely next level. So, Sam, it was great catching up with you. Enjoy a little Houston and Golden State tonight, even though there's no KD reunion tour. And I'll talk to you again next Tuesday when we're back to our normally scheduled programming.
Thank you, gentlemen. Happy Thanksgiving to you both. Talk soon.
Thanks, Sam.
Absolutely. Happy Thanksgiving. Sam Amick is the best. He writes for The Athletic. He knows a lot of Golden State Warriors. And, of course, just NBA at large. Yeah, the Pistons, man. What a story that has been. And it looks like they just suffered their third loss in Boston. So 15-3, though. What did they lose? I'm trying to remember what the streak was. It was like 28-29 a couple of years ago. But that was a tough team to just watch, because you knew they were playing hard and they had chances. But to get the rewards of that now, Todd, and be a team that's fighting, that's pretty inspiring to see. So enough glazing Detroit, as the young kids would say, though, because we got our own team to worry about that's overcome injuries and misfortune time and time again this season. The 49ers are 8-4. Let's talk to Tim Ryan when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers fans, the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health is going on, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. It is awesome. So much stuff. We got memorabilia, signed memorabilia, personal experiences with 49er players and alumni. Here's how you do it. You visit 49ers.com/give to bid on December 2nd and 3rd. KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, Dignity Health. Check it out on The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fake the handoff to Dowdle. It's Young on the run. Throws to the end zone. Intercepted. Juggling and falling over. Jair Brown picks it off in the end zone.
Oh, my God. What a play by Jair Brown coming off of the route. He was covering up shallow. Mitchell Evans was dragging across the back of the end zone. There's no doubt he was open. Bryce Young saw it, threw the ball. It was going to be right on the money. Jair Brown came off of the underneath coverage, reached up, pulled that down for a big-time takeaway.
Primetime Jair Brown, your NFC Defensive Player of the Week, and that was a big one. It was one of his 2 interceptions, and we have got the one and only Tim Ryan, whose voice you just heard there on the call, joining us on the UMA guest line. Our time with Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim, they moved me away from Pop, and now you got Silver and Husak. What's going on, my guy? Happy early Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right back at you guys. Look, there are some of us who have always lived the game, and then there are those who just want to take from the game. So I guess where we know where we sit with the guys that are doing the dirty work.
Love it.
No question. Let's start with the defense.
Sometimes
and
you
Jair Brown,
call
obviously.
it like it is. Silver. Sometimes you just got to call it like it is, man.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what we do for a whole hour together with Pop every day, or every week, I should say, anyway. So that's exactly right. But no, absolutely. And look, we can get into the offense and the interceptions in the first half in a bit, but I do just want to start with the defense because that, too, was a big storyline coming into Monday night. And so Jair Brown had one of his best games, if not his best game as a pro. And then Curtis Robinson, we finally got a full look at him at the Mike linebacker position. But just how you evaluate what Robert Saleh has done and how they're going to have to do it again against a Cleveland offense that hasn't been all that impressive, but we still got to see a lot of Shedeur Sanders with limited tape out there. I mean, Robert Saleh is having an incredible year, but every week is a challenge in the NFL, and this defense has been decimated. We've been talking about it all year long. So what is the challenge for Saleh's unit as they go through a short week?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I've been saying this really since Robert said it, and he and I have a lot of conversations. It's a roller coaster ride, man, with all the youth, and then you couple that with the significant injuries to the best players and Bosa and Fred. And then Michael, which, nobody's really talked a lot about, but that was a big loss, and Michael Williams. It's you just don't know week in and week out with all the youth and how they're seeing it. And it can look great in practice. And I love what Saleh says is that in terms of how you play the game, is it football or is it fitball? And fitball is where you fit on the grease board, right? And it's very rarely, as it's drawn up on the grease board, is how it plays out on the grass. And being able to make that adjustment in playing football is the key. And so week to week, you don't really know. But I will say this: there's no doubt Jair Brown has found his football legs. We remember when he got out there right away for Talanoa Hufanga against Tampa, came up with a big interception, had an interception in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. So he does have ball skills. He does have good vision, and that was on full display on what was a huge takeaway in terms of the momentum of that game, and getting the ball on the +16 and holding them out and getting the takeaway right there was absolutely huge. So, and I agree with you. I think Jair did play his best game as a 49er. I think the defense, when you talk about just how it was tied together for most of the night. I mean, remember, Bryce Young just came off a game where he threw for 448, a franchise record for the Carolina Panthers, who've had some pretty good quarterbacks and some pretty good teams. And what the 49ers were able to do in terms of just playing good defense, the D-line's techniques were much better up front, and the execution was much better up front. Could they stop Rico Dowdle? Yes, they did. And probably, I don't think Carolina handed it to him enough, to be honest with you, in terms of some of their play calling. But I thought from front to back, it was without question the best game collectively since the Atlanta game. And then I think that's where Curtis Robinson comes in. The communication, the checks, getting the calls out. People always think of offensive calls as long-winded verbiage. Well, I'm out here at practice every day. I'm telling you, there's some defensive calls that have some long-winded verbiage too that you've got to be able to remember and process and spit the whole call out to the defense. And that's a challenge for a guy who hasn't been out there playing and been the quarterback of the defense. Cusack knows this. He knows how it works. And Curtis, the communication, without question, was sharp. It was tight. And then you could see the results on the field. There wasn't a lot of mental errors. There wasn't a lot of coverage breakdowns. There wasn't a lot of guys just covering grass and not covering players. So all that was obvious, and they gave up 9 points to that Carolina team. So I was happy for the defense. That is, and again, I admit it going into the game. I don't know what the D is going to do in terms of showing up and how it's going to look and how the numbers are going to look at the end of the day. There was 3 or 4 sacks they could have had that I know they want to get some of those things cleaned up, but thought it was a pretty damn good day for Saleh and the defense.
Do you think that football versus fitball, meaning, all right, guys are in the right spot, but now they're being a little more aggressive, is that part of just experience and being out there together? Because this is a defensive unit. We talked about it early in the season with all of the injuries, even in the preseason, and veterans not playing together. All of a sudden, these guys, they've stayed fairly healthy, knock on wood, have played together for a few weeks. And some of these younger players are getting more experience. And we saw it with Jair Brown's second interception, just stepping in front, seeing the opportunity and being reactive and making that play instead of thinking about it and just making the tackle after a 15-yard completion.
Right.
Is it just experience and playing together? How do you see that evolution from football to football?
Yeah, well, that's obviously part of it. I also think Lincoln rushed to coverage. I mean, remember Bryce Huff was wrapping around and had some pretty good pressure on that play in the face of Bryce Young, who let it go over the middle of the field. No, you're on it. I think it's just reps on the field, period. And whether, because, man, with the way injuries are in this league, chances are you're going to be playing with different guys throughout the season and certainly at some points in the season. I think it's, the football part is, okay, this is how it's drawn up. This is your landmark. This is where you drop. This is where and why are they calling certain defenses and certain coverages in situational football? Because they're anticipating, play A. Well, the players have been playing play A all week out of this look, and now it's play B. So what do you do? I mean, you might get to your landmark, but there's not going to be anybody coming into your zone or into your area because the play is different than you expected. Instead of just sitting there, and I thought, the Carolina play, the J.C. Horn, the second interception, the third one was a perfect example of that, where, okay, you're there in a quarter, half defense, and, he's I think he was the cloud corner on that one to the cover 2 side. And the 49ers motioned to a 3-by-1. I think Kittle may have stayed in to block and chipped and released late. There was absolutely nothing holding him over in the flat on that play. What did he do? He played the quarterback and went and robbed the end cut, playing football. On the grease board, the fit would be just stay over there and wait for somebody to come into your zone. Nobody's coming into that zone. That's what made Richard Sherman great. Richard Sherman played football all the time, because he knew concepts and knew when there's no way based on this formation, based on this concept, that the ball's coming over to my area. So he would go help somebody else. He'd go make plays on the football. And that is just about reps and confidence and seeing it in real time and then just putting your foot in the ground. And again, at the end of the day, it's because you and I both know and had kids that played football. High school football isn't like that. Yeah, there's indicators and there's certain things, but you're out there playing ball, man. It's all about the ball. Go get the rock. And I just think the more these guys play, the more you're going to see them be able to play fast and seeing them making plays that probably weren't drawn up for them to make if you consider the grease board.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line as we talk about experience and some lack thereof for the 49ers defense. Let's go over to the Cleveland side of it. What's the challenge of facing someone like Shedeur Sanders who has such limited tape on film?
Well, I think conceptually it's a challenge, but I think, when you know him from Colorado and we all watched him play, you know what he is. He's a guy that's got a big arm. He's a guy that can get outside the pocket, extend plays, loves to do it, and will threaten the entire field because of his arm, and he's got a lot of confidence, so he's not going to hold anything back. Based on the 75 plays, obviously getting in week 11 was different than week 12 when he had a full week of preparation. But this offense has changed significantly since they got rid of Flacco. Even with Gabriel, when you watch them, they want to run it. And why wouldn't you with Judkins and what those backs can do? But they want to play to their defense, and why not? So how do you play to your defense? You limit takeaway opportunities for the opposing defense. Don't take a lot of big risks offensively. Manage risks offensively. Screen game, keeper game, design plays, getting them outside the pocket, taking the checkdowns, throwing a lot to the tight end, throwing a lot to the running backs. So really kind of managing risk, and I'm sure that's going to evolve with Shedeur's skill sets and his ability, and probably most importantly with the confidence and the arm strength to threaten the field anywhere from anywhere. I think the 49ers, as they get into this game, and depending on the weather, Silver, I'm sure there's going to be some elements. This team's going to want to run the football. And at the end of the day, is just as it is every week, you need to earn the right to rush the passer and then go defend what you got to defend and adjust on the fly if you're Robert Saleh and what they're trying to do.
Well, it's funny you talk about what Cleveland's game plan might be and limit mistakes. We've talked about it this show. I think the 49ers are going to take a similar approach. Limit mistakes, move the ball, get some first downs, especially early. I think that's been the key to the 49ers season. When they convert early third downs and get those long plays, all of a sudden they make the defense, you put more stuff on the field and get that defense to take a step in the wrong direction, and that's where Kyle Shanahan can design plays that really attack a defense. But with the weather, with Brock Purdy's first half last week, and he needs to stay aggressive, but this is a Cleveland Browns offense that has not been very good this season. Maybe with Shedeur, they're a little more dangerous. How do you see the 49ers offense attacking a very, very good Browns defense?
Yeah, no, really good defense. And I think a huge key is limiting negative plays on those early downs so that you can convert stay ahead of the chains down and distance-wise on the money down so you can convert. We all know every time you convert a third down for the 49ers offense, it's another run opportunity or two that at the end of the stat sheet is going to be, hopefully 35 or close to 40. You do not want to be in negative down and distance situations against Myles Garrett and Malik Collins and these blitzers, and the ability to play man out on the perimeter. And they funnel everything to the middle of the field. Their safeties are playmakers. The rookie inside linebacker has been, I think, a real bright spot for them, the second-round pick. You turn on the tape, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched a lot of tape. I've certainly watched a lot of their highlights on the post-game shows and pre-game shows this year, but there's still a lot of the same guys from the game 2 years ago. And, I think it was 19-17 loss. Opportunity to win it at the end, and Moody missed the field goal, but opening drive was great. The script was great. And then the 49ers could do nothing for about 3.5 quarters of that game. And, I think Christian got hurt early in that game. If I remember, it was the oblique, I think right before half, running a choice route. So he was not available.
Debo got hurt too.
Half.
Yeah.
Debo got hurt right away. I think that was at the beginning of the game. So, it's the same blueprint as always. They've got to be able to run it. You got to set up play action. You got to be able to attack these guys, and Brock will stay aggressive. Brock made the right reads the other day. Brock just made some poor throws in terms of the timing of the throws and the ball location. And then again on the third one, I just give J.C. Horn the credit in playing the play rather than playing his technique. The perimeter guys are going to have to win some one-on-one matchups. Denzel Ward is outstanding at getting in your hip and staying there. They went and got the Jacksonville player, Tyson Campbell. We already played him week 5. He can do the same thing. So they count on those corners, and they put a lot of pressure on them. And it takes me back to the game 2 years ago, not being able to do anything for, about 7 or 8 drives of that game. When it came crunch time at the end, and the 49ers on their last drive did not have a lot of time, had to get the ball in position for a game winner, they were able to attack numbers to the sidelines out on the perimeter. Because when you play that tight coverage, and as a QB, when you play that tight coverage, if you can make an accurate throw versus tight coverage, and the guy misses the tackle, there's going to be yards to be had because everybody else is in coverage. So certainly, as I think about it, and a lot of the same players defensively, and with what Schwartzy does schematically, it's going to be the same. You got to be able to run it. You got to handle the run blitzes early. You got to limit negative plays, convert third down, make plays isolation, one-on-one out there, numbers to the sideline, and then most importantly with the weather, be able to protect the football and not turn it over. And I think they've forced 15 takeaways on the year, and obviously with the 49ers, too many turnovers on the offensive side. So it'll come down to the end. This is going to be another one of those tight-ass matchups that are going to, I think, come down to the very end, despite the challenges, Cleveland has had on offense.
Well, I think your point is perfect in that if they're going to play tight coverage and really focus on stopping the passer and getting into the quarterback, if you can get rid of it and break a tackle, and that's where accuracy, and Brock Purdy is so good at that, putting the ball in the upfield shoulder where he can catch and run, or put it on his outside shoulder if the pressure is coming from the inside, and allowing his guys, which over the past few years, the Yak Bros and getting yards after the catch. We didn't see that early in the game last week from Brock Purdy. I expect him to come back. Hopefully he's healthy and feeling like the Brock Purdy we saw 2 weeks ago. Do you expect anything from him? I know there hasn't been any issue publicly with his foot, but he did not look like the same quarterback in the first half that we saw 2 weeks ago when he came back from the injury.
Yeah, I think the toe's going to bother him all year long, but I don't think it's hindering what he can do physically, both as a scrambler, a runner, or as a thrower. Does he feel it? Probably. If you've had bad turf toe, he's going to feel that the rest of the year. But I don't think it's anything that's holding him back. I think he'd want those three throws back without question, in terms of the timing and getting rid of them. But he's played a lot of football, man, and so I think he's going to go out there and be Brock. That's let it rip. That's the whole thing. I think if you watch, and I know how Mick Lombardi coaches these quarterbacks, and I think he does a great job. And I think we saw that obviously with Mac Jones, and the whole philosophy is be decisive and let it rip. In terms of just, if you see it, throw it and put it in the spot where your guy can go get it. I think part of being, a little bit tardy on a few of those throws for Brock is kind of what you said. He throws a very catchable ball, right, to his receivers. His receivers love it because that thing's not hissing. I mean, has he got arm velocity? Yes. Does he got enough juice on the ball? Without question. But a big part of his game is anticipation and putting it where his guy can go get it before his guy may make the cut or make the break. And that, the timing of that is what it's poetry in motion. It's synchronicity of the passing game. But if you're late and you're throwing those catchable balls, why are DBs most of the time defensive backs and not receivers? Because they can't catch the freaking rock like the receivers can, right? And you serve up a few of those, and the catchable ball, those guys can go up and make plays on it. So I think Brock's going to be Brock. He'll hang his hat on the run game and the play action game, and when he needs to get it down the field, he'll get it down the field on time.
All right, I can't let you go without this one, Tim. In light of what happened with Juwan Jennings and Trayvon Merrick, what was the dirtiest play or biggest cheap shot that you witnessed on the field as a player?
Oh boy, well, there was no one ever took a groin shot on me like that, nor did I do that on anybody else. I took a shot one time. There was no blindside blocks when we played, Silver, so this, and everyone listening that's, my age or within 10 years of me realizes and knows that I don't care what level of football you played at, your head better be on a freaking swivel at all times when you're running down the field, because you could get spinal tapped and not even see it coming. So you had to be ready for everything. I took a shot on Dawson, was an offensive guard. We were playing in the Astrodome. And this is when, they had the big nasty offensive line. They were really good. Bruce Matthews, Dawson was at one guard. I think David Williams maybe was at left tackle. They had good players, and they were known for being roughnecks. And they ran a toss to Lorenzo White, the old Michigan State Spartan, to their sideline, and I'm in pursuit. I was playing left defensive tackle. My teammate Steve McMichael, God rest his soul, was playing right tackle. And we're both in hot pursuit because it's a toss the other way to their sideline. So he's on a different level than me. I'm tracking closer to the line of scrimmage. He's tracking more at an angle, and I see Dawson sizing him up, ready to ear hole the holy hell out of him. And I look and I said, So I just turned. I said, forget the pursuit. And I turned upfield and I hit him. See, he never saw it coming. It was a cheap ass shot. I folded him like a wallet. The first thing that landed on that hard turf, which was a 1/4-inch piece of carpet over concrete, was his tailbone. Most NFL players aren't wearing the tailbone pad, by the way, unless you're Mac Jones. And he landed on his rear end and writhing in pain. I mean, it wasn't a cart job, but trainers were out there for 5 minutes. Like, he was in a lot of pain. That was right at the end of the first half. It's the only game I ever played in where the entire second half, these guys were trying to take my knees out, all 5 of them. Highs, lows. You do that to one of their guys, there's going to be some redemption. So it was stick and move for me for the rest of the game. But I've seen a lot of cheap shots like that. And, back in the day, you get at the bottom of the pile, whatever you can grab, you grab, other than the groin. And turn and twist and pinch. And, things have changed quite a bit. They didn't have a fine system back then like they do now.
All right, one more question, best of from your career. Myles Garrett, there's a few guys that I played with that they're just touched by God, right? Myles Garrett is one of those guys. He's just bigger, stronger, faster. He is built differently coming out of the womb. I played with LeVar Arrington and Bruce Smith and some guys that are just different. Who's a guy that you remember from your career that you're just like, whew, that guy is different than the rest of us?
Well, the obvious one was tackling Bo Jackson when he was with the Raiders. Totally different than everybody else, just with the speed, the power, what he brought to the table. But I played with a lot of great defensive linemen and defensive players in Chicago, playing with Richard Dent. Tell you what, when Richard Dent would flip the switch, Husak, you did not want to be anywhere near him. I saw him try to twist Phil Simms' head off one day on a Monday Night Football game. And he told me all week he was going to do it. He said he didn't like Phil because I love Phil. Phil's a friend of mine. But Phil liked to talk out there. Phil would let you know exactly what he felt, and he'd get you rattled. And Richard, there was a lot of great matchups in the mid and late 80s between the Giants and the Bears. And Richard just really couldn't stand him. And we lost to him in 90 in I think it was the divisional round, the year they won the Super Bowl, the wide right play on the missed field goal for Buffalo. So I think it was the next year we were playing him, and he was saying all week, man, I am going to hit him. I'm going to tear his head off. I'm going to smoke. So I'm playing left end. Richard's coming around the right side, and Phil throws, kind of dashes my way a little bit. I'm just out there containing. He throws it, and I see Richard just coming from the backside. He went around Jumbo Elliott, and the ball comes out. He hits Phil. Phil goes down on his, front side, and he looks up, and the referee's standing right there, and he looks up, and he's looking to see if he completed the pass or not out to the flat. Richard's on his back. When he lifts his head up to look around, I watched his ear hole go around his head twice. He literally snapped his chin strap and spun his helmet around his head twice, and the referee whistled incompletion, and they reset the ball for second down.
Different era.
different
Oh, my
era,
goodness.
but played with a lot of guys that Hampton, McMichael, Singletary, all those guys in the Hall of Fame. So played with a lot of gifted and played against a lot of different type guys.
Awesome.
Tim, happy Thanksgiving, man. We appreciate it as always. And I guess we'll do a football hour after the bye when we can all be back together. But enjoy Cleveland, enjoy that weather, and we'll see if the 49ers can grind one out because they all count big time. They're 8-4, but the NFC playoff picture, oof, it's going to be a tough one. And I got my eyes on Packers Lions in the morning tomorrow.
All right, let's freaking go, fellas. And happy Thanksgiving to all your listeners and all the 49er faithful out there. Enjoy your family, enjoy your time, and let's go get number 9 on Sunday.
Sounds good. Love it.
Absolutely. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Always a pleasure to be able to have him. And this guy, we're talking about the dirty work. He simply doesn't stop. Tracy Sandler coming up in about 10, 15 minutes or so. And I also got to tell you about the 49ers holiday auction. So we'll get into that a little bit next as we get into the holiday spirit on a Thanksgiving Wednesday. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what it is, Tealheads. The Sharks sitting at 11-9-3, looking good, looking young, looking promising. They got action tonight against the Avs in Colorado. The Avalanche, always a problem. Quality opponent in the Avs. And then on Black Friday, 1 p.m., they got the Canucks, the Canadians, our neighbors up north coming in. Keep it locked in here, sports fans. Teal all day.
All right, once again, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm, because some of those attorney ads that you see or hear out there, you don't know where they're based out of. And the Chris Dolan Law Firm is local. They have been for more than 25 years. They are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, or wrongfully terminated, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about how you can be protected. As far as the workplace, well, if there's any kind of sexual harassment, termination, you know the deal. But then they've also dealt with injuries, and no-fault injury accidents, unfortunately, is an area in which they've seen a sharp increase. If you're watching videos right now of the 405, people going to LA for Thanksgiving traffic, wow, that looks like a big old mess. So whether you're in a crowded place like that, or maybe somewhere that's more remote and the roads are dark, please be careful out there for yourself, for your friends, for your family, and work together to make the Bay Area, or wherever you may be traveling to, an overall safer place. And if life gets in the way, the Dolan Law Firm has you secured. They've secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, and you don't have to worry about anything beyond taking care of your loved ones. So you don't pay anything up front. You don't have hourly rates, and the Dolan Law Firm doesn't even get paid until you get paid first. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What's going on? It is Dirty Work, about a half hour left here before your Thanksgiving. We got 3 big football games for you tomorrow. We got the 49ers playing a morning slate at Cleveland on Sunday. They are 8-4. They are looking to move to 9-4. And it's really starting to heat up when you look at the playoff bracket, when you look at the in the hunt. It all starts to mean something around Thanksgiving. This is a milestone and a time where we can all be together. So if that includes us being a part of your day, well, thanks for letting us do just that. Greg Silver, Todd Husak, Jacob Violante with you for another half hour. We'll talk to Tracy Sandler coming up in just a bit. So much good football talk around today, and kind of in the football realm, although a little bit different from Brock Purdy, Mac Jones, and does Brock Purdy need to grip it and rip it and sling it and be aggressive? Well, we're talking about the 49ers Holiday Sports Auction. That's right. This is the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Visit 49ers.com/give to bid on December 2nd and 3rd. Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health. That's right. December 2nd and 3rd, the 49er faithful have an opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences exclusive memorabilia, and more. So we're talking about opportunities with 49ers players and alumni. You can get a KNBR radio booth takeover. And you can even get just Levi Stadium events like Ed Sheeran floor seats, AC/DC floor seats, both taking place at Levi Stadium. Exclusive coffee experience by Black Man Roasting Company with the 49ers alum. You can get a Warrior suite for a game with the 49ers alumni. I mean, we're talking about opportunities with the earthquakes, memorabilia, a flag on the field experience. There are so many ways to showcase your fandom this season, and too bad you can't get any kind of protective weather gear given out to the players. And I joke because Todd, as a former quarterback, knows very well that no matter the conditions, you're going to play it out. But this is a good chance. So 49ers.com/give December 2nd and 3rd. So Tracy's got to be sick of us, right? I mean, she's coming up in just a bit. She was on with you pre and post. She might not be sick of you because you're really good at breaking this stuff down. But for me, she's like, dude, I just did an interview with you yesterday. You can ask me the same questions. Well, I mean, what are we doing here? But no, in all seriousness, it's been great to listen to you, Adam Copeland, JD, Tracy, all of our faces that we have previewing 49ers games and also wrapping it up after the fact, because when I go down to Levi's Stadium, come on, you're like my guide home. It's what I need, whether it's a loss. In fact, my last drive was after the Rams game, and I'm like, all right, we got to talk about this one. I know they weren't expected to win, but the defense just got picked apart. It was like a therapeutic session for me.
It's been an up and down season. Let's keep it going. Back-to-back wins, finally. And a 49ers team, it has been up. It seems forever ago where we were talking about preseason and, how are they going to come together because so many guys missed. And then that's what's the beauty of an NFL season. Things look a lot different come Thanksgiving than they did 3 months ago. But it's out in front of them. The Niners have put themselves in a position to make this last end-of-season run. Got to take care of business on Sunday in a game. We'll see what the weather looks to be. But one thing we haven't talked about, Eddie Pinheiro missed last week. They signed Matt Gay, who comes in and does a good job. We saw it a couple years ago where they couldn't get it done. Jake Moody at the end of the game misses the field goal. Looking like Matt Gay probably again. Pinheiro did not practice. So kicker is going to be an important position. And is Matt Gay the guy who can get it done in what could be tough weather conditions? Even if it doesn't snow, it could be windy and not very nice out there. Knowing Cleveland, it will not be. So that's a big position that we haven't mentioned yet this year. We talked about offense, defense, but special teams certainly has stepped it up. A huge improvement with Brant Boyer leading that unit to become one of the better in the NFL. But they're going to need a really solid kicking game in Cleveland on Sunday.
No, I think when you look at the analytics, Todd, and the expected points added for special teams, the 49ers are all of a sudden second in the league. I think Seattle has a crazy advantage over everybody else. And look, Seattle has been a complimentary football team all year long. They're 8-3 for a reason and have a shot to win the NFC West or maybe even get a number 1 seed, depending on what happens between them and the Rams in that next meeting. But yeah, it's a big one. Like the kicking discussion, I always say it is a non-discussion until it becomes one. And in a game that we might be seeing Sunday where it could be bad weather, we could have a couple of defenses going at it, maybe a little bit low scoring. Well, every kick, every point you can get is going to mean that much more, especially going against a young quarterback and trying to apply a little bit of pressure there. So let's get into this with Tracy Sandler, and then we will wrap up the show. It's Dirty Work, getting you ready for a happy Thanksgiving on the Sports Leader. And we're going to break.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Yeah, we're about to get this thing started, wrapping up in the next 25 minutes or so. It's time to welcome in our good friend who joins every show every week, Tracy Sandler, the CEO and founder of the Fangirl Sports Network. You can also hear her with our guy Todd Husak on 49ers pre and post. And our time with Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. #1 in premium decking. Order free supplies at timbertech.com. Tracy, my friend, happy early Thanksgiving. And we were riffing all show. We're like, she's got to be thinking, like, you got to be kidding me. I just spent all this time with Husak on Sunday. I had my interview with Silver yesterday. But here we are, and this is how it's lining up on a Wednesday evening. How's it going?
I could not be more thankful for all my Todd and Greg Silver time this week. How's that?
Wow, she is a good actor. I got to give her some credit for that. But no, look, in all seriousness, in the spirit of not trying to ask you the same questions for a couple days in a row, after we signed off with you yesterday, we got into that Marcus Thompson piece about Brock Purdy shriveling on Monday night, as in, he was slinging it down the field, he was letting it rip, then he had the few interceptions, and then although he was perfect in the second half, the average yard per target was only 3.4 yards, which was down from 7.8 in the first half. So my question for you is, are the 49ers better off moving forward with the rest of the season with the version of Brock Purdy who is taking shots and looking to make big plays?
You mean, are they better with that? Yes, I think so. I think they are better with that version. Sorry, I think I misunderstood the question for a second. Yeah, I think they are better with that version, but I think throughout a game, you got to see how a game is going, how a defense is playing you, how the quarterback is looking, and then make adjustments accordingly. But I would say, yes, generally they are better with the version of Brock Purdy that is throwing downfield and taking shots. Not like alcohol shots, but, shots.
She's got Blackout Wednesday on her mind.
I just want you to know that when I did that, I just did a throwing motion in my living room so that I could to explain to you what I meant as if you could see it.
We'll get you on the camera one of these days. Look, Todd and I were just exchanging a little info about Eric Kendricks going to the practice squad. And I know this is someone that they seem to have signed for a moment last offseason before he ultimately backed out and went to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, obviously, if you get someone who any team could have claimed, I don't know what's necessarily left in the tank. But what do you make of this signing for the practice squad in the sense that the 49ers defense has been so beat up, and as a result, you have a lot of youth? So much of this game is mental, too, and Eric Kendricks at one point in time for Minnesota was playing at a really, really high level there in the second level of the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, lest we forget, him not coming is the reason they signed Devondre Campbell, which did not go well at all. But I think you do have a veteran there. They are banged up. They're banged up at linebacker, and they need depth. So, at the time of the trade deadline when they didn't make big moves, which I still think was the right thing to do, we talked about how they will be looking at the waiver wire. They're going to be looking at people that are available, and here's somebody that they did like, that they wanted to sign last year, did in theory sign for a second. And so I think you bring depth, a little veteran leadership, but more than anything, and I don't mean this kind of, he's a body, and they need bodies. I mean, really, more than anything, that's what they need.
Tracy, going into Sunday, we just talked about it, all of the focus on Brock Purdy in his first half, not making the switch, sticking with him, and he has a good second half. What are you expecting offensively on Sunday where they approach the Cleveland Browns, who are a fierce pass rush? And not just that, but a solid defensive unit. How do you expect them to approach that Browns unit?
Well, first of all, it's such a difficult thing because beyond, of course, you have this tremendous Browns unit, but you also have some very inclement weather. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they attack it because in theory, you would want to get the run going. And I think that is something they are going to have to do. But Brock Purdy said he's not going to wear a glove. And that has been an issue for Brock in the past in terms of gripping a football. In fact, it was an issue for him 2 years ago in Cleveland. So I think they're going to have to be really committed to the run. I think you might see more of the second half Brock Purdy than the first half. And I don't mean the interceptions. I mean the game plan. Just because the Kyle said today, last year at this time, it was a blizzard when the Browns played Pittsburgh, and it could be again. So they're not only going against this tremendous pass rush, and the 49ers offensive line has been playing well, but they haven't faced Myles Garrett yet. So they're going against this tremendous pass rush, and they're also going against snow. And these are two things in combination that could make it very difficult for an offense to get going in the way that they want to.
Tracy, Cleveland, it's no surprise. They're going to make it their mission to stop Christian McCaffrey on the ground. And if the 49ers can run the ball, they can control the clock. They can control a lead if they're able to jump out in front like they did for Carolina. Who do you like to be the offensive difference maker, assuming that Cleveland narrows in on the run? Now, maybe that could even be Christian McCaffrey, the wide receiver. As we know, he has 81 catches on the year. But who do you like as that ultimate difference maker to help Brock Purdy in a game he looks to bounce back from?
This feels like a big George Kittle game to me. I feel like this has a lot of George Kittle difference maker written all over it. So I'm going to go with George Kittle.
Nice.
I like.
Thanks. Thank you. I like that everybody nice. Doesn't it feel kittly? It feels very kittly.
Yeah. Short completions, break some tackles. I think we could see a lot of 8 to 12-yard gains for both sides.
I think so, and I think Jawan Jennings would also be a big part of that. But this feels very George Kittle-y, though I will say in Cleveland 2 years ago on that final drive when there was a missed field goal that lost in the game, but on that final drive, Jawan Jennings was a huge part of that drive. So I'm going to put him as 1A as my offensive
I mean, Tracy, let's be honest about it, too. If we think about bad weather conditions, like who would have the most joy running through tackles in the weather conditions? Jawan Jennings plays with a lot of fury, and he truly is option 1A. But I don't think anybody in the NFL would enjoy that more than George Kittle.
100%. I actually right now have visions of the two of them just like breaking through guys and running down the field in joy. 100%. George Kittle played in Iowa. He's from Iowa. He was built for this. I'm calling it now. George Kittle game. It's going to be huge.
I love it. You mentioned the game 2 years ago where the 49ers missed the kick at the end and Jake Moody. And 49ers kickers have been an issue in a good way this year with Eddie Pinheiro, who missed last week. They signed Matt Gay. It looks like another game for Matt Gay as the kicker. It could be a kicker game as both offenses tend to feel each other out. How are you feeling about the 49ers special teams with Matt Gay?
Well, I think he did well the other night, and there's nothing to indicate that he won't do well again. So I am going to say I feel great about the 49ers special teams with Matt Gay. I mean, I have no reason not to be honest. And I think generally I feel pretty good about the 49ers special teams. There was some struggles in the beginning, and part of it, of course, were the missed kicks. But I think the special teams unit has really, really stepped up in these last several weeks. But I think Matt Gay will be fine. As of this moment, I feel very confident in him. He misses a couple field goals. Feel free to tweet at me and ask me how I'm feeling then.
Well, you'll have 2 weeks to hear about it. Yeah, with the bye week.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, let's hope not. The bye week, this will be a whole thing.
Instead of Tennessee Titans talk, instead of Tennessee Titans talk, we're just going to be getting Matt Gay talk on these airwaves for 2 straight weeks. But no, it's a lot of fun looking ahead to Cleveland. Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear with us on the UMA guest line, wrapping up a Wednesday edition of Dirty Work, getting you ready for your Turkey Day. And in the spirit of holidays, something I actually didn't get to ask you about yesterday, which I'm glad I got the 2 days in a row, is the My Cause, My Cleats that you wrote about on the Fangirl Sports Network site, because this is a time of year where you think about family, you think about giving back, you think about the work in the community. And with the My Cause, My Cleats initiative, I mean, this is a chance for all players around the NFL to make heard various causes that are important to them or close to their hearts. So just in getting to connect with that and the 49ers, what was enjoyable about learning, about some of the causes that these local players are supporting?
It's actually, honestly, my favorite time of year in terms of football season, because when you ask them about the organization, and I don't mean this to sound cheesy or cliche, but their faces light up. And you're asking about something and causes that mean so much to each of them, and that they support year round and they get to showcase and bring attention to. So you heard some really cool stories. Bryce Huff talking about Boys and Girls Club of Southwest Alabama and how important that was to him growing up and how he supports them now. Dominic Pudi, something close to my heart, the Humane Society of San Jose. And Jason Pinnock talking about the American Diabetes Association. And he said when his growing up, his dad was constantly having to prick himself and check his sugar. And now he has a device that, you put on the skin and that doesn't take time away from your family. So hearing everybody just talk about these causes that mean so much to them, have such a personal meaning to each and every one of them, it's just so cool. And honestly, it is among my favorite time of year, just because you get to hear these stories. And it's not just the cause, it's why they picked the cause and those stories. Jake Brendel's cause, Living for Zachary, he had a high school teammate that dropped dead of cardiac arrest, and now that family has raised money and screens athletes, and that family, if the athlete has an issue, they screen the entire family for free. So you just hear these stories that you forget that sometimes we forget that these guys are people and they have lives and they have family members and friends that have gone through stuff. They've gone through so many things, and it's just very cool to hear what is important to them and why. And so in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I'm very glad you asked.
Oh, that's awesome. Well done. And you mentioned Dominic Puni, and we've talked a lot about that Cleveland defensive front, and rightfully so. They have some terrors up front against quarterbacks and the run game. You mentioned George Kittle, and this could be a game for him to break out. I think the offensive line for the 49ers, it's going to be a tough test, and they have played better and better and better. I think they've been together and healthy, but Puni seems to be bouncing back. And the offensive line in general played, I thought, a solid game last week. They're going to have to be super sharp. I'm expecting them to come out. All the talk about that Cleveland defensive line. Let's see the 49er offensive line take control of this one early with the run game, protect the quarterback, and get in and out of there with a win.
If it's something they have done well, you're right. Pudi has really bounced back. I think we've seen a lot of really good stuff from Colton McKivitz. We talked about Todd the other night, him, falling on that football and the fumble and making sure that Carolina didn't get the ball back. But I agree with you. They're going to have to come out, and they've got a big test. This is one of their bigger tests of the season. But if they can come out, play the way they've been playing, if they can protect Brock Purdy, the 49ers will be fine. I really think that's true. It's obviously the run game as well, but I think protecting Brock Purdy is going to be really important because Myles Garrett is just a sack machine. And that whole defensive front is tough, but he in particular, it's just frightening if you're a quarterback. So this does have to be a huge offensive line game, but I have a lot of confidence in this offensive line. I really think they have played well. The last couple of years, they've been much maligned in terms of people not thinking the 49ers have done enough. But if you look at the job they've done, I think they've really played well, and the 49ers certainly have thought they played well and has been happy with them. So I think they're up to the challenge. This is a biggie. They have not faced anyone really too much like Myles Garrett yet, maybe Josh Allen on the Jaguars, but I just think it's a big day for them. But I think they're up to the challenge, and protecting Brock Purdy, it sounds obvious, but that's going to be huge because you just have somebody across the field that seems to get better and better with every season and every game. He just keeps improving.
Well, now, Tracy, I would say that Houston was a really tough test they had defensively, and they struggled with Houston. Like, they really did. And so Cleveland, they might be 3-8, but if we're talking about the best defensive units, yeah, that's Houston, that's Jacksonville, that's the Rams, and they were able to pull off that upset against the Rams in Week 5. But for the most part, yeah, they've had their hands full when they've had to face a defensive unit like this. So it is no joke, even though it's a team that has really struggled offensively. Myles Garrett seemingly averages 3 sacks every single week, even though I know that's not what the number adds up to, but just had 3 last week, and seems like he never slows down, right?
Well, and Trent Williams made an interesting comment today. He said they have gone against some tough defenses, and he mentioned that Houston defense and them being one of the tougher ones, but then he did say there really hasn't been anyone like Myles Garrett. So I'm putting a lot of confidence in them because it's Thanksgiving and I want to be positive, and I feel like sometimes on these calls I'm a little bit negative. So I'm going to put a lot of confidence in them. But let me tell you something. Brock Purdy gets sacked 5 times. I'm going to be really annoyed that they let me down.
Yeah, I mean, we do talk about it around here in the office. You're one of the more negative regulars, so I'm glad you gave us a little bit of light here. And all jokes aside, I will probably go fill up a glass at some point, and whether it's 1.5 liquid ounces or maybe just the standard 8 ounces, I will dedicate whatever that first drink of the night is to you, Tracy.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Todd. Are you going to dedicate a drink to me too?
Absolutely. You got it.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you made my holiday.
By the way, you say the Niners haven't faced a player like Myles Garrett, because there isn't a player like Myles Garrett.
That's fair.
If you just took the last 4 weeks, I think he's tied for the NFL lead in sacks. Just the last 4 weeks. I mean, he has been
that's
on a tear. Yeah, so
that is insane.
They're going to have their work cut out for him, but to your point, I think they're up to it. And everybody doubts Brock Purdy. We haven't heard a lot of praise for the 49er offensive line, but they have gotten better over the last month of the season, and they're going to be tested. But if they can come out and play well, to your point, I think the 49ers offense is in good shape.
And I think when it comes to Brock Purdy, I think there is the recency bias thing, and we saw that, with Mac Jones coming back. He's been playing so well. Do they make the switch? Well, of course they make the switch. Brock Purdy has played very, very well for San Francisco. He has led them to very far places, including the Super Bowl. He had a bad game. It happens. He had a bad game 2 years ago against the Ravens on Monday Night Football. I also think when you have a game like that on a on a Monday Night Football where it's the only game everyone's watching, everything gets magnified. But I don't think he necessarily deserves all the criticism he's been getting the last few days. I think let's give him a couple games back and see how he does before everybody's ready to bench him. Not that anyone in the building is ready to bench him, but I do think it's been a little bit of unfair criticism on the quarterback.
Well, every week's a chance to gather some more information. So one thing's for sure, when I come back at Monday at 10 a.m., I'm going to be talking all about it. Tracy, happy Thanksgiving, and we are thankful for you on Papa and Silver, on Murph and Marcus, and on today's edition of Dirty Work.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to you both. I am thankful to be a part of the KNBR team, and I hope everybody has a great holiday and weekend.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. We'll get ready to wrap up the show. When we come back, we got a little note to self. And yeah, Todd, every show for Dirty Work ends with a note to self. So can be anything you want, but we're going to think of something good, and we'll share that in about 5-6 minutes. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niners, Browns this Sunday, 10 a.m. Pregame at 7 a.m. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be dirty, just like Dirty Work. You got to shut down that Browns defense. You got to stop Shedeur Sanders. Brock Purdy, no 3 picks. Not this week. Let's get a W on the Sports Leader. Happy Thanksgiving.